comprehensive policy to guide staff in dealing with snow and ice, and that is well documented. Additionally, the snow and ice control plan serves to inform the public of matters as well as identify some of the constraints and issues around snow and ice control. And that probably came from our most recent run-in that we had with the Supreme Court. So you have the floor, Colin.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to say Council Chambers looks particularly festive today.
Lovely.
Tax dollars at work.
Well, thank you for having me here at the budget discussion. The reason why I'm here, of course, is that in late October of this year, the Supreme Court of Canada released the decision on the Marchie trial that the city had been engaged in. And just to remind everybody, a number of years ago, there was a very unfortunate incident had occurred in which Miss Marchie had stepped into a snowbank and had gotten herself very injured from that, and it was terrible what had happened. And then, of course, that had gone to trial, and the city was found to not have been negligent in what we were doing, and then it was appealed to the Supreme Court. And so what I'm here to talk to you about is what the Supreme Court has decided based on this situation, which doesn't actually speak to what did itself, but is more talking about tort law. And so I'm going to open this up, and probably Gabe would be more up on this than I am, but I'm going to open this up to talk more about what the Supreme Court decision says, and then how that actually applies to us, and how that applies to our snow removal policy that I've brought forward to you here today. So in the decision from the Supreme Court, what really happened was that the Supreme Court looked at the merits of the case and the city's position that we were making, that we were following our policy, and so therefore we were immune from liability. And what they said was that they didn't agree that we had made what's referred to as a core policy decision. And so they felt that the existing policy we had, although they haven't made any comment about whether there's anything wrong with doing this from a practical perspective, but they were saying that what happened out there, and considering what this policy says, that there isn't a core policy decision that's been made here that we can rely upon. And so I think really what the big piece of this is that within our existing policy, it didn't make any, there was no discussion about windrows or about stockpiling snow or any of these things. And so they were saying, well, geez, that's not in there, so you can't be relying on what you have as a core policy decision. So in order to make what...
Colin, maybe just stop there for a second just to make sure everybody recognizes what that means. So basically, maybe you can jump in here as well. So local governments have always been exempt from liability if it's a policy decision of the council. So courts have recognized that, as elected officials, you have to make some decisions on how much resources you're going to put into various activities we do. So, such as snow removal, council says, we represent the public. They feel, as representatives of that spending $1 million a year and having this standard of snow removal is right for our community. So we've always been on that core policy decision, as long as that's a council decision, reflects what we believe the community wants for service level, and then there's a defense. So even if we were grossly negligent, but even if we didn't have the same standard as somebody else, as long as it was a decision of council to say, no, we feel this is appropriate. And that's what they felt didn't happen was, and it was pretty broad in the past that courts really recognized that quite broadly, and MIA, our insurers, took it to defend that, yeah, no, it was a policy decision for council, and, but the Supreme Court, I think, basically said, you know, we're not gonna have a carte blanche that you can say everything, well, no, that's a policy decision on council, so we don't have any standard of care to anybody. So really part of what we need to do is make sure that you as council really understand what that policy decision you're making. Here, what is the standards of our snow removal, what, you know, how do we do that, and all that piece. They also saw in there, you know, they talked about, you know, with, if staff sort of making those decisions on, you know, kind of the day-to-day, then it starts to get away from the policy decisions. And if you say, you know, we think $1 million is enough, you know, here's our kind of even overtime tolerance that, you know, you need to call and you need to, you know, stay within budget here. You know, there's a really heavy snowfall or whatever, you want to come back, we're out of money, come back, and council says, no, yeah, we want to, we'll allocate more money, but, you know, just being more involved and that's the, you know, the tricky line following. You know, obviously Colin has to make decisions on, you know, when he's going to call in people or whatever. You can't predict the weather, but you know, as long as you, as much as possible, you know, he's got pretty clear direction in council about what you feel your standards are. Yes, it makes sense to follow our sidewalks to this level, to, you know, to clean up our downtown. You know, this basic level, you know, priorities are here, and he's implementing that, and that's the best. You know, we can strengthen those sort of that.
Just a second, before you speak, Rick, would you please put your microphone over and Kevin, is yours on? You need it on. Because here it is live streaming.
Yeah, we are streaming
The meeting.
Do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Yeah, the only thing that I would add when we're talking about Marchie is that what's really important to remember is that the only thing the court has decided was that there was not core policy immunity based on the policy that we had in place, right? So that doesn't mean we've lost the case. So they're going to go back and they've sent it back to a trial court, and they're going to look at the facts from that day. They're going to look at what the city did in terms of moving the snow and creating these windrows, given all the resource constraints of that day, the size of the storm and the amount of people that were working. And then they're going to make a separate determination as to whether that was reasonable, right? So we haven't actually lost yet. We just don't have the immunity piece. That's really important to remember, right? The immunity is like, if you have the immunity, you don't ever have to go to that analysis of what was reasonable, as long as you were following your policy, right? And so it's great if you can have the immunity. But even if you don't have the immunity, like in this case, the court has found we don't. It doesn't mean we've lost yet, right? And I think most reasonable fact finders, like we're still in a really good position. We don't know what the lower court will do, but they're going to look at what happened that day, and they're going to say, was the city being reasonable? And at the same time, was the decision of that individual that was injured, was she being reasonable, right? And they'll make a determination based on the facts. So what we're trying to do here with this policy is give us a better shot at being able to establish core policy immunity in the future. The tension there that council should be aware of is that the more specific your policy is and the more time that council has spent on it is great in terms of establishing core policy immunity. At the same time, you have a super detailed, super specific policy, right? Council is quite removed from what our guys are doing on the street when they're clearing snow, and circumstances can change. And as the documents that Colin has prepared state, every storm is different, right? And so that does require some flexibility on the part of staff to be able to make decisions. And if you have a very rigid, very specific council policy and we don't follow it, then you're opening yourself up to another argument, which is that you have a policy in place, but you didn't follow it, right? And so that's not good either. Yeah. So that's just kind of, I think, a high-level framework in terms of thinking about this.
John, so maybe for Gabe or Kevin, is there a shifting liability onto the businesses? Can there be, as a part of our policy, if we say our policy is that you as a business are required to clear the snow in this certain area, and then what if they don't do it? So clearly we should have the policy immunity because we've said that's our policy. It's very clear. Does that put the liability then onto those businesses if they don't do it?
Or households.
Or households, yeah.
Yeah, it's not an issue that I'm that familiar with, but as the property owner, so we own those sidewalks, we own that road. The responsibility lies with us ultimately. Could a business owner also be brought into a lawsuit from a resident that got hurt as another potential defendant? They could be, right? But then it also becomes probably an analysis of, you know, how we have been enforcing those rules against the business owners, you know, to the extent that we're able to do so.
Right.
What their practice have been in the past, right? So there might be a way to shift some of it, but I don't think we're ever going to completely free ourselves of that potential liability.
Well, and to be clear, it may not even be our goal to shift the liability onto the business owners. If we have a better sort of blanket liability or immunity, maybe we want to kind of hold that. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to randomly
Right.
push it onto
Yeah.
other businesses.
Yeah, I think part of it, if I'm correct, is we're going to say in our policy that, you know, that it is the business owners and it is the residents' responsibility to clean those sidewalks. So we are not making any, you know, we're clear with the public that we're not going to clear those sidewalks, that the homeowner is to clear those sidewalks. And if they don't, and you choose to walk down that sidewalk, then you're making your own risk, right? You know, so, you know,
So in that respect, just to be clear, should we make sure that the policy says that we, as a part of our policy, we won't enforce it? Or do you know what I mean? To escape the liability of the fact that you've got all these uncleared sidewalks and either we fund the enforcement of it or we make a policy that we won't.
well,
Otherwise, we're sort of
I
caught
assume
in that
that's
gray area.
dealt with in the policy, because what, you know, we have primarily a complaint-based policy,
System, okay,
right?
that's
So
good.
If, you know,
Right.
trip and falls is a good example of that. So if someone, you know, if someone reports that the sidewalks has a trip hazard,
Right.
and we know about it, then we have to get out there and deal with it, right?
Right.
But if we're not aware of it, and we have whatever 72 kilometers of sidewalks, you know, the courts would find, yeah, no, you can't be expected to. You'd need a
Police
full-time
every-
person to walk around every day to,
Yeah.
yeah, and that isn't a good use of resources. That's a,
Yeah.
you know, a good decision, or a, you know, a decision that's in council's court to say, no, we don't want to employ someone. You know, we think if, you know, the public finds a trip hazard, lets us know, we'll get out there and fix it. So
Yeah, thanks. First off, apologies. I had a bit of a slip on the way down and a wardrobe malfunction, so I had to loop back and make myself appropriate.
Call your lawyer.
I would never, I know. But we had, going through the policy, that was a piece that either I didn't see or I'm not quite sure exists on the spot checking of the sidewalk and enforcement piece. And I do think it's a gap we want to address in policy, that we send bylaw on a spot basis, on a random basis, just to look for opportunities in some of those more important corridors to see where there needs to be.
So Keith, can you hang on to that for a while, because later
Not
on
there.
we'll be talking about the policy in general. And
yeah, we just
I'd
wanted
like
to talk
call
about
on-
what
and-
a court policy was.
Yeah, yeah.
We haven't got into the detail.
And just to be clear, because we're live streaming the meeting today, the city itself is not fighting this case. It's the Municipal Insurance Association is on our behalf.
Correct.
So carry on.
Thank you. This debate is good, and actually, as I discussed more about what was said as to core policy decision, this is exactly what is really important to forming our policy. One thing I did want to add, just because it had come up here, though, was about the sidewalks and the shoveling of sidewalks, and I believe that's already enshrined in our sidewalk bylaw that exists, both for the downtown and for the residential areas. Okay, so.
Colin, do you want to use your PowerPoint at all? Just let me know when you do it.
Sure. Yeah, I'm using this more to guide myself here, but if you'd like to put it up, that would be fantastic. Okay. So a core policy decision. So a really important thing that was laid out by the Supreme Court in order for us to be able to rely, like Gabe was saying, and to have the immunity if a situation were to develop is a major important thing to establish a core policy decision is the level and responsibility of the decision maker. So the more that the policy has been directed by council or by the upper part of the government structure, that has the ability for us to. There we go. Thank you, Gabe. To rely on this as being a core policy decision. The more that a decision's being made by our staff who's saying, oh, we got a whole bunch of snow on the street, I've got to deal with it, the more that decision's being made at that level, the less chance that you have to have that core policy immunity, because that's somebody that's making a decision in the field on the fly, as opposed to it coming from council saying, this is how we'd like our snow removal to be done. What I've tried to do in the policy that I've brought forward, the updated policy, and I also have a guide that goes along with it, is that what I've really tried to do is to provide a greater clarification of what it is and how we go about doing these things and sort of the activity of the city. I haven't put anything into here that's new from a sense of us doing something different, but what I've really tried to capture is here's how we're doing this, because I wanted to bring it to you to say, okay, here's our existing practice, and as part of the debate and part of what you need to consider as part of the budget and balancing all of the budget of the city is, would you like a different service level or us to do something different there, or do you feel that no, in the balance of all the other things that we need to balance and be responsible for, that this is a good policy decision and that this is what you in fact would like us to do. So I've really tried to capture our current practice as best that I've been able to, without, as Gabe says, if you're boxing yourself too much into something, you can wind up being that you're unable to perform this thing, and you can in essence do more harm than good in a policy defense. So having that input here from this level is extremely important.
And you also worked with MIA on
Yes, I met with MIA, gave us some policy templates here that I'll be discussing soon. I put all of our stuff into it. I've provided them with it. They gave me their feedback and review, and I've populated all of that. So that's already been built into what I've provided. Again, we could say, oh, well, the budget decision, this is all that we're able to do. And a big part of this too, and what I'm reading in this is that, to us just to pick this out in isolation and to make a decision isn't really what the court's trying to get across. Again, they're trying to get across that, that you're making a decision about, what goes on with the police and fire and Nelson Hydro and the greater city budget, and how does this all fit in, and that decisions being made in balance of all of these things. And that's really what I'm seeing in the decision that came down, was that's extremely important in us being able to say, yes, this is a core policy decision, because it's really being made in balance of all of the priorities that are in front of you. And there's a diverse set of priorities in front of council. Again, the more the decision considers all of these competing interests to come to a judgment, the more likely it is to be considered a policy decision. And the more that I just say, well, this is what Fernie does, or this is what somebody else is doing, or that's the way snowplows work. These kind of things that they're going to say, well, that's not really a core policy decision. And so again, it's more us making decisions based in the greater picture of all the responsibilities before us. So what did the MIA BC recommend from this? Well, and this went out to all the municipalities in BC, is that having a well-drafted written policy that shows how we're going to do this and meet our budgetary allotment, that is what is really required to have this defense, and certainly helps the MIABC when they if something was to come up and they had to defend the city. Again, we're not expected to have perfection here. I mean, the court understands that. There's always going to be variables. But again, the better that we try to really say this is the intent of what we're trying to achieve, and that everyone's worked really hard to achieve that, that's what they're after.
Thank you. So I'm just thinking of, you have a core policy, you're plowing the streets, weather changes, slightly warms up, the streets become an ice rink. Like, that's not, like, we were just following we did what we said, but then somebody slips on a puddle on a sidewalk, right? But we stuck to our core policy, but we can't, like, the weather is so changeable, the conditions are so changeable, how things react to when they're plowed into a pile is changeable. It's like there's so many variables here, so all we can really do is just say, this is our core policy, we did the work, but we're not responsible. Like, we can't be responsible for every possibility, right? So this is just kind of trying to build a foundation which we operate off of and do our due diligence, and
That's correct, Councillor Woodward. So what I lay out in the policy is it's kind of like establishing a hierarchy of decision making. Because of course, you can have equipment breakdowns, you can have people that are sick, you can have all kinds of things that happen, as far as when a snow event occurs that can really change how we're able to respond to something. And so that's built into the decision structure of the policy, and so there's priorities. And so if you can only get one person in, and even though it's snowing to beat the band, so to speak, here's where they go, and then this is the way they work their way through it in kind of a logical order. That's the best way for us to be able to get that, because there are so many changing variables and things can really shift around. And really what it comes back to is that if there is a change, is that you kind of go back to your initial priorities and have you met your initial priorities, and if you have, then you start proceeding through the policy again. You could wind up having a number of snow events that happen back to back, and you never get off of that initial priority. You wind up staying there because you haven't met that priority yet. And until you're able to meet that priority is when you're starting to move into your next levels. And so that's how things have been laid out here. And so that's the principle behind that, because we're never going to get every situation that could come up exactly, right? I mean, there's so many variables, so we've tried to lay it out in more a logical way of approach.
Okay, thank you.
I just add, I think, that's a good example of, what we would bring forward to council as staff. If we were seeing, weather changes, that we're having way more freeze thaws, and, we would say, geez, here's what we're seeing, is we're having a really hard time making our streets safe because we keep getting these warm freeze thaw. We think, if you want safe streets out there, I think you need to invest more in sanding or whatever. So that would be the budgetary conversation that you should be having as a council, and it's our responsibility to be, or you're hearing from the public that, geez, we think we have the worst, snow maintenance in the whole country, and all your citizens are saying, we think you should spend more money on snow removal, and that's the voice you should represent at the table to say, hey, should we be spending more? And again, ultimately you would debate it and say, geez, here's a bunch of other priorities that we're hearing from, and that is the exact conversation that you should be having. It shouldn't be static if things are changing, and just like lots of other budgetary things, we say, geez, here's what we're seeing here, here's what we're seeing there. We think we need to put more resources here or not, and ultimately it's your guys' decision to say, no, we think here's where we want to land.
Okay, so just to be clear, to tease this out on an extreme event, our core policy could be no more plowing the streets. We think you're on your own, folks, and that's fine. And so if somebody slips and falls, we've considered it, and we made a decision based on all our priorities that's what our policy would be, and that would be fine. And in some ways, this is about that our responsibility is to consider these events, not what we come out with, but the fact that we've considered it, as opposed to just delegating the the responsibility of the staff to figure out everything.
Yeah, let's
Right.
just allocate, how we've had $1 million in the budget, well, let's just
Make it
keep
10.
allocating $1 million and not really understanding
Consider it,
kind
yeah.
of how,
Got it.
how that's spent.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask one more question?
Okay.
The variability of what we're dealing with here, the outside weather conditions, and so it's interesting trying to work with that variability and have a proper budget that covers your bases, but you're never gonna be able to match those perfectly. Like one season could be very different, one year could be very different than the other, and your budget is not going to be compatible.
Yeah.
So it's a very challenging situation to try to find this balance
Yeah, and
place.
see us, we'll come back, like if we've had a big snow year and we'll come back to council and say, geez, we think we're gonna be over budget here. And, again, council should say, yeah, no, we're not gonna just stop snow plowing for the rest of the year. And, we need you to, we're gonna put more money into that budget or recognize that we're gonna, cause you have to ultimately deliver a balanced budget at the end of the year.
And we've had those conversations during budget,
And that's exactly the
where we have a
conversation.
surplus actually in some years for
Yeah.
Right.
snow.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
but we retain that money in the snow budget because we had in certain allocation, we wanted to be consistent with the number.
But what we shouldn't be doing is, if we're saying we're gonna, work to this level, we shouldn't be going, okay, we're gonna be over budget, so we're gonna start cutting back all over the place and not that be a council decision that, because you could make that decision too, geez, yes, we want to be at this standard, but we're way over budget, we're gonna reduce that standard for the rest of the year, but make a conscious decision around that.
Keith?
Yeah, I don't know if everybody was aware Fernie is just finished going through or is in the middle of going through something a little bit different in terms of readjusting the expectations of the community around how they can service the snowplow in that city, because for years they have had a very high level of service that they just cannot meet from a budgetary and a staffing perspective, and so they've had to be doing a quite painful at times ongoing engagement with the community to really kind of both set forth a policy that says, okay, this is actually what we can afford to do on a regular basis, and now we need to adjust to the fact that people who have expected their roads to be plowed to a certain level for a long time are no longer in those core corridors anymore, and they're like, we cannot send trucks up here every snow event and clear these out for you because it is just killing the budget, and we are not able, it's hemming us in, and it is digging a hole quite literally over the years, and so they're going on the other side of that, and it's work other municipalities are having to do just to have that certainty in the community that there's a level of service, but this is what it is, and that's how we're keeping your taxes low and making you resilient.
Yeah, Fernie has a couple of different things going on in us. One would be
Yeah.
transit, as an example,
Yeah.
where we have our own transit, and we're obligated to keep those roads, at least those roads open for the bus and so forth. And
Serves a lot of people.
yeah, okay, so thank you. Thanks, Keith.
Okay, so the policy, the existing policy, very straightforward. I mean, from an operations person, okay, well, this seems to be some pretty clear direction. So what I've done is I've taken the policy that we had and how it's outlined things, and I've taken these templates that the MIABC has developed. And so I gotta say our municipal insurer is great to work with. They're absolutely fantastic, and they really want us. Well, number one, they want us to be successful in what we do, and they want to make sure that we have really good policies and that we've really set this stuff out. It makes their job considerably easier in the end as well. If we've got good policies and we followed our policies, then it's a lot easier for them to defend us in the end. And so these templates were developed by MIABC, and these were distributed to all the municipalities. And so what I did was I took the template that they'd given me, and there's actually quite a bit of language in there that already speaks to several things as far as definitions and approaches. And what I did is I built in the things that we're doing just to help sort of paint that picture of how the city actually goes about doing what we do. And so I took the template and I've developed up a new snow and ice control policy. So I mean, we're going from a one-page document to about I believe it's about an 8-page document. And again, what it's doing is just providing greater clarity to how these things all fold out. And along with it, I also have created a snow and ice control plan, which goes along with it. And what this does is that in the policy, the policy is good with a whole lot of things that you shall do this, that you shall do another thing. But it's not really a place where you provide a lot of interpretation or other information for the public to help put things into context or help people understand that. So what this guide is intended to do is to be the companion document to go along with this, and it has some more, kind of spelling out of how and why we do things to satisfy this policy. And so there's these two documents that are here. Now, so as Gabe very well pointed out at the start of this, although this has been sent back to a lower court to actually talk about the issue. About the city and its snow removal practices, we haven't been told anywhere along here that we have been negligent. And to be really honest with everybody, from the seeing snow removal in a lot of different locations, I don't really believe that we're doing anything that would be so out there, so to speak, from a procedure or a process in how we're going about doing things. And so I don't believe that we are being unreasonable. I think that what we're doing, to me, seems like a good way to go about doing snow removal. And so that's why I used our existing practice and just have built it into the policy, because I don't feel, unless we were told different, but I see a lot of similarities in the way that we do things to how they unfold in other communities, and I don't see how that could be considered to be negligent. So I built in what we did. I've provided these documents to the MIABC. They were really great about reviewing it. They provided a commentary to us, and so I took those comments and I made some little adjustments to the policy to make it a little bit better and tighten it up just a little tiny bit here. So the updated policy, like I said, provides greater detail about how we undertake this. And so what we did is we sat down with our operators that do snow removal, with the managers that are directing that. We got all the feedback in. Here's how we're doing it. Even down to us having a better understanding of here's the, if you were to do this in this order, this is how we go about doing that. I haven't put that deep of a dive into here. I've got the priority of the roads. I didn't want to put every last turn that a snowplow makes, because again, as Gabe pointed out, if you really start getting too weedy with it, you can get, well, you turned left instead of right. You guys weren't following the policy, so we don't want to get there. But we had a really robust discussion about how it is that we go about doing this, and I think that was very valuable, and that's the information that I've brought in and built into this policy. The updated policy provides a greater detail regarding the priority of roadway segments, which is presented in Appendix A of the policy. And so I don't know if you guys have this all in front of you, but we've got a map that shows, here's in our
package too.
Perfect. Within the policy as it was presented, it had said, that we would be doing emergency routes and the downtown core. Mm-hmm. And okay, well that's good, but what are those? Mm-hmm. And so a big part of what we did here was just to show, when we said this, that this is what we mean, and those are what these routes are. And so we've clarified that, and I think that's a very important thing. And then that way, the activity and how we go about doing things in a particular location relates to what priority of roadway is that we're dealing with.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things when I was looking at this, I was thinking, because people will say, well, why wasn't my road plowed or what have you? When you look at this, you can see the priorities, but like if you have priority one, which is the core road structures, and we're having an incredibly heavy snowfall, all your resources are going to be spent keeping the priority one clear. And so the, priority two or priority three could be getting, pretty thick out there, and you just can't get to them. So
Yep.
that, I think the public, like, I don't know what Fernie is doing, but the public really needs to understand that we can't be everywhere all the time.
Yeah, and I agree, Councillor Woodward.
Well, and a beautiful map like this really helps. No, not like looking at the 2018 one, awesome. But like having these broken out makes it very readable. This is very true and
And
great
look how
to
much
share.
red there is, actually.
And that is something that, I guess we can be criticized because, well, hey, I live on another street and you guys don't get here as frequently as you get to that other street. But, when you really take a look at the network that has a lot of priority, or has the number one priority put into it that we're busy working on, I mean, it's a significant portion of our roadway network in general. And so.
Colin, there's a couple of factors there, though, and with all due respects, I don't like to reference us to Fernie. We're totally different. Right?
Absolutely.
Much smaller municipality, much smaller public works department. It's quite different, no transit. And as an example, in our situation, we have a couple of distinct differences. One is a major hospital in our community, and two, we have a transit system.
Yes.
So those are two corridors that are, along with the downtown core, are cleared almost immediately. So in other words, where I live, as an example, and this is why I want to go back to putting the onus back on, we live in a mountain town with a winter
Yeah.
and it snows.
Yeah.
And if you're dumb enough to go down Mill Street, in your car, then you're dumb enough to go down Mill Street. But if you went a block further up, you'd be on a bus route and you could quite easily make your way to the downtown core. So people, there's a certain onus goes back on the public to be able to get around town. When you drive around our community on the bus route or the emergency route to the hospital or fire hall or any of our facilities, within a half a block of most people, you can get to a well-plowed road.
Yes.
This is not rocket science.
Yep.
At the end of the day, and there has to be an onus on the public to, it's everybody's responsibility to either stay at home or take the appropriate route to get around town. But for me to think that little short street that I'm living on should be plowed at the same level as the bus route is ridiculous. Unless we're willing to allocate more money to you and you buy, and I just looked at the list of equipment you have here, which, by the way, 10, 15 years ago was a fraction of what it is today.
Yep.
In fact, I can't remember, when did we buy a sidewalk plow? That's not that many years ago. We always had something that was doing it, but never any dedicated equipment to
Sure.
sidewalks, as an example. So,
Yeah. No,
and the map that you put out to us while you've updated it somewhat is nothing new to council, or it shouldn't
No.
be. We've had these in our public works presentations at budget time. So I just want, from my perspective as the mayor, I think it's important that the community understands, as an example, my daughter lives beside you, Jesse, on Ridgewood Road, and I think it rarely gets plowed.
It's, that's just part of living
Yeah.
a little bit outside of town, but I think the not having cleared streets is a very common complaint from the citizens.
Yeah.
But when you recognize, what's key, what's the core key needs for the city, this map, clearly defines what's happening here. So I just feel like maybe some more public outreach, just as we move into the winter, that people really understand what's happening. It's not negligence; it's really focusing.
Exactly, yeah. Janice, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We talked about this need to more public outreach and whatever, and again, that's always that thing about how do you communicate with these people, because not everybody's on Facebook, and the paper comes out once a week and doesn't get delivered to anybody's house. I just want to comment that as much as I, like everybody, probably bitch and moan a little bit about the snow plowing that goes on in the city that I live on, a stubby little road like the mayor does, it is not a priority road. I'm well aware that it's not a priority road. And even on the heaviest snow days, I would say that there's never been a day that I can recall that by at least noon that the truck hadn't made at least a pass, at least one pass up the middle of my road. I think snow plowing, given where we live, is done exceptionally. And I know when people, when Mike and I travel and people say, oh, must be terrible in the winter. I mean, both of us always spontaneously say no, because we know how to plow the streets. We have a plan, we follow the plan. And I know that the city is very responsive. The other day, I saw the ambulance trying to get up in behind, and they couldn't. The ambulance got up my road to my driveway, which is the first driveway, and couldn't get any further. And I know within probably maybe 15 minutes at the max, because they obviously made a phone call, there was a plow there, and my road and Mill Street were double wide plowed for access up into the back area there. So I think snow plowing here is great. We can micromanage it to death, but I think what I heard is there's this thing of there's immunity versus having a good written policy versus at the end of the day, because I'd imagine this is civil dispute, what a reasonable person would do under the circumstance. And that's the test of the law. And I think we're more than reasonable here in the city of Nelson. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Morrison. Actually, that was a good thing to point out that within the policy, we do have the hierarchy is there, but there is also a provision in there that if there is an emergency situation that happens and we are summoned to come and to assist in the emergency, that we have the ability to break away from what the priority was that we were working with in order to assist. And we wanted to ensure that we still had that ability within the policy and that we weren't just locked into doing that, because I mean, obviously we want to ensure if there is a need for an ambulance to get somewhere or there is need for us to assist and so police can deal with something, I mean, we want to be able to respond and have that ability. But that really with the hierarchy of how we're doing things, like as Councillor Morrison pointed out, unless we're getting really hit with a heavy snowfall, most of the time we're able to get into some of these other priorities pretty quickly as well. And so it's really going to be only if you're having sustained heavy events, kind of back to back to back, that's going to really be that thing we're not able to get out as far and wide as we would ultimately like to. Now, within the updated policy,
Just, Colin, sorry, very quickly, because I know we've been asking a lot of questions. What I'm not seeing here in the policy, so we're looking at immunity, and the challenge with establishing core policy immunity seems to be being overly prescriptive, puts you in a situation where it's very easy to not follow your own policy. Like I noticed there's a thing about that there's a lot of will and must sort of language here. We will barrier a road or put a block on a road if necessary to do. Well, what if you don't do that? Like, what if you're trying to balance all these things? You're rushing off to plow Janice's Street to help a thing, and you forgot to block the road. Doesn't that then make us liable?
yes, that you are correct, Councillor Lautenberg, that if we say that we are going to do something and then we don't follow through on it, that can bite us. Again, that the practice of putting the barricades out as we have there has been something that we've historically done, and so I've retained that practice within what we have here. One of the things that I do talk about, though, in the policy and in the snow and ice control plan is about us leveraging, I guess this would be new, is us leveraging using the city website as a communication tool. And so if we know, let's say going into a weekend and we know that resource-wise that, we got 3 broken plows, let's say, and we've got 10 people that are sick, and geez, we're not going to be able to respond to this heavy event, that what we can do is preemptively go and say, we're actually going to close these streets. And so within the policy, as the mayor had indicated, that for everybody to take care and caution when you're traversing the city during this time of year. what we intend to do with that is to be able to put those things out there, and so people could say, okay, well, I want to find out, I'm going to go for a walk and do this, that they could look and see, eesh, those sets of stairs have been indicated that they're closed because they've just been unable to attend to them, and that we've wanted to do that. We wanted to be able to use the web as a tool for being able to do that, because to be honest with you, I think if we had to go out and barricade every single set of stairs and every single road out there, it's going to take a lot of staff just to go close those things, let alone deal with what we need to deal with everything else. And so we wanted to use that as a communication tool to try to get that across, and again, for people to be careful when they're out traversing the city.
So I know Keith has a question, but we have this in our package here. There's a fair bit of, I think maybe if we just hang on and let Colin get through for a few minutes, because we're almost getting down to the size of the steering wheel in the truck here. So let him get through it, and then we'll.
Okay, I'll get through
There's a good
this.
chance that, the folks that put this together probably have a fair idea what they were doing in the first place, so.
And this debate and all of this debate is really great and important, and this is really what we're trying to get from everybody. So, but I'll get through my piece here, and then we can have a really good conversation about things. So again, in the updated policy, I mean, in our existing policy, it talked about that we've got roads and that we also do removal of snow from sidewalks. But again, it doesn't say, well, which one are you to be doing before the other one, and if you only had one person that was able to come and respond to an event, where do you send that person? And so the updated policy gives a clear hierarchy of roads, then sidewalks, and then stairs. The reason why I've used this again is based on our practices, and the big thing about keeping the roads open as the priority was based around from my thinking was we need to keep the emergency routes to the hospital open, and to also keep transit routes open so people could get around using transit. And so it was to keep that open was where where roads had come in as the priority over sidewalks and stairs. And so the way the policy is set up is that if there wasn't enough folks in order to be able to respond to both or to all three of roads, sidewalks, and stairs, that we would satisfy roads and sidewalks before we then went and satisfied stairs. And so it again gives us a hierarchy to work with, and so it's that framework of approach. Our updated policy establishes that windrows and stockpile of snow are an outcome of snow and ice control activities. I think that the thing that really scared a lot of other municipalities all the way across Canada, because there was a lot of other municipalities that took part in this Supreme Court case, was the worry that, well, when we move snow, it winds up in a pile or a windrow, and if you're saying that we can't leave a pile or a windrow there, oh my goodness. And again, that's the Supreme Court didn't say you can't leave a windrow there. It's just, again, you need to be very clear about how it is that you're doing this, and that this is something that is how we want to go about achieving this. So in the policy, I talk about that windrows and stockpiles of snow are an outcome of snow and ice control activities. You push it off to the side as best you can. It talks about that depending on how much of a constraint that those things become to a roadway, we may remove them, we may not, and that removal of these things is about the most expensive part of snow removal. Pushing the snow out of the way and getting sand and salt down, that is something that from a cost-effective point of view is pretty cost-effective. As soon as you're having to lift that snow, put it in a truck and drive it somewhere, it's starting to get pretty costly. And not in all cases do I really feel that you would need to do that. I think it's pretty common to have windrows of snow and stockpiles of snow that occur. And so within the policy, it references that these things are an outcome of what we do. So, and I had talked about here that we about the notice of the closure of a road was something that we were looking to do with the city website. So I'd already jumped forward on that. So as I had referenced, the companion document that we did here. Again, this is to really help our staff and the public have a better understanding as to how this policy is implemented. And so it provides a general guidance document to help us understand and to help everybody understand what we're doing. It outlines that there's limitations that can impact our ability to get things done. And of course, that can be storms, that can be equipment breakdowns, that can be illness. It establishes that. One thing that it really does in Section 5, there's an allocation of city forces, and so there's a chart here that you'll be able to see here. And so this is how we have our staff scheduled to take on snow removal while we have our special winter shifts that are in place. And so it shows, by hour of day and by day of week, the kind of the forces that are around. Now, as you can see by this, Monday to Friday during the core regular business hours, that's when you've got more staff around and you have less staff around outside of those hours. But this shows you how it is that we're scheduling staff to deal with snow removal. And so that's a greater level of clarity to what kind of resource out there. Again, as the mayor referenced, we've actually got quite a nice list of equipment here. So here's the equipment that we're using in order to do these. One of the things that's identified in here is that we don't clear out accesses to driveways or do work on private property, and I think that's something that's very common elsewhere.
Colin, that's a Canadian thing, like you're shoveling and the plow goes by and
Yeah.
closes off your driveway again. It's part of what we do here.
Yes, yeah. I know some people probably go, but at the same time, we're wanting to ensure that the roads are open. So it does state in here that we're not coming back to move that pile of snow for you. That if for somebody who needs to access the property, that's something that they would need to address. In this document, there's quite a section here on hazards, and so this deals with general hazards of driving in a snowstorm, and of course there's decreased visibility. There can be reduced traction. There can be stranded and stuck vehicles. There can be all kinds of hazards that are out there, and so this is something that we spell out. And again, in the plan, we're really trying to drive home to people, plan your route, and to make sure that you're taking the emergency or in our priority 1 routes and avoiding those steep grade streets, because that is you're gonna have your best luck with traversing the network that way. I talk about in here too about windrows and stockpiled snow hazards, and there, as we know from our case with Marchie, in the Marchie case, that unfortunately, by stepping into a windrow of snow, an injury resulted. I know I've seen in other municipalities, there was been a couple of cases where there's been some kids that were, dug a bunch of tunnels into some stockpiles of snow, and then you've got people coming with machines later while the kids are in the pile of snow and you can't see them, and that's obviously a terrible, awful thing that we would not want to happen. And so we spell out here that these things can be hazardous and can be dangerous. So please use a lot of caution, and especially with having kids playing. I mean, I played in lots of piles of snow, and I'm sure that pretty much everybody in this room probably has some experience of doing that as a child as well. But the one that's out in the middle, where the road is, and we're busy working with all of our machines, that's probably not the stockpile of snow to play in. The one that's on private property would be a better place for a snow fort. One thing that I thought would be kind of interesting, and this is just something that I thought would just good for an understanding for council. One of the things when we were going through the policy and looking at things, we looked back at an old map back from 2010, and when you look at what's up on the screen here, everything in red is what the sidewalk plow route was prior to 2010, and everything that's blue on the map is everything that's been added from 2010 to 2021. And so there's actually been a considerable amount of additional sidewalk plowing that is going on, and I think with the emphasis that has come with active transportation and wanting people to be able to make it through our roadway or through our city network There has been a lot of effort that's gone into doing a greater amount of sidewalk plowing than had been done prior to 2010. And so I think that's it's a positive thing that's happened, but it really struck us just when we were looking at the map, how much it had changed from when we looked back to what 2010 had
Figured
looked
by
like.
the active transportation plan that was developed.
Right, yeah, and I believe that's
This
correct.
year in our budget, we allocated money to you to buy a new machine for
That is correct.
Rick?
Can you explain why, so I understand why we're not plowing, or at least it shows we're not plowing, Nelson Ave, Anderson front.
That's
But we are
Highways.
doing the sidewalks, including the sidewalk across the bridge. Would that not be Modi's responsibility too?
And I've got to dive more into that. That was a question that I was wondering about how we wound up getting roped into that. And this is something that we have done for a long time. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to the bottom of how we wound up taking that on, because I know that was something where I was like, well, really, that is a highways responsibility. So I'm going to have to do some more looking on that one. I just wasn't able to get to the bottom of that one. But yeah, that was something that I had
But we
wondered
had to
about
get
that.
the plow over there anyway.
And potentially, yeah, it could just be a logistics thing. The plow's got to get there anyhow, so we wind up doing the work.
But we're generally responsible for sidewalks even on a highway, right?
Yes, but there is some between YRB and the city and how some of the plowing is done. There are some exchanges that are done there as well, and so this may be something that we're doing as part of an exchange for something else. I just wasn't able to get to the nuts and bolts of why on that one. But
Yeah, I think the other thing to note on the more sidewalk plows as well is more of that freeze thaw conditions that we see is, right to the top of uphill and Rosemont and all those areas now. I think back in the day they just got snow on them and they melt and freeze and become unpassable. Right?
Is there? Do you have a clear explanation of why we don't have sort of continuous links in our sidewalk plowing? Like I notice, Stanley Street looks pretty good, but then it kind of stops sort of arbitrarily, and then there's a bunch of Victoria that's not marked that you think would be. Why is that?
I think probably population zones. Like if you think of Stanley, it's at the top. So why is Stanley? There's not a ton of residents once you get that far up to the top of the city. So we're not. So I think they're no different than you walking from, whatever.
You talking sidewalks or you talking?
Oh, so I'm talking sidewalks.
Yeah.
So I'm just noticing that they're not continuous links. Like you have a gap where there's no plowing, and then
Some
there's
streets
imagine
don't
there'd
have
be
sidewalks.
stairs.
yeah,
I'd say there's stairs.
And there's
The
some
plow can't
stairs
go up
that
the
would
stairs.
come in,
There's
yeah.
blocks where you go up the stairs, you're on the sidewalk, and then you go downstairs
Sure.
to
Well,
get
there's
off
no
the sidewalk.
sidewalk.
So you're not going to be plowing that with
Once
the
you do a
plow.
crosswalk, like if you're looking at the Stanley one, you're like coming and then you like have a crosswalk over onto the Stanley piece, which then continues to take you down.
okay. It might be that I'm just not understanding the map. But Victoria, am I clear that most of Victoria is not being plowed?
that's correct.
Okay.
And I
Even
would
though
say
that's-
Victoria has lots of stairs if you were to go and look at it.
yeah, I'm just thinking like from the library to the Thor's, that's not being plowed, but that seems like it should be.
Well, and again, Councillor
It's
Lautenberg,
the
in
downtown
the
business.
downtown, that's the businesses are supposed to
Got
take
it.
that on. So a
Thank
lot
you.
of
That's
what
the
we're doing here is to try to bring folks to
Got it.
the business district or bring them to schools and then the bylaw with who's to be doing the sidewalk snow at those locations. One thing that we are going to be, and I just wanted to bring it up here, that we are going to be really drumming into our staff because this year we've with some retirements and other movement that's gone on, we have some new plow operators that are out there. And I did indicate that we do respond to emergency situations that are radioed to us from the fire hall or from police to help respond to emergencies. But one of the things that we have discovered is that there's a certain number of folks that have figured out that if you phone us and you phone Public Works and say I want my street plowed, that will dutifully look at the map and say, "Ooh, you know, you're not on the priority 1 route. We're doing priority 1 routes right now. We'll be getting to that later as we work our way through the priority network." And if they don't like that answer, then they wait until Public Works office is closed, and then they'll phone the fire hall and say, "Hey, it's an emergency. We need our road plowed," and we'll just get a radio call to go and plow the road. And of course, the staff wants to help with emergencies, and so they'll go off and do this. And then why did we do that? And so one of the things that we are going to be stressing with staff is that we don't want the provision of that we're going to come help in an emergency situation to provide a back door for people to kind of phone in their own snow removal priorities. But that truly, if it is an event that police and fire or ambulance are responding to, that yes, we will come deal with it. But if it just is somebody saying, "Hey, my road's really slippery and I want it sanded," that information is just relayed to staff, and we say, "Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll keep that in mind, but I've got to deal with my priorities first, and then we'll get to that when we can." And so that's one of the things that we really are going to be drumming into staff, because we just didn't think that having the system short-circuited, and then again, from a core policy defense, if we're off dealing with something and something else happens within our core responsibility, and we're trying to explain why we were way up in the middle of nowhere, I don't know if we're going to be able to really defend ourselves really well with that. And so we're really trying to educate the staff to really stick to it. I mean, and obviously if there is a true bona fide emergency, of course we're going to want to help. But that really, we want to stick to the priorities, because I really feel that if we do this well and we work logically through the system, I think that we do this the most effectively that we can and the quickest that we can. And it's really the more that we're being pulled off to do things on the side, that it really reduces our ability to do this effectively. And so I think that doing it with the policy is the most effective way of doing it.
Probably
So
you should redirect those calls to that guy in Africa that keeps phoning once a month. Saying, taxes.
So that's kind of my overview of things here, and I know there was already a lot of good discussion going here. So that was what I had intended to present as an overview here, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions
So
that
we're
people have.
sticking with the policy now, right? Okay, go ahead, Keith.
Okay, I made you a list. On the website updating, I don't want to get into the dimensions of the wheel, but have we looked at how we update Google Maps and Apple Maps with construction data for that piece of it? Because I feel like that's a piece where the web online data is actually going to be more accessible to the end user, is in the mapping system. And I know they obviously have a function within there to denote when construction is happening, but maybe that's something that we can upload that construction map and say, these are all the construction spots, and then take it back down when it's finished. And that might be a more effective way of communicating that information, or a complementary way to go with the website updating. So I see some notes being taken, and I guess you can check in on that. I'd spoken to a few of you over the last day or two about the piece on the policy that I'd like to see a gap filled, and that is activating bylaw to do spot checks along the sidewalk network, and start with potentially referral to the Angel program, but on a second shot, a bylaw ticket that comes out of there. But I don't think we need to be out there at every snow event, but I do think we need to be out there a handful of times every winter. You don't know when you're going to get it done. You don't know who's going to get hit, but not when we pass off that responsibility to the populace to do those residential sidewalks and get them up to a certain standard of care. I do think we have a responsibility to ask ourselves how we are managing and overseeing that is actually happening. And so that is in our bylaw, that it is complaint driven. I think we need to bring bylaw on side and send them out there once a month, twice a month, whatever it happens to be, and just hand out a few notices, hand out a few tickets, and say, you know what, you can get a ticket. And it's not necessarily because someone's going to call it in on you. It's because we're going to go have a look around some of those streets and see if you are clearing your sidewalks. Because I think that we have an out now. If you have infirmity, if you have a limitation to doing your sidewalks, we have a program. It's a great program with the Snow Angels. You can have a referral into it and get some support to do that. So I think we do just need to have a little bit of a stick to go with that carrot. So that's that.
So can I just suggest, we should bring that up.
Donovan?
Bylaw will, we'll be presenting that budget, and, they can say kind of what the practicality of that is, how much resources they would need for that, and, I think I think you need to understand, and whether they think it would be effective as well. So, I think we can amend the bylaw if we, I think you need to have that robust discussion with them, and they'll have a better sense of, can they do this? They pull them away from something else. Would you need more resources? Do they think that's going to have a impact? We might want to do some even outreach. Is it education more appropriate? Is it, what are the strategies? Because I think what I'm hearing, you're hoping to see, our businesses and our residents, put more effort into cleaning their sidewalks. So one, certainly avenue is the enforcement side, and if we do that, then we need to
So Kevin,
do that.
And this has been talked about for a number of years, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Keith, because it's a really good point. There's a certain responsibility we have as a society to do the best we can to, protect ourselves and our neighbors in many cases. But we can do something similar to the water, what we do with water, as an example.
The ambassador side, is that what you mean?
Pardon?
You mean what do you mean by water?
Well, we have as an example, when you water this side of the street this day or this side the other day or whatever, every other day watering or whatever, there's opportunities to reach out to the public to get people, because you won't change this overnight, this behavior. But there are ways to do it through an ambassador program or something along those lines that, leads people down that path and understanding our limitations. And if we want to go, we can do anything the community wants if we want to put more money into it. It's really that simple. But I agree with you. There's, when Colin, this has come up, for a long time. And I can recall, and Janice can, getting old here, Janice can remember this, but, back in the day, you used to have to move your car from one side of the street to the other. That's how much snow we used to get here. This is not, we're not getting snow loads here like we used to get, not even close. But there's opportunities to work with the communities to.
So we can certainly come back on
Yeah.
certain ideas of
Yeah.
how we achieve that.
I would just say that we need, in this policy discussion about snow removal, some language in our policy document that speaks to how we're going to, is it an ambassador program? Will there be an outreach program? The tactics of what we do to actually do that outreach, I agree with you, let staff figure out what the approach will be. But what I don't see in the policy document is a commitment that there is going to be some sort of outreach to do that oversight of that part of the piece. It just says the residents will do that. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, here in a discussion, we need to be willing to commit some budget towards that, and not necessarily if it's coming out of bylaw, we should adjust fees and make sure that that's cost neutral at the end of the day. But I think inside of this snow budget, we need to agree that that's something, an outreach that will happen, and that's part of our policy to do that outreach, and how we
Keith,
cost it.
Sorry, Councillor, that's a little bit separate from it, because we have advice here now from the municipal
MIA.
MIA, right? With basically saying, here's some of the gaps in your policy. And now we're saying, what I see here sounds good to me. It doesn't mean it's right, but now we're saying we want to add to what these folks have offered up to us in the first place. Or is that something that we should be doing apart from the policy completely? Similar to what we do when we ask people not to water on certain days, and we ask them to do other things, if the park's closed on a certain day. Is that something like a campaign that happens in September that leads people into, they understand what our
priority route, like separate from this, okay?
Yes.
You know, maybe that's something we should have a conversation about, that's how that outreach works.
So I just want to, I think we should just clarify, and Gabe, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding of the policy now is we're not giving any, we're saying to the public is we're not taking on that a resident will clear their sidewalk.
Right.
We're saying we're not, and we're asking the residents to, but we're not following that up to say we're making sure that that's
You do
actually happening. We're actually stepping back from that,
That
and
puts an additional burden on us, right?
so if you want to, we can. And just from this policy point of view right now, we don't need it in the policy to follow our current practices that says, you know, we're not stepping into that realm. We're going to rely on our residents to do it themselves. We're not going to check up on them. We're not going to, but you could make a policy decision that we do that. And I think what we're suggesting right now is less, you know, what I'm hearing is how do we up the game there? And I think, you know, looking at some
Kevin, that can be
options.
separate from a policy. That can be outreach to our
Correct,
community.
but
similar
it
to
could
what we
be,
do.
it could be in your policy. You could put in your policy that you're going to enforce, right? That's not where we are now, and that's our recommendation is not to step into that. I think we want to look at, you know, how do we, like I said, how do you up that game? How do you get that, not compliance, but that voluntary kind of work by our community? And I don't know if we want to step into, you know, managing that ourselves at this stage until we had way better information, what's going to be effective, et cetera. Because it may, you know, even if we had some compliance, it may not be very effective. We got, what 72 kilometers of sidewalks or something, and, you know, that freeze thaw thing is really, really challenging. If you miss one of those days, you're done for.
Your liability goes up, right there.
Yeah, and I'm correct on sort of where we are. We're not given any sort of assurance to the public that, you know, that a resident's going to plow or shovel their sidewalks.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I think that's the policy that the city is putting out, but obviously the compliance piece is kind of a different issue almost, right? And I think in terms of what we're doing here with this policy, I would just, as Colin mentioned at the beginning, we're not actually changing very much.
No.
We're putting it in a form where it shows that it's been considered, you know, it's very comprehensive and it's been brought to council for discussion. I think that communication piece is almost a separate issue in terms of how we achieve more compliance on the with what we're asking our businesses and residents to do.
I think.
So the concern, if I may, is opening another front in terms of liability. If we step into that space, then we potentially liable. But at the same time, if we say in our policy that it's our policy that residents maintain their own sidewalks, have we not already stepped into it in this sense?
No, because we're not.
We just have to be very explicit. Probably then
we
we'd
say
have to be
us
explicit.
or something.
Or yeah, right. So it might be then just to be safe here though, because we are saying that that's what the expectation is, that residents and businesses are going to maintain their sidewalks. Probably should also say we are not going to enforce that. That this is very clearly a volunteer basis. So you as the public, if you find something, ice in front of some business and slip and fall, we've covered it in terms of setting the expectation.
MIA and ask that specific question.
And keep in mind too that I think, if I'm not mistaken, the obligation for residents and businesses to clear the sidewalk, as Colin mentioned in the beginning, is in the traffic control bylaw. Is that the right bylaw?
I can't remember, Gabe, whether it's that one or the sidewalk bylaw. I can't remember which one it is.
So that's been adopted at a higher level by council, right? Because a bylaw obviously has to go through 3 readings, then adoption.
Sure.
Whereas a policy is something you could adopt today. So the policy is consistent with what council has in its bylaws as well.
Oh. Okay, so then to Councillor Page's concern and to point, if it is in our bylaw, then we are already stepped into that game, and so
We'll look at that again. We'll note it. Look
Sure.
At it.
Yeah. And again, I will definitely put it to MIA to help us with that. But I do think that I'm not certain that you could put a bylaw in place and say, we're not going to enforce this, because then that's kind of like saying, well, there's a law that's never going to be enforced. And then it's like, well, what is this then? But what I think, how we've navigated that one in the past is that it's a complaint-based enforcement activity. And then that we respond to complaints and investigate complaints and follow up there. And then that way we're fulfilling our role in enforcing a bylaw. Right. But we're not out actively looking for compliance. We will investigate complaints. And I think that's how historically that we've dealt with that. But I can certainly ask the MIA about how their understanding of that works, just to make sure that we've got that right.
Sure. And I'm obviously saying, with
Take it the next step.
appreciating the discussion that's had at the table about whether or not that opens up a whole front on liability or not. I'm saying, we go generate some random complaints based on observations just to see where we're at, to get the word out there that, it's not always carrots. Sometimes you really will have a bill at the end of the day. If that bill needs to be high enough to pay for a snow angel to go up there and clear it for you, so be it. But I think let's go ask the question and see how we can maybe improve that piece, because I think it's one of those points of contention we see out there that people want more sidewalks shoveled, and they look to us to say, well, you've got this bylaw and I've got to call my neighbor in on it. It's like, it's a big enough problem. But a soft touch, tactics over years, it's not going to solve itself this winter or next, but
If
the needle.
I had a separate question related to the 3rd Street to Nelson Ave High Street bike lane. I get that we don't see a lot of winter biking, but I know it's definitely increasing, and I have a couple of friends that are buying some fat tires and some spikes in their knobby tires, and they're committed to biking all winter. And we're talking about potentially getting into a little bit more of those micro electric little vehicles that are covered and stuff. You can see those being all winter. It seems to me that the priority there on 3rd Street, you got it as a priority, but then it's like a blank to connect to Nelson Ave, and then Nelson Ave is not a priority. Could you...
Nelson Ave is the highway, right?
No, but the little connector, I mean.
No.
Around
the
the
connector
school.
to around the school and then connect to High Street. It's still Nelson Ave before it becomes High Street, isn't
Oh,
it?
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, to me, seems like a priority
And
one.
Hume School there, don't you?
Yeah, around Hume School, then it kind of connects to Nelson Ave and then to High Street. That,
Okay, yeah, I see
that-
what you're referring to here, Councillor Lautenberg. Yeah, because I think, there is on 3rd, we've got a sidewalk plow activity, but then you're right, there is in that, we're coming up the front of Hume School and then coming up Benson Street and back up 3rd there, as opposed to coming all the way down 3rd and then back on the other side of Hume School. So that,
because there is a sidewalk around Hume, so there for the sidewalk plow. There's also, and like I said, I don't know if there's a lot of bikes today, but we would hope that there would be, all year round bikers, and they would be kind of stuck there. They just kind of run into a wall of snow or ice.
Sure.
And then even on to High Street would not be.
Okay. Well, how about I look at that and then talk with our sidewalk plow operators, and what I'll find out is if there is a particular reason for why we're doing that. There may be something with the physical layout of the sidewalk and how you can get the equipment down it, because there are some places where you're just not going to get a sidewalk plow in there. But let me check that one, because maybe that is one where we could change how we go about doing that at that particular location there, just to help really bring that traffic all from 3rd into the rest of the route there on Nelson Ave. And so how about I'll take a good look at that one there around Hume School.
Thank you.
You're also talking about the road, not just
The road
sidewalk.
and the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Both. Yeah.
I will do that.
Thank you.
It's a fairly busy road anyway around the school.
Yeah.
School bus traffic.
The
and,
drop-offs and
drops and pickups and so on.
Yeah. And it seems to me your plow may be doing it anyways. It's just not marked, because otherwise it's just stopping and then
Yes.
backing up.
It's not picking up the plow.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's not lifting the blade.
Just need to go around the school and then continue on.
Colin, other one I had is how do we address the fact that we need to plow lanes and stuff on garbage days? And
We do talk about that in here, and I guess, yeah, I guess I should say there was the proviso of us stepping off of our priority routes to deal with emergency issues, but it also is in how we do things. Obviously, if we've had a lot of snow, our garbage truck and recycle collection isn't making it through a number of locations, and so we do need to use equipment to help open those up for that. And so it does speak to it in here that for the purpose of the sanitation and recycle collection, that we may need to depart from this in order to facilitate that operational activity. So that is recognized in here as well.
Colin, just a couple of things, because I know you're pretty well done here unless there's more questions for you. But just a couple of things that we all need to keep in mind. In recent years, there's been more and more guest houses, Airbnbs, and I think that adds a lot to the calls for service.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you have an Airbnb on a street that's not normally on the route.
Yep.
So for us as elected officials, when we hear from people, and I've heard from a number of them, they're saying, oh, you know, we can't get into the house, and, you know, I find, like, so they have an Airbnb. Well, they're not on a bus route or and I just have to say, sorry, the fact that you have an Airbnb doesn't prioritize your street for snow plowing. So that's something we also need to keep in mind when people are contacting us as well, that those priority routes are for a reason, and they're not there to serve, as an example, Airbnbs that are on the top of Stanley or
Sure.
bottom of Falls or wherever they happen to be. So,
Yeah. No, really good point.
yeah.
And I'll send Sebastian a note, because that is information we should probably
Yeah, we
share
should.
with them when they're
We should.
applying
Yeah.
for a license. So
Yeah.
I recognize
The other thing too, Colin, that is different now than has been in the past, and that is the mix of product you use on the road as well, and that's been changed because of environmental reasons and silt into the lake and into our systems and so forth. So what we used in the past to clear roads is somewhat different and maybe takes a little longer to break down the ice surface or the snow surface as well. So.
Yeah, we're that's correct, Your Worship. We due to the potential damage that salt and silts and things can do to water courses, we really do in dealing with ice and to de-ice, we're doing it with the least amount of product that we're having to apply in order to be effective, as opposed to dumping, I think, what we would refer to as a hot load on it, which will definitely melt the ice, but it's not. There could be some consequences to doing that. I mean, if there's a true emergency and you need to do something, we may have to resort to that, but we'd really like to keep that in the minority of occurrences.
Yeah, so that, I mean, there's, again, I go back to the beginning, like I think we do an exceptionally good job in Nelson, considering we're on the side of a
Oh
mountain,
yeah.
you know, a snow belt, and the work that your crews do is exceptionally good, and really appreciate
Thank you.
how diligent they are in implementing the program that council has tasked them to do and funded them to do. So if we need more snow removal, we can do it. We just need more money to get it done, right?
Sorry, I have one.
Councillor Page.
That prompted another question for me, because it's a concern. I think we've probably all got it at some point over the couple of years. I think the properties are on the top of Latimer, and it's about road reclassification. So there are some properties up there. I think some of them are Airbnbs. Some new developments were approved. They don't have a front street. They don't have the street itself doesn't continue on and connect those properties. So the primary access is down the lane and through the back. And I've been up there once. It connects up to the mountain trail. I imagine you probably know.
I believe I have a good sense of where you're speaking of.
So without getting into specifics, in situations where someone might want to come along and say, you know what, in this condition, this is our front road or this is our primary access, how do we go about evaluating the suitability of reclassifying that from a lane to a road? If there is no road that provides access to the front of those properties, do we need to wrestle with that? Do we need to do that classification, or is it just, well, you inherited this, you knew this is what it was, or is it unreasonable to consider that lane that they are on is now the road? And make
That's
sure
a
it's on the property.
That's a good question, Councillor Page. Within our decision-making matrix, we still consider it to be a lane, and so it falls within our priority system that way. Now, that being said, if there was the desire to change that, I mean, that is something that could be changed. It's something that could happen, but I guess from our perspective, to us, even though there could be a number of accesses off of there, it's still, we would want to get our core priorities dealt with, but still before we went and dealt with these, because it really is a limited number of folks that you're providing access for, whereas our other priorities are intended to really open up the network for everybody. However, there may be something that maybe when we're evaluating laneway housing or things like that, additions to our network, that may be something that we would want to consider. But within this policy, I've left anything that's a rear lane as a rear lane, and so I haven't shifted anything like that. But that is something that could be considered.
So just for my clarity, if I may.
Yeah.
Would it be a place for the local improvement process? Like, should someone go through that process? Because at the same time, the lanes are built to a certain standard and they're not the road standard.
Mm-hmm.
So is the access question around those, do you make a request to turn that into a road and use local improvement as a mechanism to get there?
So
Is there a way in policy that someone can initiate, those residents could initiate something, whether they choose to? Is there a mechanism they could say, we would like this to be our road?
So as
We
an
don't have
example, that's exactly how my street was done. So when
But yours is already a street.
No,
It
it's a
wasn't.
lane.
It was a lane.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
And when we bought those properties, it was a back alley, and we had to go through a process, and we paid.
Yeah.
We paid for the local improvement to have the street upgraded, the storm sewer, all that stuff was upgraded, the curbs, everything was done at the expense of the owners of the properties on that.
So it sounds like that's somewhere we could send these individuals to say.
Well, I don't know what it's like now, but I know when we applied, it was quite a process because the city, it doesn't mind taking on those, but there are certain criteria you have for accepting them with, like grade, there's a whole gamut of pieces of that puzzle there. Not to say it can't be done by any means, but people would have to realize there is a cost attached. And at least that's how we did it.
Yeah, and I think, again, I'll send Sebastian a note, we should, like, if it's getting developed, we say, you can't get there on the front. We're gonna develop as you did on the lane to create that housing, then, just like any other development, the developer pays for the roads and all those services, so we should be,
Fire truck access, all that's
Yeah.
taken into
Well,
account.
exactly.
we should pick that up at the time of, that
Saying
those
yes to
development
it, yeah.
applications come forward and say, if you're gonna build here, it needs to be a proper road. If it's one laneway house, that's different, but if you're got a whole block of housing, that's,
How did that happen?
yeah, so we should pick that up at this time, but I think they are at, they could go through a local improvement if that's, I don't know, is there 4 or 5 houses there, or what is it?
I believe, I think there's 4, is it?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3. They came and presented to us a few years ago.
I'm just thinking that the mayor
I've
did
heard
that
from them.
road improvement, but it didn't make him get his road plowed any sooner, so I mean,
Yeah.
you can go and do that, like, what is the reason that they want to have that road improvement done? Because it's not gonna make them a priority, 3 houses up on the side of the hill, it's not gonna become a priority for snow plowing.
It'll move it from a 4th priority to a 3rd priority.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Right? Like
It would be the
that's-
same as any other street.
Any other little
that
tiny
had-
street,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's definitely grading problems there, but.
and there's always the private contractor that'll go in the meantime and
Yeah.
plow that snow.
Okay, Mayor,
Thanks.
we're way off topic here. I'm wondering if he wants to get answers on this, we can have another meeting to discuss it, but can we move on? We got a lot to cover today.
All right, Colin.
It's
Colin,
true.
the other Colin has spoken from above.
Thank you, Colin.
Well, Colin, was there election when you were gone or what? The mayor now?
It's
What's
gonna be
going on?
dark here soon. It's gonna be dark here soon.
He's 3 hours in the
I know exactly what's wrong.
In the
You're 3
future,
hours
he
ahead.
can see that this is going bad.
But 3 hours ahead, Colin, right?
No, it's just good questions. We're just off topic is all. And then if we want to have those questions answered, we got another budget meeting to follow up on.
It's hilarious.
All right, Colin. What's up next?
Okay, so thankfully
Thanks very
for
much.
all the work done by others, we were able to get out a bunch of the presentation documents that we have today. We've got back for Encore is Rory Gallagher going to come and talk to us today on his presentation, which I think you'll find very educational on our
Hold on.
few of the
Just one
projects that
sec.
he's
Colin,
been doing.
please, just one sec. Are we off this topic now?
We're gonna adopt that, or?
Because we have to adopt this,
We gotta adopt this.
if it's okay with you.
Not for me.
Is it okay with Colin that we adopt this? The big city, you know, you got the Maple Leafs and all that stuff
There's
going on.
recommendations. I'll move number one.
I'll
Moved by
second.
Councillor Page,
I'll second number
second
one.
by Councillor Renwick. All in favour? Okay, can we move on now, Colin? Is that okay?
There's three.
There's 3
I'll
rest.
move number two.
Thank you.
I'll second number two.
All in favour? Thank you. And
I'll
number
move
three?
number three.
I'll second number three.
All in favour?
Okay.
It's amazing what happens when you go to Toronto. Like, you think you rule the world. Center of the universe.
Center of the universe.
Right there, right? I know. Like 4 or 5 days, all of a sudden, like,
Thank you, Colin.
wait till Saturday night when the
It's true.
Leafs
Sorry.
round. It's going to change right there.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Colin.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Colin.
Colin.
Take care. Yeah.
Thanks very much,
I'll be
Colin.
asleep.
And they're half an hour
Okay.
later in Newfoundland, Colin. You know that, eh?
True. So the one thing is I was hoping maybe to tackle the one presentation. I was going to go pretty quickly just over water and sewer. I know that Councillor Charwood had asked just a bit about some of the PRVs and some of the water system more in town. So we've got that in that presentation. So I was just going to quickly move through it and then kind of turn it over to Rory, who should be showing up there, to go over the projects he is doing, kind of a follow-up to some of his water loss mitigation and then some of the new work we got him working on with the wastewater treatment plant. It's very educational, and I know back by popular demand, you'll be able to speak and talk with him today. So assuming that you you guys can take the document, title is Water and Wastewater 2022-2026 Financial Plan,
Yeah.
December 17th.
Yep.
Okay, and I believe that just because of the size of it, there should be a separate page here on your desk that kind of talks about the final for wastewater utility. Council at our last meeting had directed us through a resolution that they were okay with a 1.5% increase to the wastewater rates for 2022. And we had gone over sort of the capital and the operating expenses. And there was a comfort level there. We are certainly on a lower than previous number of years work on the wastewater system. Part of that we'll see from the next slide relates to how much great work that this council, previous council approved and pushed us on towards, but also for the fact that we are waiting on the master plan to be completed, soon to happen in the spring of 2022, which will then guide us on what type of new plant or upgrades that we need to do out at STP and any other items that would be, I guess, a priority for council to decide. We'll make the plan for 2023 onwards will be in line with whatever that master plan comes back at. So if you go to that next page, you will see, and again, you'll notice that it kind of talks about from 2005 to 2020, and then you've got 2021 and then 2022's. You can see how much work has been done across our city. It's insignificant, and again, only happened because council at the time decided to increase the rates, to aggressively tackle the master plan that was created at that point in time. And I really think that we see the benefit of that as outlined with being able to show our public how many places have had upgrades to their sanitary system. So, don't know if anybody has any questions on that. If not, I'm going to follow to water. Okay. So water, again, council has approved a 2% increase for 2022. We are in the midst of a much larger project, much of it being 100% grant funded, and that is the movement from 2021 from Salis Creek all the way up to our reservoir of Mound Station, and then for 2020 was the Salis. 2021 has been Anderson Creek. Now it's a bit more difficult because we need to pump. They're unable to use the gravity component of Salis where we could use the head to get it up into the mountain station. At Anderson Creek, because we're so much lower, we need a pump station to get that water up into mountain station. So that project is underway. We've done a really good job of doing the piping. It's pretty much complete. The challenge has been the control building and the pump station, mostly due to supply constraints of not being able to either get the parts or the pumps. But the plan is that that will be completed, the building and the pumps for 2022. And in addition to that, we will be doing hopefully a bunch of work in regards to in that 10th Street campus area. One of them is to be able to lay pipe that would allow for future, I guess, ability to pump from the lake up past Mountain Lakes and whatnot up to Anderson Creek pumping station, then on to Anderson and into our water reservoir. Now we're laying the groundwork for that, and there's also some hope that some of the work that we do in that area in 2022 in potential growth or making properties the city owns have valuable or have services at the lot line.
Okay, Colin, are you open for questions as you go, or do you want to go through this?
No, sorry, Mayor, I was moving kind of quick. I know that. So yes, I am open to questions.
Okay. Is that your grade 5 picture on the wall back there, Colin?
It's possible. It's possible.
Just checking. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Colin, I'm just curious, as we kind of build this, our system here of water, the 3 intakes and then the intake down by the lake, I'm just wondering, like in a fire situation, in a large fire situation, could we push enough water through the system that we don't have that run out concern, that we can actually just continue to feed our what do you call that, the fire hydrant system around town to deal with, let's say, I'm just saying, like there 3, maybe 4 house fires because of blown in embers. In those kind of conditions, can we push enough water through so we aren't just reliant on the reservoir?
Yeah. So that's the study we're going to do.
That's the study, okay.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So Kevin said we want to be able to find that information out. But one thing that we do know, Councilor, and I know you can appreciate, is that if we're already digging a big hole and we can put some pipe in there so that another time comes along that we're not tearing up pavement or someone else's yard that's already there as a connection because we're already doing work there. And the cost is much lower and better to be prepared if we can.
Right.
So we're also doing that in anticipation of further development at the 10th Street campus
Right.
as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. And then going to the next slide, again, I think council should be, this council, previous councils that kicked this off should be very proud
Hold on, Colin. Just a
of
minute. Colin's talking about going to next slides here, but I don't see any slides other than Colin.
He's going through what he's printed,
Okay.
or what I printed for you. Colin, if you want, you can also share your screen, but everyone does have a copy of the document.
Maybe for
The public doesn't.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're going to the next slide, you need to let us know.
The
If you
easiest
want us to
way-
reference the
yeah.
paper copy, say what page you're on or whatever, right?
Colin,
Okay, well then maybe,
the easiest way would be if you share your screen.
okay,
Good luck.
Oh, he can do
Well,
it.
you could do it, Colin.
Do it.
especially with my mom watching.
So she's so proud.
I can see that wooden spoon behind you there.
Okay. Oh, here. Says it should be working.
Yeah, give it a sec here.
Is,
Yep,
Hey,
there you go.
again,
There we
you can
go.
see we've been really working at this. You can see how much lines we've done for the last couple of years, and we do have some smaller work. You'll see in 2021, we did do a few upgrades, in particular there along 4th Street, and so it's all nicely paved as well. Always cognizant, council, and I believe you're aware, one of the major costs of doing any of these upgrades is the actual paving component. So we really like to prioritize, if we're going to go and do a upgrade to a system, that we make sure or take a look at, okay, well, what's happening with the sewer, what's happening with the water connections, and when was the last time it was paved and does need replaced. And so we certainly go through that process when we are looking at our capital projects. But again, you can see that we have done a lot of great work. And I think that as we go through our numbers, again, when you compare about, again, the same time frame almost on our water usage, there's really considering how much growth we have had, the number of Silver Bay, Amber Bays, again, some of them will have, better water fixtures, but the amount of actual water usage has really dropped when you consider how much growth there has been in our city. And again, coupling that with us also replacing all of our galvanized, which we really found out in that water master plan told us, you've got to get rid of this. You are losing so much water. And, as far as the city is concerned, we've done that. Next steps are, I think, helping out or trying to figure out how we support homeowners that may have that connection that is galvanized from our connection to their home. But we're really seeing some huge water savings from the work that we've done. Okay, so now we had shared this one last time, just at that high level topographical to get a sense on, you can see where Spells Creek is over here on the right.
We have a question.
Here's the potential to be able to connect it.
Colin, we have a question.
Colin, before you move off the previous slide, just a quick question. So in 2022, and maybe you're going to come back to this, the Elwyn Booster Station or the Elwyn PRV, I'm not sure which, that's in 2022?
Yes.
So are you going to be talking about the generation potential for the PRVs later, or because it seems like if it's going to be a project in 2022, should that not be a pilot on generation? Because I know you've got it budgeted, but are you going to talk about that?
It might be able to speak to it a bit better, actually, in that next slide. The PRV station we have in Elwyn is not the place we are looking at generation. This is the PRV that's there, and the booster station that's going to be sending that water up to Mountain Station. When we go to this slide here, Councillor Lautenberg, you will see this whole line coming down here. You can see the existing 5-mile line, left-hand side in blue, and then you see this red line going, the new one. In this line here, where we can create enough head that it would be worthwhile putting in generation on this line here.
And is that what the 2022 budget item is there? You have
No, that will be, that one here is up here. You'll notice the
50K.
years 2023, 2024, kind of looking at the power generation.
200,000, 1.7 million.
Out 4 or 5 years.
Do you see that, Councilor Lockenberg?
Well, I saw 50,000 in 2022.
And then
You're right, but I think that's just, again, that'll be engineers looking at, routes, placement, where we would need to make sure we got the greatest amount of gravity coming in to generate power.
Okay, great.
So
But again,
I was just going to add on the PRVs. So we've looked at all our PRVs and which ones have the greatest potential. And when we did those, we sized the facilities that they could accommodate them in the future.
Great.
But they do need, right now, grant funding to make them viable. They're not viable from a strictly cost benefit analysis from a Nelson Hydro perspective, but there certainly have been built large enough that they could accommodate.
So is that, would you say that, Kevin, that's the limiting factor in moving on this, or do we have other constraints that would prevent us? Even if we got the grant money, could we start work on it? Do we have the staff resources, for example?
Well, probably all that would be contracted
Okay,
out.
got it. Makes sense.
But, certainly if, like I said, they were all looked at, and, we could get Scott to kind of, let council know which ones were identified as the greatest ones, but we did. In fact, I think we did apply for grants way back when we first started doing those. So we've kept those opportunities open.
Right.
But we're at this point they haven't kind of risen to the top as the most beneficial one.
To Lautenberg's point, I think we probably want to get off of the let's do this or let's do that. What I'd love to see is a positioning from this table to Hydro to say, where are we going to bring on new generation?
Yeah.
And say that's a priority. And we obviously, you guys have something laid out that is on the 5 mile that makes sense. Hopefully, the
Possibly,
engineering
yeah.
will come through. But
Yeah.
I would say over the next 5-10 years, it needs to be a strategic priority of Hydro to bring on
Yeah.
more generation and fill some of that gap, because we just know the power demands are going to continue to increase and our pressures there will continue to increase. And I think as a community, it's super tied to our soul. Like, we need to
Yeah.
be out there
We have
looking
quite
at
a bit of
generation.
that done.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah,
We looked at a number of opportunities over the years, so we can reboot that, refresh it.
Pick
Yeah.
the top.
Yeah, I put it to the
Best
top too, because we don't know, Kevin, as you know, that the grants may be showing up pretty quickly on new generation.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'd suggest we get, probably Colin Innes and Scott here. I think we talked about this in the past. I think, council really needs to separate sort of the business side of Nelson Hydro, which is to provide, energy at cost-effective prices versus green energy projects, which is actually achieving a different value than running a, electric utility, right?
Yeah.
And, whether that's through grants or council wants to use taxation, we certainly shouldn't pass that on to rural taxpayers to, generate our higher cost generation and expect, the BC Utility Commission would be very unlikely to, approve that. And I think you need to look at the bigger picture, right? If, I don't know what's Fortis doing, what's BC Hydro doing, is that, because it's all green energy.
Sure.
Right? And where is the best bang for the buck for that green energy? If we're spending a bunch of money with very little return, we might be able to say, oh, geez, look at how cool we are.
Yeah.
And you certainly can do that, but if you really want to make a difference, then
Sure, yeah.
really look at the ones like right now, getting, doing some, making our buildings more energy efficient, switching off some of those fossil fuels is probably moving the needle a lot more than putting, generating from our PRV for a little bit of energy that we can, buy green energy already, and Fortis is probably doing a big project that's
As Colin
generating
said,
a better return.
Sure, sure.
But I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for Scott and Colin to have, because past councils have had those conversations.
Oh, yeah,
around
we've
that.
looked at, other options for run of the river. There's a whole
Okay, so
basket of
we'll leave it at that. We'll
options.
pull that together in the new year. Rick, would that be okay?
Yeah, yeah.
For everybody to be brought up to speed on what the opportunities
Generation
are. and-
opportunities,
yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that council knows we're keeping all those doors open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we did do the study on the geothermal out of the lake and so on.
Yeah.
We have all that stuff.
I think what you're hearing is let's step through one of those doors. Let's make a plan to step
Well,
through
if
a
it makes
door.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's window dressing, that's a whole
No,
other
but like a
ballgame.
big project.
Okay, Colin, go ahead.
It's lunch there.
It's lunchtime in Toronto.
Sorry, Colin.
Is it back? There we go. Back sharing.
Yep.
Yeah, well, yep, you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now we're down to the numbers. That's where the rubber really meets the road.
So
Or not.
just sort of that high level, kind of here's where our water from our mountains, here's our connection, where we're getting our water from, because it's always one of those questions. But here's the next question I think that had happened is that, okay, so we have this water now. And again, you'll notice that at the top right here, you'll see South Creek, and you'll see now a blue line now connecting that to the Mountain Station Reservoir. And you can kind of see when you talk about the height, why we're able to get it to Mountain Station Reservoir based on where the piping is coming from. Even though it sometimes doesn't feel that distance when you're walking it. But in the same boat, you can see where the Elgin Street PBR and the reservoir is going, and us having to pump back up to Mountain Station Reservoir. And you'll notice that the South Creek here has a kind of a cut and it's not really cut per se, but when we had in the past, and one of the reasons we got the funding was to make sure that all of our water is now flowing through the Mountain Station Reservoir because we have our UV treatment on it, whereas sometimes when we ran low or in emergencies, we could run directly from South Creek into some of the other zones in the city, but we were only doing in sort of certain amounts of chlorine to make sure that the water was at a level that was treated. So you can see that that's now not, that's there. I guess again could be used as a I guess what would say a emergency, but most cases, what the idea here now is that everything comes to Mountain Station, and then Mountain Station does the UV treatment, and then all of that water then goes out. And you can start to see, again, based on heights and balancing of water, where this all flows. And obviously, wherever we've got the PRV is where we're trying to slow that pressure of that water coming as it comes down the mountain. And this is the different areas that we then push the water out to, and how it kind of has a circular system as far as that goes. And it is always credible to me to think about Mountain Station and then even where our Rosemont Reservoir is, and even Stibbs PRV, where even on that distance we're able to get that water up into those reservoirs as well. So I don't know if anyone has any questions on this. I'm not the expert for sure, but I would try to do my best.
Looks good, Colin. Good work.
Okay. So one of the things that we like to share with council, because we need that elevator speech or to be able to have council, knowledgeable on what's happening with our rates. We are, because of the good work we've been doing, looking at more of an inflationary increase. You can see that in 2022, that after the discount for water, you would be at $379. That's a $7 change, and that's the 2%. Same with sewer rates after the discount. So if you pay before the deadline, you get a 10% discount. You can see that we've moved from $7.10 from $6.99, so that's $11. So we're about an $18 increase overall for the single-family dwelling, which is about $1.50 a month. In the same boat, we've been practicing in the last few years to make sure that we understand what's happening to our business component. And here's an idea of a larger commercial restaurant with 50 seats. You can see that the 2% increase is a $21 change to them, and then sewer is 30, and overall increase is $4.25 for a larger sized commercial restaurant. Next slide for me is just some comparators, because I think it's always important to be able to speak to, where does Middleton sit? We are higher, obviously, than some of our other comparators that we look at. This is sort of across the province with similar types of systems. And then when I go to locally, we again are higher than some of our peers, not by much, and sometimes it's a bit misleading as far as the bar graphs go. But one thing I will say is I am very, very confident that many of these other locations have not done the upgrading work that the city has done. And when I think about that work being done, and when we did it, and the valuable pricing that we got, is that if you were trying to take on some of this work now, whether it's SIPR lining or water infrastructure with supply chains, the cost of piping on some of our water stuff has gone up 1,000%. And again, sure, maybe over a couple of years it may lower, and probably not a bad thing that we're in that bit of a lull of some of our major construction. That I think that at these places, if you compared to that chart we looked at before where you could see how much has been replaced or renewed. And again, when we talk about replace and renewal, we're talking with new, higher value products. Again, a lot of this thick plastic and that sort of stuff that should last much longer. We're looking at sometimes 80, 100-year kind of value as far as needing replacement when it's done. So I think again, excellent direction from council being worked on and being studied and having it being accountable as far as having another master plans both for water and sewer that says how have we done, and we've done well. And I think that it's going to benefit our community in the future much more than we could actually would have ever imagined, especially when we see the supply and inflation costs that we're seeing in the current time.
Colin, I just
So again, as we discussed,
Colin, I just want to butt in here. Again, you're perfectly correct in about our municipality being in a leadership role when it comes to this rebuild. But also, the other thing that's come out of this work that we've done over the last number of years is we have a really skilled workforce within our organization that's able to deliver these projects now. Like when we started out on this, we were actually piecemealing it, where they'd be plowing snow one day and putting the pipe in the next day. But we have a crew of people down at the yard that are extremely skilled at delivering these projects.
good point. A lot of this work has been done by our own staff, and we've, in council also agreed to the equipment that's required to be able to do it. And we found the benefit of when we first looked at that cure in place work. It was really quite expensive, but as happens in technology, as someone else comes along and says, "Hey, I can do it for less," or we get competition here, and we've seen that, in the past number of years, been half the price than we were seeing years before. So we've seen good value in that. So this was a striking slide to me. Again, it's hand in hand with when we talk about, you look at that chart and all of the galvanized pipe that we've replaced, some of the work that we've been doing with Rory on getting some of our leaks fixed, both in commercial properties based on the software flagging them for continuous leaks. And you look at 2021 and you see how much the drop between 23 million cubic meters and again, still a lot of water usage, but that's a significant drop. Still, we have a lot of water usage in our community, but the work, sometimes you're able to visually show people, here's where we've changed pipes, and we've got a lot of growth, and look at where we're at right now for our water usage being the lowest year in basically 13 years.
We got a question, Colin.
It's a comment, and I'm sorry to be that guy, Colin, but I'm going to be that guy. From a data literacy piece, I am not a fan of graphs that shave the top off. I think it just over exaggerates how these look, and I'd love to see them start from zero. I know it's going to wipe out this extreme curve, but I think it's important.
I got one coming up.
Perfect. Great.
You haven't given me a chance. I got a new one coming up.
That is service.
I got more graphs.
Thank you.
I got more graphs.
Thank you.
He had the question answered before you.
I got more graphs.
That's how good he is.
Don't try to outsmart the Torontonians.
I am. But this one just dies, though.
You can see on this graph, which I thought these are important. They do start at zero, and it's a fair comment, page. But you do see here we're back to 1996, and you start to see where our max day usage is, and you will notice that out here in 2021, that with the heat dome of 2021, we had our largest day, and we'll speak to that over one of the following charts. But you are seeing mostly what I want to see is sort of that winter average and winter max. Reason being is that most people aren't watering their lawns or washing their cars at this time, and so you really get a sense of what is the actual household or commercial usage, and you can definitely see from the work 2005 onwards here, getting rid of the galvanized, and boom, you start hitting here, and even there you start to see we're continuing to trend lower, and this is important because this is when we're at our biggest concern for drought, winter. And so to see that number is as low as it is, basically over double on some of the winter max. They're that much lower. So I thought that, again, it's an important graph.
May I?
And this one here, I thought does speak, it does start at 0. It does sort of give a bit more of a similar chart as the one that's shaved off, but more on a monthly basis. And you can see how much of an effect that heat dome had for our community. You do see that there's an ongoing sort of rise and fall for our water usage, which makes sense considering what's happening with all the gardens and lawns and activities that we do. But you are noticing how that monthly use, as this blue one here, is that much lower overall.
Colin?
And then kind of show it as well on this last graph here is sort of that monthly water usage and how per month it dropped as compared to 2015, is the year that we're using, except for July there in the heat dome where we were actually higher. But you could see this, it's a monthly ongoing decrease that we have overall. So even better in some of these swing months, but this year in July we were higher.
Jesse's got a question, Colin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Colin, in terms of what we saw last summer, as it was a pretty extreme summer. Do you feel like if these summers kind of become more common, we're reducing our usage, but we may be in more drought conditions. So I'm just kind of trying to understand in my head, we might be having more drought conditions, but we are using less water, and how those two things balance out. Like, we're obviously more resilient, but our sources could be quite impacted by drought. In terms of what's coming in and what we're collecting. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, and again, too, going back up here to this map, a couple of things. One, we totally are heavily dependent on 5 Mile, and that's why we will now have sort of a twinning here of 5 Mile. But you'll notice over here, and there's still some work that the city is ongoing with the province, is that it is not that far of a distance considering how far Salwas Creek gets to the mountain station. This is also a potential another source for us to be able to tap into. And I know it says Cottonwood, but it's not. It's Clearwater here that's coming down that we would be hopefully being able to tackle. But that's another component. We have also got the emergency source that is down here, that if we ever got into a really, really tight jam, that we would go there. That's kind of one of those last resorts. And this one over here, where we talked about that, plus or minus 10 years, going and being able to run a line up here. Now, it's possible to even have a bit of some plant work down here that in twofold. One that could be bypassed if you were having that. If this is all works, we've got a lot of numbers, hydrologists to work on. If you were able to draw from the lake in a fire situation, instead of doing any treatment down here, you might just want to bypass it and shoot as much water up to the top of the reservoir so that, as you said, if the numbers work, you can continue to be able to have fire hoses, dealing with homes that are ablaze, a number of them in the community. But at the same time here, the potential for having a bit of a treatment facility here before it actually even gets carried up, so that it's at a water quality level that IH says, yes, you can put that in with the other pure water that you're getting to be able to delineate that out across our community. So we've got a number of things that we are working on and trying to make sure that we do the best we can to resource and be future planning for not only development. When you think about the development that is coming in the potentially the next couple of years here, it's also very significant. And it'll be interesting to see, will we, with the work that Rory's doing and some of the other things that we have, can we continue to get the number down? And then even as the growth comes on, do we see that either going or, So, and again, I'm done here. And I'm hoping that Rory, I think you guys probably want to take a bit of a break, but if Rory starts, he's got some really, I think, key information that's also going to be able to be helpful for you and all of council to ask some of these similar questions of an expert.
Thank you, Colin.
Colin, I think, do you have a supplemental there?
Well, I guess what I'm seeing here is a distributed like we're distributing the weight we're distributing the pressures across a much wider, which is really great, so that we're not reliant on one or two. We're actually having quite a few
So
different
we're
avenues.
working with the gravity-fed system now, which is ideal.
Yes.
But you're right, if we had the depletion of that, but we have millions of gallons flowing by us here every day. that
Right.
we can- So that's the next phase of.
Well,
the
actually, the priority is Clearwater. Clearwater has a catchment based on very similar to 5 Mile.
Right.
So, so we're at risk on 5 Mile because of potential slides or et cetera, right? So when this was, this has been going on, I think since I first started, it's been going on probably 20 years to look at a secondary source. And at that time, it was really about, an emergency source. If we lost 5 Mile because of slide or wildfire or something, that we would have another water source, that could supply as much money. And as the mayor said, certainly we did look at Kootenai Lake, but the water quality is just not the same as out of the creeks that we have here, and it's gravity fed, right? And so that is our priority, but there's some challenges to get clear water. It flows into the Summel River, which has some bull trout, yes. So we're working to try to make that happen, but you're right, we do have an emergency source right now, so we can put a treatment plant on that and pump water out of the lake into the lower zone, I think, as Colin Innes went through before, so we're in a much better position than we have. And Rory, I don't know if you have this off the top of your head, what is our water usage is way better, but, as Canadians, we're still vastly using more water than most of the world.
Yeah, well, most of the world for sure.
Well, we have more water than most of the world.
Yeah. But I mean, they get on.
Not too, like you say, we're blessed here with 3 great catchments. But what we are seeing in the surrounding area is concerning. Just the next valley over, we saw Winlaw and Trozo be affected by forest fires.
Yeah.
I monitor the stream flow and water quality on those streams, and it is not a good situation over there. Now, we do have multiple catchments that we can pull from, but if we had 5 Mile go down, it would be an emergency situation.
So, doesn't look back.
Have we ever considered, and pardon me if we have, coming out of Cottonwood Creek, could we divert some water into, that pit that we dump snow into along the highway?
So we have looked at actually running lines overland from Cottonwood Creek into our Salis Creek, I think.
Okay.
Into our, you can't, you have to treat it. You can't.
Oh, I was just thinking as a fire reservoir.
Yeah, I think you need.
Then you have to
you
get
need
it
the
back into the
pressure.
system.
You need the pressure because it's not really high enough to, it might do Railtown, but that's it.
You have to push it back into the system.
So we have, I think, as Len and Colin have mentioned before, the reservoir up in Rosemont is all about fire flows. Same with Anderson Creek, that was about fire flows as well. And I think they're looking at one other uphill, I think, to look at fire flows as well. So so those are 2 different aspects.
So we have a number of, as an example, when the Care Building burned down, that was put a real stress on our system. And that was in the winter too.
Yeah.
And put real stress on our system. And if you look at the development we've had in the last number of years, we have a number of large buildings in our community, bigger than what the Care Building was. So, it's really important that we have that flow, that amount of water available for fighting fire. More so today than it was 10, 15, 20, or 30 years ago.
Yeah. So one
have
thing I've
sprinklers on those buildings.
Yeah,
So
hopefully
you're
they're
not
in better
using your-
shape these days.
Yeah. Well, one thing
your
I
fire
haven't,
trucks.
John, if I may, one thing I hadn't heard before is you're saying that we're looking at diverting or connecting Cottonwood to Celis. Is that
We looked at just on an emergency basis.
Yeah.
We had a year, I think we had really heavy drought, and we just looked at all the various places we could potentially get water from, and I think that was fire that identified that we could probably just run overland from Cottonwood and connect to Celis to, as a real emergency source. But that was before we could pump out of the lake. We're in a way better position now.
I don't want to abort that particular conversation, but I do want to bring back what Chief McCharles had been telling us at his last update about our need to go out and get a consultant or a third party to really open up the box in terms of how large we were thinking about fire mitigation and adaptation opportunities outside of just, can we get more water here, there, or anywhere, but really like open that fire box itself and say, what are the crazy ideas? What are the not crazy ideas? What are the ideas we think are crazy that aren't actually that crazy, and we should really be considering them. So I don't know if we're pursuing
That's the study.
that.
So there's the study on, can we bring water up to the reservoir? But he's also working with Wildfire BC and others on, can we create that? And they characterize it as a foothold. That's all you're trying to do is create a place where they can defend your community.
But a piece he was talking about was going beyond just the kind of traditional adaptations, whether it's sprinklers on every house, whether it's whether it's sprinklers around the community, like all of the really kind of out there ideas. So we are pursuing that. That's work he's approved to be doing.
Yeah, so that's the money that's in the Colin Innes's budget on the water side.
Okay.
To do that, that study, how much water, and what are the limitations and all that that's the water side. And definitely on the fuel mitigation, working with Wildfire BC and, where could we defend our community? Where is it likely we'd have a wildfire? Winds come from the west, not Mountain Station. So we could do a whole bunch of wildfire mitigation up there, which we want to do from our water system point of view is to make sure that we don't lose our water system. But so yeah, those two are definitely in play.
The other thing too, council can do if you wish, but I'd suggest you do it one at a time. Next door here, Daryl has.
Yeah, I just sent out the water message. Yeah.
Has an office set up there with computer screens, and it's really interesting to go in there. He monitors the flow, the consumption, etc., and it's really interesting to go in there and get a view of what's going on. You can see on an hourly basis, daily basis, weekly. He can tell when the tourist season comes in. All of that, and it's very worth doing. I would suggest each one of you go in there and do that. It's really worth doing. And every couple of months, every couple of months, he has more and more information because of the valves that are out there and the PBR valves that are put in and the meters that are put in and so forth. And it really helps when you're at this table too to have that understanding, because it's one of our key infrastructure pieces is water. What other one is there that's on a higher table than water? So I'd suggest anytime you have a chance, wander over and see him.
And if you guys are interested, actually my son-in-law was the ops chief for Logan Lake and it's a fascinating story. There's way more to it than, they had sprinklers on their roofs and did fuel mitigation that helped, but that wasn't how they saved that community.
Okay, onward and upward. Colin, gone to the hockey?
Okay, I'm done, and I was thinking you probably want, 5 or so for 7 for a final break, and then Rory present.
Yeah, we have noon coming up here, so I don't know, are we gonna end up with 2 breaks here, or what are we?
It's up to council.
You know how these breaks go. If you stop, you're gone for 15 minutes, and then we'll have food coming in at lunchtime, do we?
I believe so, yeah.
So
No food today, because I'm not there.
Can we stagger on till noon then, or?
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody?
I'm okay.
Okay, Colin, is there anything else you needed then at this point?
I don't. I just again wanted to go through some follow-up information, and
Perfect. Go
and
ahead.
again, back by popular demand, we have Rory Gallagher who's doing some projects for us, and I think you're going to find some of the work he's doing fascinating here.
All right.
I can't see you, Rory, but your seat's now in the hot seat. There you go. I see you now.
He's in there. He's in that hot seat.
Rory, no pressure, but Colin's really built you up here. Knock it out of the park.
Popular demand.
So Colin, Rory, do you have your presentation, or does Colin have it?
It's here on my computer screen,
okay.
And so I'm not sure where it's going to be displayed. I know there's printouts.
Yeah, we have printouts, but are you able
Just
to
the
share it
public
on the
again.
screen then, or?
Yeah, I was going to put it up.
Okay.
Okay, great.
There we go.
Gabe? Okay, very good.
Hello, Dory. Welcome.
Hello, Jesse. It's great to be back here. Last time I presented, it was online, so it's a real pleasure to be in person. So Mayor Dooley, councilors, city staff, it's my pleasure to be here and introduce some of these projects that I'm working on with the City of Nelson and Colin McClure. I think you'll find it quite interesting. It's a good insight into some of our data showing how we're operating and how it can improve. So we're looking at some projects that have been done in the past and some of the projects that are coming up in the future. So we're going to be talking about the water loss mitigation project, as well as the wastewater strength characterization and reduction projects. So both water coming to residents and water leaving residents and businesses. So just a bit about me. I have a bachelor's of environmental engineering technology from BCIT, and I've been consulting. I run like a one-person consulting operation since 2017, when I was hired by Alex Love to develop the COSA study, which has been thoroughly reviewed.
Early.
Yeah. Previous to that, my background was in working for the Ontario Ministry of Environment, doing nutrient loading studies, looking at fertilizer deposition into the Great Lakes, as well as with civil engineering consulting firm Kerwood Lydell, who is here in Nelson. And there we worked on industrial wastewater compliance monitoring for Metro Vancouver, as well as stream flow monitoring. So what I do in my business and what the strengths are is data analysis. That's what I'm really good at. And as well as doing stream flow monitoring and water quality monitoring and industrial wastewater compliance monitoring. I'd say 50% of my business is around doing municipal engineering projects like this, and the other 50% is doing stream flow monitoring for drinking water users in the surrounding region. So just a few past successes that I've had with the city. It has been good. Well, for one, we released phase 1 of the water loss mitigation study, which we'll be reviewing in this presentation, as well as the cost of service analysis, which everyone is familiar with. The other thing that kind of stood out to me is I helped Alex write a grant for over $1 million that we won for their district energy project. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. This is the projects that we have on the agenda. The first one being phase 1 of the water loss mitigation project. We'll be going over the executive summary in that. And then we have some current and upcoming projects. So this is phase 2 and phase 3 of the water loss mitigation project, as well as a cross-connection control program and a wastewater strength characterization and reduction program. First, I was hoping to jump into the work we've already completed. So this work, the Water Loss Mitigation Project Phase 1, began in September of 2020 and wrapped up in June of 2021. We had a little bit of a break, and then we're back on to Phase 2 as of October of this year. The objectives of this first study were to investigate and address water losses in the city, so where water is being consumed continuously overnight, let's say, as well as investigate businesses, and I say businesses because only businesses have water meters, so we can only tell what's going on there, but investigate where businesses had experienced backflows. So a backflow is when water enters into a business, and due to negative pressure in the distribution system, the water from that business then flows back into the distribution system. And so, well, something to look at, certainly. These are some figures from the executive summary of phase 1. So in all, we conducted site visits to 59 businesses, and all backflows were investigated. So even if it was just 1 liter, we went and we took a look at it. In the project, we were able to, on average, like if we went to a building, on average, we were able to reduce their water consumption, their total water consumption by 63%, totaling 67,000 cubic meters per year. Yeah.
Impressive.
The overnight consumption, this is a better metric to look at in terms of how successful we were, because most businesses shouldn't be consuming water overnight. So when we look at how much water we can reduce that's being consumed, 3, 4, 5 a.m., that's how we can tell how effective we were. It's also not realistic to get to 100% because businesses do use water at night. There's a lot of apartments, people are up, working shifts, stuff like that. The next piece is once through coolers. And so this is something we did not know before we did the study that these are out there. And so a once through cooler is a refrigeration unit that operates by having cold tap water cool down hot refrigerant and then only go through that system once and be put down the drain. So we haven't really addressed those because we didn't know that they're out there. But when we had the water meters in there, we could see that they were operating. To understand how much of a contributing factor these once through coolers are, we were able to sort of reverse engineer how much consumption they should be using. And so we have these values here. We have 18 walk-in coolers and freezers with these once through cooling units. I'll refer to them as OTCs going forward. And that calculated consumption of what those 18 walk-in coolers should be using is 29,000 cubic meters per year. And this is actually a low number because we often find that this is an ideal scenario, but we often find that they're not maintained as they should be. And so this number could be almost as high as double. Ice machine.
Some of them are quite old too.
Yeah, and that's part of it, is that part of the reason why business owners like them is that they're very hands-off in terms of maintenance, and so they really just keep running. And sometimes when they do fail, they're in closed-loop systems, so unless you're looking at the water meter, you can't even tell that you have a problem.
Just a quick clarification. Are you saying 29,000 square meters per year per cooler or for all 18?
For all 18.
Okay, thanks.
And we do have numbers per cooler a little bit later in the presentation.
Okay, thanks.
And they're not allowed in our system. Our bylaw doesn't allow them, so they should never have been installed. But apparently they were.
Yeah, that is correct. And now we're in a situation where they are out there. So Colin and I will be working on some bylaws that actually are addressed a little bit later in the presentation as well. Ice machines, similar. They use less, but a number of them are water cooled. So in terms of the backflow preventers, our findings were that no backflow preventers were malfunctioning that we could find, and so that's great. But in the cases where there was backflows, the reason why there was backflows is because the backflow preventer wasn't present. In addition to this, there's 9 recommendations on how we can further reduce water consumption within the city. This is just the only other piece of information graph that I'll display from that first phase. And really what this graph is showing us is what types of businesses have continuous consumption for what reasons. So I've lumped 4, maybe 5 business types on the left-hand side of the graph. So we have hotels, restaurants, recreational, grocery store. The thing, and assisted living as well. The thing that all of these businesses have in common is that they handle and prepare food. And so what that means is that they have high cooling demands. And that's where we see the water-cooled walk-in freezers and coolers and ice machines coming in. On the right hand, you see a lot of yellow. The dark yellow is toilets and the light is faucets. This is great because though they do fail and use a lot of water, we are able to catch it and rectify it right on the spot, in most cases with $5 to $20 worth of components. So we don't even go through the process of saying, hey, can you fix this and we'll check up in a month. It's just I go with a backpack and we just do what we can right then and there.
Amazing.
Thanks. So that's it for phase 1 of the water loss mitigation project. And so going forward, we'll just be talking about the current projects and upcoming projects that Colin and I are working on and other city staff. So the first is phase 2 and phase 3 of the water loss mitigation project. We still have a ways to go. Phase 1 is just looking at newly identified sites, so sites that popped up in the summer after phase 1 that we're addressing, so much of the same, as well as we're addressing some larger scale issues that came up in phase 1 that were sort of too big to address at the time. You know, a toilet, hey, we can deal with that. Irrigation, we can get that fixed. But something like a malfunctioning once-through cooler, a little bit more difficult. So that's what we're on to now. Phase 3 of the water loss mitigation project kind of is a bit of a deeper dive, looking at OTC bylaws and having better resources for business owners and homeowners. So we're trying to become more proactive as opposed to reactive. The next project is the cross-connection control program. So this is, that's the technical term for making sure that backflow preventers are installed. And then a large, like a bit of a larger project, which most of the presentation will be on, is the wastewater strength characterization and reduction project. So as I had mentioned, phase 2 of the water loss mitigation project is just dealing with these newly identified sites that came up since phase 1. So we have irrigation overuse, more toilets failing, some malfunctioning OTCs, and supplemental cooling. And supplemental cooling is a coin that I've termed, and it's a really high priority for us due to the amount of water that it uses. And we do talk about that later. I think in 2 slides, I'll kind of get into what that really means.
And just to be clear, this is again because it was flagged as continuous use of the software. So these are newer places that have come on.
Yeah, that's exactly it. What we did was we sat down with Daryl again, Colin McClure and I, and we looked at what businesses had increased their water consumption from August 2020 to August 2021. You see a big jump, you know something's gone wrong. In addition, we also picked out some sites that were way more than they should have been. So phase 2, the other portion of phase 2 is addressing these large scale losses or larger scale infrastructure that requires more than just swapping out toilet components. One of them being malfunctioning once-through cooling units. So again, the once-through cooling unit, you can kind of see a larger picture here. That coil that you see there is a water jacket. So cold water is introduced into that water jacket. Within that is a hot refrigerant loop, and that's how the cooling operates. What you also see in this picture is a solenoid valve. So this is a valve that is supposed to operate to shut off the water when the unit is not in use. But what we find with a number of these units, because they're in closed loop systems, is that valve will become stuck. It's operating for 10, 20 years. And I mean, they get stuck before that, but the business owners don't know until we show up on site. So we have an example of this occurring in this image up above. This is an example of where we're lucky and it's not in a closed loop system. We have a couple of inches where we can see the water flow in the unit. And so this is in a downtown business, and it's tucked away in the corner, and the management company is in Calgary and actually hasn't been to site. Like, that's kind of like how this stuff kind of comes about, right? And what we see here in this image is a 1/2-inch copper pipe with water coming out just completely at full blast. And this unit is using 500 liters an hour during business hours.
So in a 24-hour period, that's...
It's operating, it's controlled by the thermostat. It's supposed to provide air conditioning to the building, but it hasn't even been shut off, even though we're in winter right now, as an example. So, but this is the stuff that, is a high priority for us, and we can go in and address. And so that's exactly what we're doing, right?
So if that showed up as an example on either one of those owners' bill at the end of the month, they'd figure it out pretty quick.
Well, and you're exactly right. We're in a unique situation where we bill per fixture rate, where most municipalities are on a metered rate, meaning they pay based on what they consume. And so with a lot of these OTCs, and especially failing OTCs, we're kind of catching it now because, yeah, if it was a metered rate, maybe they would have been phased out earlier. And that's not necessarily the case in all instances. There's case studies that we're looking at in Metro Vancouver and the Capital Regional District, where even when they are on a metered rate, there's not that understanding that if you swap this out, you could save about $2,000 a year. Anyways, we're certainly looking at that as well.
Rory, if I may, I saw the CRD in Vancouver had done some research on this. Is there research done about the viability of penalizing? Like if we have a bylaw that says you can't have a once-through cooling unit, could we put a fee, like a penalty for those? You get a grace period, but you have to swap it out. Is there any districts doing that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Castlegar has these, and it all depends on your capability to support them. If a business owner wants to have to pay the metered rate to keep this in place, even though the ROI on replacing it might only be 2 years, all the power to them. Metro Vancouver and the Capital Regional District have found that they did need to bylaw them. Capital Regional District had a program for a number of years where they had rebates to swap them out and the rebate on average was $1,300 per unit. And I had to look into that more, like did they get a grant for that? Where did that money come from? That sort of thing, because that might be very helpful. Metro Vancouver, staff went to council and suggested that these things be phased out immediately, within 2 years is what the council decided on. Or actually, I think council wanted 5 years, but staff said, or until end of life, but these things don't fail, so they did put a limit on it. Now, that is difficult for businesses, and we're certainly in a difficult period right now. These bylaws are on the books, and this is something this is part of this project. So Colin and I are looking at this and hoping to bring some recommendations to council in spring of 2022.
I like the scope of that a little bit, but I also think what we're seeing, and I don't want to sing Rory's praises too much, let it go to his head, but the reasons for all this water loss are ever changing, right? We've got the toilets have obviously been around forever, but this kind of monitoring program, I don't know if we need to be doing it every year forever. We're obviously doing a lift right now and discovering a lot of stuff, but to me it seems how we continue to do this type of monitoring and identify what new things pop up over time. If OTCs end up having their own fixture rate that is quite punitive, or if there's some phased in thing that Colin and Rory and Dale all figure out over the next couple of years, I'm sure we'll get to a place where these 18, you've got 18 units, it's a one by one business work through to figure out how to get them offline. But, we do this work now, 5 years go by, I really just think it's going to have to be something we have on some sort of rotation where we scan it again and Rory gets his backpack on, or Rory's designate gets his backpack on. And I love that. I love the fact that we marry the data with the action that can be taken at the time, and we bring it back and we say, okay, we're phasing back into this. That's how I see this working, and I think we've got a really good plan.
On that note, that's exactly what we've been doing.
Yep.
Since we
Yeah,
started.
Daryl does that.
Yeah, since we started this program.
We just didn't have a Rory to go.
Yeah, we just
investigate these.
we didn't have a Rory that got us down that road a lot faster. So that has been going on, and
Okay.
it has been adjusting accordingly as we rolled up.
Rory, if we're talking about having to, at some point approach these businesses to replace these coolers, do you have to replace the whole cooler, or can you just replace the cooling unit?
It's just the cooling unit.
Okay.
Yes, just the cooling unit.
So it's not a ton of money.
Yeah, these things, I don't have a exact figure. I have been working with some refrigeration companies to say, what would it look like? And I would love to see maybe a pilot study or something along those lines so that we have a better understanding.
Roy, I was just gonna say that CRD did a study and it, you may have seen this too, but it's 25 to 4,000, and it doesn't look like they have a full table of retrofit scenarios and then the typical retrofit cost on the OTCs. There's nothing, well, the most crazy is 20K, but mostly they're 2 to 5.
Yeah, so my understanding is that a once-through cooling unit for a walk-in cooler or freezer is approximately $5,000 or $4,000 to $5,000, and the reason that I'm basing that number is because the literature says that the return on investment is about 2 years, and if you were using these, it would cost you about $2,000 a year to operate in water fees.
I think what you got to consider too is right now the heat is going down into the sewer. If you stop sending the heat into the water system, that heat is now in the room, which means you're venting, which means that's to me that's the biggest difference. Is it's going to change the dynamic of that particular indoor space,
Well,
which needs to be addressed.
But they just cool.
Cool
They cool a
differently.
different
But now
way,
the
right?
room is hot.
And is that, my understanding was, because I was with the school district when we looked at this in one of our communities, they didn't have water meters, and it was, it's your operating cost, right? You're not paying for energy to do that cooling, right?
Yeah, so with an air-cooled system, you're exactly right, is that it does, your operating costs, well, you do have to pay for electricity because you're running a fan, and it does displace heat into the room. So in a hot kitchen, that's not ideal, and that's why some purveyors like these systems or prefer these systems. Now you can exhaust that heat into outside the building, but that's at an additional cost as well. So it's not just 100% pros to go to an air-cooled system. There are a number of cons.
Yeah. Well, that to me is what's going to induce the cost for that comfort. Thank you, Rory. Continue on.
So other large-scale infrastructure that we're looking at is just units that are uncalibrated, things that are really easy fixes. So the photo in the top left is an evaporative cooler. It acts as an air conditioner. How it works is it cascades water over a medium, which air is pulled through, providing cooling. Now, these are allowed by the bylaw because they recirculate the water, which is fair. But what we see is that a number of these are uncalibrated, where water is going over overflows, and because they're on roofs, they don't get seen all that often. And it's really as easy as just, turning a screw. So easy fixes, large reward.
Are they called swamp coolers? Is that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's called a swamp cooler. Some people call them evaporative coolers, and maybe that's the more proper term, but
Sounds, guys.
Correct?
depends who you're talking to. So the other thing,
So Rory, just on, because we had, and that was before my time here, that we had these bylaws in place to prevent those,
The swamp coolers?
not the,
One's through cooler.
yeah, the ones through coolers. So have we investigated how those happened? Like, is it education with the installers? Is it, where do we catch it before someone actually goes and installs it and we go, oh,
Any of them
how'd you
new?
do that?
sorry, Keith?
Are any of them new?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, the co-op is an evaporative cooler, but I don't. Yeah, I was trying not to use examples, but
Safeway, weren't they?
I think, another grocery store is.
Okay. There's some principle.
so so the co-op is an evaporative cooler in this unit. It's not a once-through cooler, but in speaking with their maintenance staff who calibrates it, it is cycling through water too much. So they do want to cycle through some water to prevent Legionnaire's disease, but yeah, but you can have it cycling too much. And so that's the technicians, the refrigeration technicians' opinion, and that's what we're looking to have them address.
Rory, I just want to ask you, the food just showed up. Should we continue or should we stop? Because there's a few pages left here. yet.
Oh, certainly there's, there's more here. I'm happy to take a break.
Great.
And they'll even feed you.
Okay, fantastic.
So let's have a break, folks. We'll have lunch. And how much time, Rory, have you got left? on your piece?
I would say 20 minutes. We're about halfway through.
Okay, so will we take a half an hour? Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
No?
Yep. Now they're trying to load it all, like.
Okay, guys, we'd like to reconvene. Rory's got the spotlight on him. Renwick and Councillor Page, all in favour? All right, thank you. Rory, you're off.
Okay, thank you again. So where we left off was we're addressing the supplemental cooling units. And so what's happening with these supplemental cooling units is individuals or businesses have an air-cooled unit that doesn't use water, but due to numerous factors, it's not providing enough cooling load. And so they're supplementing that cooling by spraying water onto the air-cooled fins to allow for that heat transfer to be more efficient. But that uses an extreme amount of water, and they're not created equal. So we can see this unit here in the bottom right. This is a air-cooled air conditioner for a large office building. And what they've done is they've run a PVC pipe at the top of the unit with a number of holes in it. And when the compressor comes on, a valve opens up and water sprays onto those fins. So this is new to us. We've only seen 2 of these units. But as we'll see a little bit later in the presentation, the consumption figures for these units are the highest per unit that we see. So this is a retrofit. This isn't done with a building permit, and it's something that needs to be addressed.
Rory, if I may.
Yeah.
Remember when we did the wastewater analysis and we found a bunch of breweries and stuff? There were challenges on the wastewater side. Is there any connection between, because I remember Safeway, I said that already, was one of those that we flagged as being a high wastewater producer.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any connection between these cooling units? Because that obviously goes right into our wastewater stream. Is there a connection there too? So would we solve 2 problems if we can tackle this?
Well, yeah, you're on the
Not
money.
necessarily.
So what we're getting to in just a couple slides here is the wastewater project that Colin and I are working on, and Scott Eagleson. And so there's a number of issues there. It's the strength of the water multiplied by the volume determines the total mass of material coming to the treatment plant. So the mass is important because we need to have capacity to deal with that mass. But volume is also important because if we have high volume, then that flushes material through the treatment plant at too quick a rate for it to be treated. And so this project delves into that quite a bit, and we have recommendations on that, which includes reducing water consumption in these cases. So that's it. We're going to be working with these business owners to try and find a solution for these units.
So just as a context, how much does a single-family home that's relatively efficient use a year?
Yeah, we have exact numbers on this in the city of Nelson, but my understanding is that somewhere between, it's about 300 liters a day, approximately.
One of these are using 29,000 liters a year.
Well, was that not cubic meters?
That was for 18.
So that's 29 million liters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, a single-family home is, yes, 300 liters a day. And these are using, well, actually, I have figures right here, right? So this is the next slide showing the consumption of these units. So you can see we have 2 units, and the combined consumption from these 2 units is 22 cubic meters a day. So on average, each unit is consuming 11 cubic meters per day.
And
So-
again, 11 cubic meters is 11,000 liters.
That's correct.
Yeah, for comparison.
Versus 300.
Versus 300 liters.
Yeah.
A cubic meter is 1,000.
A cubic meter is
1,000 liters.
Yep. Yeah, so we can, yeah, when we're talking large volumes, usually we're talking cubic meters, because as soon as you just start adding zeros onto things, it's easy to get lost in comparisons.
Well, it's more impactful that I'm using 79,000 liters versus 79
Cubic meters.
And we know liters, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying
yeah.
to picture that cubic meter.
It's like if it was sitting right here, it's a huge volume.
Yeah.
So phase 3, so phase 2 is address some of those things that came up in phase 1. Phase 3 is to go a little bit further, and so this is looking at OTC bylaws, toilet rebates, and bringing those to council in the spring of 2022. We can see here, there's a little chart or a little table showing the average consumption for these units. And again, so this is the right-hand number, cubic meters per day per unit is what we're kind of looking at. And these units are based on calculations under ideal circumstances. Everything is working correctly. And it's very often that things are not working correctly. All we need is for one seal on a cooler door to not be making a perfect seal. All of a sudden, our cooling load is higher. These numbers could easily be double.
Roy,
Yep.
just on the toilet rebates, is there any, well, while looking into the bylaw for toilet rebates, there's some really interesting toilets that are just completely disconnected from the water system. They're like composting, they have separated toilets. That, I mean, ultimately that would be ideal because you can cut off the water usage completely and maybe recover some of that material. Is there a possibility for us to do a pilot or something around that? As a part of this?
I think that's health.
That would be a health
Yeah.
issue. Okay.
There has been talk about that, but not recently. Haven't heard much. But Interior Health would have the last say on that.
Right. Part of this is coming from, I saw a presentation not too long ago that was remarkable in terms of the latest technology. What they're doing is, it's getting to the point now where you could almost see it in a residential context or even a commercial context. But.
Yeah, I agree. Very interesting. Not something that I'm necessarily an expert in or could really comment on at this point, but something I would certainly like to look into. Really where I was going with this toilet rebate is that we see in businesses, toilets fail where they fail in a way where the water is completely unabated from flowing through the system, and a failed toilet, which we solve all the time, also consumes about 500 liters per hour. So this is just like, that is such an easy fix.
Yeah, they're so simple.
Yeah,
There's
and
only
a
couple
new,
of things can be wrong there.
and I priced out a new toilet. Like these are old toilets, like the, priced out a new toilet, it's $164.
Yeah.
So the reason to replace it, there's no reason to not replace these.
Smaller tanks, everything.
Even if they're not low flow, we're saving enormous amounts of water just by having them operate properly. So we don't have a toilet rebate, but most other municipalities do. So Castlegar has one, for example, that I've taken a look at, and it's something that we can suggest and will be suggesting.
So Rory, the only thing there is that the new toilet eventually becomes old too. So the person that's losing water through the old toilet's probably just the chain is not working quite right, or the plunger or whatever, right? So those fixes should be available to people as well. Right?
Well, absolutely. Some of the solutions is a $5 flapper
Yeah,
that
exactly,
gets
yeah.
stiff.
You're right.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're walking around with in our backpacks and just swapping out in about 10 minutes. Fill valves also fail, and they're $15. Like, to be able to solve 500 liters, or call it 200 liters an hour with a $20 component is
Yeah.
the ROI is like days.
Janice, yes.
And one thing, if I can, Mayor,
Janice, Councillor
Go right-
Morrison's just ahead of you here. Go ahead. And then
I
you
just want to know
follow.
these toilet rebates. These are for commercial, or is this for everybody?
Toilet rebates in, say, Castlegar is a great case study. They're for everybody. And so how they operate is they say, purchase a toilet. We'll give you $150 back. We would like to see a picture of you installing it before and after. And it needs to be low flow. So there's a few steps to jump through, but at least it's there.
I know guys
They
who are
would like to
dragging the
see a
same
picture of you
toilet all
sitting on
over
it.
town.
Oh,
What's that?
I say, I know guys that would drag the same toilet all over town. Pictures in different houses. Oh, another 150 boys.
Well, and I
10
think,
minutes.
and so I think that's why they want to see pictures of you installing it before and after. So like, there's not an incentive to cheat the system. I don't know what the best solution is right now. I just know that's how they're
I'm moving to
operating.
Castlegar.
John's got a new business.
so, Mayor,
Colin.
Mayor, I just, even before we get there, which I think it's great that Rory's suggesting this, but even for me, I was even thinking of the walk before you run, is that Rory's been able to be really good with some directions. He's got a bit of it on his photograph there with a few die kits and then sort of the instructions that are kind of in a Ziploc bag there. And I was thinking, we're about to mail out in the early of the new year to all our residents. We're going to mail out their water and sewer bill, and I'm thinking, wouldn't it be fantastic to put in? I know it'd be a bit of work time, but to put in one of these packages in every single one that goes to a house. And again, it's sort of that, do I have a problem? Maybe my toilet is older, but maybe it's not leaking. But this might be a place where and maybe it's a case of send us in and then send us some information back if you need some help on, fixing a flapper and that sort of thing.
Well, and on the energy retrofit side, we had that program where, there was volunteers that went into people's houses and, did all those changes. So, marrying those things together.
Yeah.
Because it's really easy for this to end up in your junk drawer and never surface again until you
super
move.
cheap though. It's super cheap, and if you catch a few along
Yeah.
the way,
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
necessarily
Worth
a
every
waste.
penny.
You could have a
And we could have-
Instagram thing, and if you show that you did the thing, and then you entered into a giveaway for something else
We
around
should have
town, right?
counselors
You got
go
a
out there
backpack
and
there. Keep the
install
loader
these.
up tonight when you're going home.
I could
Plunger.
I don't know if me and Rory could get
Yeah.
toilets.
We'll have a dedicated day where council.
Few washers and a
That's
plunger.
That council goes out.
I'm in.
I want my rebate. I put
Okay.
in 5 low flow
should-
toilets. I want my
Hey.
rebate.
I do-
Nobody leave here tonight without
Giveaway
parts
would
for a
be nice.
toilet and a plunger, okay? Sorry.
So Colin's exactly right. We develop these educational materials because, we're even the businesses where we're operating with, a number of businesses want to solve it on their own, or we go to them and say, hey, you have water consumption, and we would like to come and do a site visit and help you find it and address it. But there's, we might have them say, oh no, I can fix this. I just got it. It's not a problem. And then that leads to like repeated visits and repeated phone calls. And so if we can get material to them or explain the benefits of having one of us who have seen hundreds of toilets go, it just saves a lot of time and money. And with these resident die kits, early on in the project, we were entering apartment buildings with maintenance staff, and we can address everything that way. But now things are just stricter and people aren't comfortable. So we have to find ways to do this outreach where we're not in the building. So that is it for the water loss mitigation project. A lot on the go, certainly. A lot of water still to save. I think we've got good direction in it, and lots of things that we can do at little cost. The next project is the cross-connection control project. So I was asked to investigate the status of backflow preventers as part of phase 1 of the water loss mitigation project. And then obviously what I saw is that we need to get up to date on our cross-connection control project or program. So we're in luck though. There's a company out of Vernon who specializes in cross-connection control programs, so making sure backflow preventers are installed. They're based out of Vernon. They're called MTS. And one of their services is that they provide a database where if you go to a building, you can survey that building and say, these are the 3 locations that we require backflow preventers. And it just so happens that in 2017, staff at the city hired MTS to survey over 300 businesses, and all of this information is readily available in this database. And so effectively, really what we need to do is just start implementing the program. So
Is that an above ground piece that goes in where the water comes into the?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So there's all different appliances in a building that have different priorities. So medical equipment is a high priority. For example, you don't want water coming from an autoclave back into the distribution system, where a tap is as a low priority. And so this survey identifies every single thing that requires, or every fixture that requires a backflow preventer, and it's actually quite smart, where it even has like images and pre-built letters that can be emailed out right from the database. So it's just a matter of implementing that.
So, Rory, sorry, I just want to be clear on this. So this unit we're looking at here, that will be at the point of entry, would it? Or where in the system would that go on?
Yeah, it's all so they go on in different places, often in large buildings. Let's take a grocery store. These buildings have been engineered for these to be installed, and this would be a large unit, 4 inches in diameter, let's say, right on the entry. In smaller businesses, it may be more cost effective to only put smaller backflow preventers where they're needed as opposed to at the entry. So it's a case by case scenario, but yeah, by having it right at the beginning, you do protect your building. So this is an administrative program for the city of Nelson, effectively. And the reason that we need it is that, well, it's a health and safety thing, but it's also required in our permit to operate a water distribution system issued by Interior Health. So it's right in those requirements. That's all I have on backflow preventers. It's pretty simple. And the rest of the presentation, what we're getting into is the wastewater strength characterization and reduction project. So this has been one of the more, or probably the most interesting project that I've been tasked with lately. I'm working with the guys at the treatment plant and Colin McClure and Scott Eagleson. So what this project is all about is trying to determine what material is in our wastewater and at what volumes. So how much material is making its way to the plant and what is the makeup of that material, and then reducing it through tasks that the city can take on, as well as working with businesses to help reduce their loading. So it was alluded to that our strength has been increasing. So for this presentation, all I'll be talking about is total suspended solids. I feel it's the easiest one to understand. And what total suspended solids are, if you took a liter of wastewater and you passed that water through a filter, material would be deposited on that filter. So total suspended solids is the weight of material that gets deposited on that filter in a water sample. So that's a strength measurement, right? How strong is your wastewater? Well, we have this historical graph here from 2012 to 2018 showing that the strength of our wastewater is increasing over time and getting sporadic, say around 2017. So what do we know from seeing this graph? Well, it appears that our wastewater strength is increasing. What we don't know is how much material is actually making its way to the treatment plant. And the reason we don't know that, well, until now, is because the strength of this wastewater hasn't been considered with the volume of water going to the treatment plant. So this is all important because we need to have our wastewater treatment plant working as effectively as possible. And one challenge that we've had at the wastewater treatment plant is that the plant was designed to reduce wastewater strengths to 45 milligrams per liter for TSS. And so that's great. Designed for that. That was our permit. And after that was designed, I believe in the 70s, it got stricter to 25. So we're trying to just absolutely do our best on all fronts to meet that 25. And that's why we need to do everything we can. So when we're talking about reducing strength and loading and volume at the wastewater treatment plant, really what we're trying to do is make sure that the effluent coming out of our treatment plant is meeting our discharge permit. And there's a number of things that we can do. When I say we, I mean the city. So there's a number of things that the city can do as well as that businesses can do to help us out. So we have 4 items that are city controlled. The first is that we are currently recirculating some sludge at the wastewater treatment plant. The purpose for that is that we have an undersized pump. The good news is that that pump is currently being replaced. So all these things that the city can do, we're on it, and it's moving forward. And it's going to help us out. Another is the rotating biological contactors, which is the large drums that you would have seen at your tour of the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, we saw those.
They're big.
Tell them.
Really felt them, Rory. We really experienced them.
So with all mechanical devices, you have to have upkeep, and we have had instances where those have broken in the past, causing difficulties. So they're currently running now, and that's great. There's also a proposal put forward by the wastewater treatment plant operators to have a non-mechanical medium that works in the same way. It's a floating medium as opposed to a rotating medium. Another is the airport lift station grit chambers. This was installed recently, right down by Home Hardware. And there's 3 grit chambers, or maybe 4 there, where grit or heavy solids can fall out of the waste stream and then be pumped out and disposed of properly, reducing the load on the wastewater treatment plant. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to dispose of these materials, and so we're in talks with the regional district currently to have these disposed of at Udashenya. And there's 2 options that we have. They have like settling lagoons there, because if you have your septic system tanked, if you're outside the city, you're allowed to have that deposit in these settling lagoons, but their bylaw doesn't allow municipal waste. So we have 2 options. We have 2 options. One is that we can get an exception from the ministry, the provincial government, so that we can deposit this waste there, which would just be great. Another is to de-water the waste so that it passes a paint filter test. And what that is you put material in effectively a coffee filter, wait 5 minutes. If 1 drop comes out, it's considered to have free liquids in it. So we need to de-water it to that point. At that point, we can then dispose of it at the wastewater treatment plant. So we're working with the regional district, and we'll probably get the ministry looped in as well to find a way that we can properly dispose of these. Now, this is a common problem for all municipalities. And Castlegar, for example, has found a temporary solution for special cases where it's trucked to Kamloops. So we're in this with a number.
The RDCK facility, so they truck it to Canada.
Well, yeah, so this is my partner. She works with she's a tech at the city of Castlegar, and so she was telling me of a case study of them trucking it there. and for whatever reason, there's a landfill in Kamloops that will accept this waste. So that's another option, but, you know, the costs would be just, it wouldn't be ideal. We can find better solutions, I think, but we'll be looking at everything, of course.
So Rory, we just recently had a tour of the plant out there. And, you know, it's fairly clear that there's upgrades needed at some point, maybe probably sooner rather than later. But, you know, we have a fairly small footprint there as well to be able to do any future development. So I was thinking about it since, and you've actually touched on it a little bit here. What if we had more settlement? What if we picked up more product before it got to the plant?
Yeah, and that is part of what these are designed to do. So I'm not an expert necessarily on design, but the folks at the wastewater treatment plant do want to see these pumped out because they do think that it will have an effect on allowing more stuff to settle out, just like you're saying. And so a great place to start is by having these pumped out, measure the effect before and after, and possibly, yeah, it does make sense to install more of them.
I was thinking if we capture more waste ahead of time, I don't know if I'm making sense to you or not, but as an example, we have built several chambers in the community, Kevin, for storm sewers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the storm sewer goes through them into a big tank, it settles. It's like a sewage treatment plant. But I'm just thinking, if we're going to do a rebuild of the one we've got, are we rebuilding it to meet more demand? If that's the case, how do we get some of that out of it so that the rebuild is not as robust? Do you understand what I'm saying?
100%. And that's really what this is all about. Whether we end up building a new treatment plant or not, if we can reduce the loading on that treatment plant, you know, we might save a quarter of the cost of construction. Yeah. Or maybe we can delay it by 5 years or 10 years.
Or stop it from being overloaded, which is happening now.
Right? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You've talked a lot about the opportunity or potential to put sewage, something down at 70 Lakeside Drive or in that area of the Railtown district. And I, you know, having done the tour, having looked at our overcapacity, I've also been wondering about our opportunities to hybridize that system and whether or not we need to have a component that's happening here in town, potentially with outflow capacity for overflows, as opposed to sending it all the way down to the plant we have. Do we have, and this is the piece, I know, Colin, you're out there in the cloud somewhere, and you're talking to Urban Designs for a waste treatment water master plan, if I am correct. I don't see any nodding heads, but and so if we look at that area off of the dog walk on the other side there behind Public Works, and we see what parts of those services can be brought and spread out between the two plants, and also look at the natural asset opportunities for overflow, storm overflow that might hit that area and then have to be shunted out before it goes out to the plant when we have those particular events. Do we have a system that can actually serve us very well and may not require this entire rebuild that we're talking that might be 25, 35, 45 million dollars? Like, can we leverage this to do final treatment and do a lot of, like we're talking now? Can there be a natural ecosystem component to that for that stormwater overflow? Because that used to all be, you and I were talking, that used to all be a wetland on the mouth of the Cottonwood Creek there.
So I think that is being addressed in the sewage, or the waste water treatment plan of the options there, I believe.
And when will we see that plan?
I think Colin, do you know Colin McClure? I think it's early 2022.
Yeah, so, yeah, the hope is here in the spring, and they're expecting to come. And I know that I had tapped in between Rory and Urban that's doing this work, because this is exactly, and again, we're going to go a bit further here, which I think is going to be very informative to council, and some of the other places that he's visited, where you're seeing some that are really doing a good job to take out their TS, whoever he says, TSS, and then others that aren't, but are working towards it. So we've got a lot of good news happening, but definitely this is the thing I really wanted to educate council, because not that we're experts, but it lets us be asking better questions when we get this master plan back of, hey, what about this? So, but the plan is that early spring.
So on that subject matter of like retaining wastewater to take out the peak of loading at the plant, when we do have storm events, and storm events are important because some of our storm sewers are directly connected to the sanitary sewer, we see overloading. And what the plant operators will do in that case is they'll station someone at the airport lift station and use that as a buffer. And they'll say, hey, hold as much waste back as you possibly can, and then, release it slowly when it's just not a possibility. And so, yeah, it's already being done, maybe on a larger scale, is an option as well.
Yeah, I think you were thinking something beyond that a bit too, right?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, do we upgrade that one location, or do we spread out
Yeah.
where the plant is, given our small footprint? And, if we do lovely landscaping and a faux heritage brick building, and the treatment is going, as Scott was talking to, and it's effective, so it's not smelling, then, you have parkland, you have wetland, and you have, a settling pond hidden in behind it away from the walking trail, right? Like you can bring it all together. And I guess that's my challenge, Colin and staff, about this conversation with Urban Systems, is how much we're incorporating some natural asset planning with this wastewater in terms of what options will be provided to us.
We can raise that with them. I'm sure they'll come up with something that makes sense, and hopefully does incorporate some of this additional thinking. I know just doing anything on the waterfront, you just get into that whole permitting and environmental design, and so it's not easy. We're just trying to get a
That's worth finding out, though.
permit to replace that wall, and
We are going to be doing something eventually on that site anyway. Not to say that this is what we should do, but we should look at all options for it, because basically, you're talking really here about a septic field in a sort of a roundabout way. It wouldn't be that, but it's a similar idea, and their septic fields work all over the country.
well, it's interesting that Cranbrook actually pumps theirs out to a whole set of fields where they grow hay outside of Nelson.
On the ranch out there, yeah.
Yeah, so could you reclaim some of those CP lands?
You should see the size of the horses over there.
They're well-grown horses.
All right,
So-
okay, there's a couple of ideas there.
So the final thing that the city is doing is that we do have storm drains directly connected to sanitary, and that makes.
Roy, before you jump there, I think maybe we skipped over a bit on actually, reducing that at the source,
Capture,
as opposed to us taking on the,
Yeah.
as after it's got to us, right? So that, I think that's kind of the thought you guys have had, is how
Yeah.
do you.
Like as an example, you had the breweries as an example.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about too. I mean, these first 4 points were things that the city can do to help, but yeah, there's 2 things that that businesses can do as well. Well, I should really say one thing, which is make sure that the strength and loading coming from these businesses is properly mitigated. So what we have here in this image, we have a oil and grease interceptor for, say, something like a restaurant. And these are being installed in buildings through when there's upgrades. But the good question is are they being maintained? So in my work with Metro Vancouver, we had a wastewater reduction program there where we would sample wastewater strength coming out of these mitigation options for each building. But it was really only going there each month and sampling and saying, hey, you've passed or failed your results, that they would actually go about pumping these things out, because it does cost money. This is an example of an oil and grease interceptor. And so you can see how it operates. The solids settle and the greases float. Now, if this isn't pumped out regularly, well, then it's not doing anything because the solids are just making their way out of the system. So with my experience in Metro Vancouver, where we had to go to the businesses to get them to do it, I mean, is this being done here? We don't know that yet, but we will be going to businesses to talk with them and see what their processes are. Do you get it pumped out quarterly? Could we do a loading study before and after you get it pumped out? We don't know how much this is going to help things until we do that study, but it is a top thing on our agenda.
And could we build that into, their fee structure? Actually, you actually pay to get this pumped out every 3 months or something, and we have a central contract that people go around and actually do that, so we know what's actually being done.
And I'm glad you brought up that recommendation, because what would happen in Metro Vancouver is, well, they would only clean it out because there was a stick, right? Because we were coming around and they'd be failing their results. And then they're paying fees for us to come and do it. It's better just to have the fees go to mitigating the problem.
It's just part of your service. You get this thing comes by and pumped out and shows up in your sewage treatment or your sanitary bill.
Yeah. Is the guy running a bus on this stuff somewhere?
Oh, sorry?
The guy running a bus on
No,
It used to be.
isn't there?
Still?
You mean Mountain Man?
I don't know, somebody
Merrick
was
used to
using
do
that
Yeah.
for the oil,
Making biodiesel.
Oh,
biodiesel, yeah.
I think it's Mountain Man.
But Roy, as a part of what the business mitigation, the storm drain connections is partially the businesses too, right? Like some of them are running their roof storm connections directly into the
Yeah.
wastewater system.
yes. And so that is against bylaw. We're in a tricky situation where at some point in the past, it was the opposite and city required storm drains to be put into the sanitary system. So
'cause we didn't have storm.
Right. Okay. So that's part of going to be part of the plan is to get tackling
When
some of that.
people do upgrades, then they have to separate, but it's not simple, right? 'Cause you have all
Yeah.
that internal-
it's certainly a cost on businesses and not,
In many places, we don't even have a storm sewer,
okay.
just have the sewer.
Oh, okay.
So that was one of the reasons in the early days, the
Yeah.
pipes all went into the one pipe.
But we
So
do
some
have
of the Baker Street ones, is there a storm in Baker?
Yeah, we have storm now.
Yeah.
But you're right, we didn't when they pumped everything into the sanitary.
But again, when you put it in the context of a $50 million sewage treatment plant upgrade,
Yeah.
subsidizing that or at least offering low interest loans to do that work is probably a much better ROI.
You just can't keep building bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, Colin had mentioned that that staff would be potentially approaching having storm broken out into its own service with its own fee structure and its
Right.
own work plan to specifically chase that down. I think I recall that correctly, Colin. I feel it was you was talking about that.
Yes, we discussed that, and then the other question that CEO Cormac had talked about is just whether or not we have one large. It's sort of our Nelson water, which includes both wastewater, stormwater, regular water, right? So that we don't have to do some of the shifting that we're doing, like right now where we've got higher wastewater rates than water. So there's a few things that we're looking at, but definitely that's part of the package. Yes.
Okay. So these are things that we feel like we could work with businesses to help mitigate the strength. And we may have great success because there may be very little occurring currently. Just have this graph here to talk about why we might be seeing increases. So this graph on the left was produced by the city of Nelson just recently, and it shows that population is increasing while water consumption is decreasing. So when we have this, yes, we probably do have more material coming down into the wastewater treatment plant, but it is also more concentrated, which may explain some of what we're seeing in that previous scatter graph. When you're looking at effects on the treatment plant, we really need to consider not only the strength, but how much water is coming through the system at that point in time. So the graph on the right shows the volume of water going to our wastewater treatment plant on an hour-by-hour basis. And this was early December that this data was pulled from on a dry day. And so what we see is that, like, if we took a sample at 4 a.m. and we're making a composite sample, we would want to have less of that sample at 4 a.m. go into the composite sample than we would want to have at 10 a.m. There's other things that might be cause for that data, the strength increasing, which is like study sampling methodology. We just don't know what happened in the past, which is kind of why we're starting fresh. Like the intake for the sampler may have like reduced over time, then getting into more sludge. We just don't know that.
Roy, just not to lose something, one of the things that we heard was that not all solids are the same, like in terms of their impact. So the wipes and those kinds of materials or something. Will there be a plan to try to mitigate some of those types of really particularly onerous or odious materials?
Yeah, wipes are interesting. Wipes wouldn't be captured in this data because the sampler that we have, it has a filter on it. So wipes do make their way through the treatment system, and they are a problem. They're a problem with pumps specifically. They can ruin them. But at the wastewater treatment plant, we do have a screen where a thing like wipes hopefully is getting screened out from that. So this data doesn't necessarily talk about that. But yes, you're right. There's other things that we're looking for. So TSS is just the example I'm using, but biological oxygen demand is another thing that we monitor. That's the volume of food for microbes in the wastewater. There's chemical oxygen demand, ammonia, fecal coliforms that we all need to be concerned about as well. But TSS is a good proximity measure for those other things as well. So we are studying all of those. We had to rush some samples, so we only got our TSS results back. But the other ones should track with TSS as well. So just so that we're looking at why we need to look at loading as opposed to strength, which is what we've done in the past. Loading is the weight of material going to the plant. So a little case study here. We have a house, and let's say the results from the house's wastewater sample is 225 milligrams per liter, and that's higher than an apartment building. Well, you might say that the house is more of a problem than the apartment building, but we know the apartment building has just so much more flow. So this is how we're looking at it. We're multiplying the volume by the water quality to get total mass entering the plant. Volume is also a concern too. So this is sort of us starting our study. We took these samples from the wastewater treatment plant, and in these images you can see the turbidity of the water quality changing on an hourly basis. This is an indication of the strength of the wastewater at that hour. We then multiply the strength by the volume to get the total weight coming to the plant, which is really what we want to be looking at. And just in terms of like other things that we're finding by doing this study, I haven't seen the volume of wastewater going to the treatment plant on an hourly basis, but at our peak, we have over 250 cubic meters per hour going to the treatment plant, which is was surprising to me. And what was also surprising to me, and something that we need to look at on the water savings side of things, is that in the middle of the night, our lowest volume at 5 a.m., we have 100 cubic meters still going to wastewater treatment plant. And so that's a huge red flag for continuous consumption overnight. That is also playing effect on the wastewater treatment plant. We might have the opportunity to go in and solve some of these toilet issues in residents and find that it has a huge beneficial impact on our wastewater treatment plant.
So are you saying that middle of the night you still have these volumes? Is that leakage then?
Well, that's consumption from somewhere. So that's, drinking water going through some fixtures and making its way into the wastewater treatment plant. I don't know what this should be, but it raises red flags. It's higher than I think it should be.
Do we have any comparisons
And
with
Mayor,
other cities?
and Mayor and Council, you can see that, like, when you look out, if you look at hour 8 and hour 9, and then you look at hour 1, 2, and 3 in the morning, you see how clear it is at 3 and 4 in the morning. And that's telling you that we've got leakage or water. Again, we talk about our run-through coolers that are doing like 126,000, that whole thing are going through to our system. This is where we're seeing that direct water from our system going right out to the plant.
Does anyone here think they use only half as much water at 1 in the morning versus 8 in the morning? Or any other time when dishwashers and everything else is going? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that seems like it should definitely be lower. So are we back to spot checking residential water metering programs to look for flows?
Yeah, where are we with the residential side of it?
Well, I'm not sure either exactly. I do know that we have some meters on some houses so that we can get a sort of better understanding of what a house should be using. We also have meters throughout the distribution system, so we might be able to see what 1/5 of Nelson residents are using on one, compare that to another. But I think too, we also know that when we go to businesses, we see these toilets that have failed and have water just running through them, just unabated. So I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be happening in residents as well.
It could be, I'm thinking it could be businesses starting up, getting ready for the day, baking. Things are happening at 5 in the morning.
Not one.
It's still used, it's still energy intensive, water intensive.
Yeah, I would expect it to be more change. We're only seeing it drop from 270 to 100. I would think that we would see more of a difference between our peak and our trough. But this is a new finding as of like a couple of days ago. So we haven't really been able to look at, hey, what's Castlegar's consumption on an hourly basis? We might look at that and be like, oh, it's normal.
Right.
Or we might look at it and be like, wow, it's very abnormal and we have some work to do. So when we combine flow and water quality, we then can look at the mass of material going to the treatment plant. And this is where we're at, and we're wrapping up here. This first slide, the blue is the influent flowing into the wastewater treatment plant in terms of kilograms per mass in the water per hour. So what is the loading? And what we see here is we see just a huge spike at 9 a.m. and a very little at 5 a.m. when the water quality is quite a bit cleaner. So this shows us a couple things on how we might be able to make our plant operate better. For example, if we could shift that peak, we can see that there's a trough at 2 p.m. If we can get, if we can somehow shift that load, well, then that might just equalize things out. The orange line here is the loading, so the mass of material exiting the wastewater treatment plant. And so you can see a very clear spike that's delayed from the spike of the input. So if we can level everything out, we might be doing a lot better. These are on two different scales, just so that we can show the spikes and the similarities between the two data sets. This is the same data set with the influent to the wastewater treatment plant and the effluent to the wastewater treatment plant on the same scale. So this shows us just how good our wastewater treatment plant actually is working. We still see that spike, but when it's on the same scale, it's amazing what it's able to do. And with these things that we want to do in the upstream to reduce that load, it may help.
And if I may, the loading issue, is it possible to build a reservoir that acts like kind of a battery? Like it stores it for a bit, shifts the peak a bit, because you load up that holding pond, say down at Lakeside, and then start rushing it through or trickling it through to balance things out?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on structures or how you could do something like that. We do know that the airport lift station already acts as this, but it's not that big, and they only do it during storm events. The volume of water that we're talking about is enormous. 250 cubic meters per hour is a lot of water, and that's at our peak in just 1 hour. It would be better to shift the material getting into the system, maybe. It would be more of a question for urban systems, frankly.
Sorry, one more quick question. How long does it take for material to get from, say, downtown all the way to the wastewater treatment plant? Is that, or from uphill, whatever? Is it like an hour of travel, 10 minutes, 45 minutes?
Well, I think they told us
Put a
that
little
on the-
boat in there and see
Let's
what's.
see how, yeah.
Yeah.
on the tour, they told us when they have a rain event, it takes about 45 minutes.
45 minutes, okay.
Okay,
So hours are at.
For those of us who are listening anyways. So this is something that we should know, right? And that's why I produce this graph. So we see that this peak in the effluent is exactly 10 hours after we see the peak in effluent the blue is at the airport lift station and the orange is at the effluent of the wastewater treatment plant. I thought 10 hours was a lot. I talked to the treatment plant operator and they said, I don't think it's 10 hours. So here's another example of where we dive into the data, and we need to make sure that timestamp's even right.
Yeah, but you got a lot of variables there, because we have to always keep in mind, we have waste and wastewater, and then we have storm going into that.
Mm-hmm.
So that it can all change with a shower of rain.
Yeah, and so this, we did this sampling specifically on a dry day because we didn't want to, this is just a 1 day period where this data was collected from.
Remember the sampling.
And then that's another thing too. We need to look at what rain events do and just understand this process better by analyzing the data. Because there's things that we don't know. And some of the data, we may need to shift due to just the SCADA system records the wrong timestamp.
I'm thinking, and I think you touched on it a bit, we all did actually. As long as we have storm sewer joined with sewer, we have a problem.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think we're at a point now where we need to really look at how we divide those two completely. So, because what we're really doing out there now at the sewage treatment plant, we're expanding a plant to accommodate, for the most part, what we're doing today.
Mm-hmm.
What if we were able to renovate what we've got if we didn't have stormwater going into it?
Well, exactly. And so that is in the works. That was one of the bullet points. And I just touched on it maybe too briefly, where what part of what the utilities operation manager is doing is exactly that. As we go and we renovate the sewers, we are disconnecting the storm from the sanitary. And so that's I think a top priority and is underway. It's getting better every day. When that is completely done, I don't necessarily have an answer, but operations would.
Yeah.
And I think it will take that, we're doing the infrastructure on Baker Street.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the
That'll be the
biggest
final.
area of concern, that would, it'd be good, I would love to know if, for instance, when we do go to rebuild Baker Street, which is going to take a lot of thought and planning and a tremendous amount of consultation with the community, it'd be great for me to know ahead of time, just how much storm is going into the sewer system on Baker.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And that may be the priority project. Whereas now we're sort of we're kicking that can down the road on a regular basis.
And I think urban systems will address that, right?
I would think so. I'm really interested in reading the report and just having a chat just so I'm more fully informed. So yeah, if that information is coming out in spring of 2022, that will allow us to address that in a more organized manner.
I just want to flag this particular graph. If we are just looking, we aren't just looking at a single sample. We could have had a particular aberration going on this day. We could have had a dump coming out of a brewery that's giving us this bump right here. So without agitated number coming off of multiple sample dates, we should probably just park that particular assumption with a bit of caution.
So you're 100% right, Keith, and I'm glad that you brought that up. This is our final slide. This is talking about our next steps, at least where I'm involved with Colin and Scott and crowd. So the number one thing that I'm recommending as a next step is start monitoring the wastewater influent and strength into the wastewater treatment plant. We don't do that currently, which is why we had to do this one-off example. Sending samples to the lab is expensive, and you don't need to do too many days of this to just be able to afford a meter. So the number one priority that I'm recommending is that we install a meter, and that's in the works. That's already been costed. It's about $6,000.
And where does that meter go again? Sorry, Rory.
Yeah, the meter would go in the airport lift station or at the beginning of the wastewater treatment plant so that we can better characterize our wastewater loading.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. We don't know if this is an anomaly. This is a one-off. Nelson Brewing is gone to a 4-day shift. So if we start collecting data every day, we might just see that Friday there's a huge decrease in loading because that's the day that they're taking off. And so that's what we're looking at doing. Our next immediate steps, at least where I'm involved, get that TSS meter installed so we can start doing this analysis. Have the airport's lift station grit removed because it does act as that medium to take stuff out. Study rain events better to determine what effect they have on the wastewater treatment plant. Work with businesses to make sure that they're doing their part and pumping out their oil and grease traps. Compiling the data into a report with suggestions and solutions.
Good man. Okay. Well, I don't know if, I think we might have asked you all the questions as we went, Rory. But I'm not sure. Is everybody okay?
Yep.
Rory, thanks very much.
Excellent report.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Really well done.
Well, and thanks to Colin McClure and all the guys at the city that work with me.
Thanks. Exactly, yeah.
They work on this very hard and they don't hold anything back. And so I'm really thankful for them as well.
Yeah, this is not just another step now and moving on to doing better things with the water and wastewater and storm sewer, et cetera. So thanks very much, Rory. That was very informative.
Thank you,
Really
everyone.
appreciate it. You're welcome to stick around if you...
Thanks, Rory.
not.
Thanks, Colin.
Okay.
Snacks.
Yeah. And fresh coffee.
Okay. Next on the list.
Yep.
Colin?
Yes.
Okay, so I was going to move into our resource recovery. We've got a shorter presentation that I've got that you've seen before, so I think we should be able to move through it pretty quick because then we're going to move into the organics, which is the larger discussion for the afternoon. And I've also got one last document, which is sort of the starting point for our operating budget.
Yeah, let me pass that out because they don't have that one yet.
No, and that's totally fine.
Were we told about this?
That's
in
the
our
last thing
agenda?
we're doing,
I
but
don't remember.
Colin?
Oh, okay. I heard it from stuff. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Thanks. I hadn't missed something.
Colin, again, that's the last thing we're going to look at, is that sheet of paper, is that right?
That'll be the last thing today, yes, sir. Okay, so Mayor, Council, I'm assuming that you've got this handout and over on your iPad that we had done before, that you've seen before.
Yes.
Okay, so again, I don't want to go too much, but it is one of those historical things that I hope you had a chance to read. They kind of talked about how we got here. It was back in, 2005 that we went to bi-weekly pickup. And certainly when we had the blue bags and recycling and garbage over these past years, we were, I have to say, probably the most efficient and cost-effective recycling and resource management program in the province. Then when we changed here, and again, you'll notice that we had a few black bag changes, and part of that was to kind of get people to move more to recycling. So if you're paying for your garbage tag, less garbage means less garbage tags, more money in your pocket, and because we're going to get your garbage, then we'll pick up your recycling because we're already there. And we got the dual compartment truck, and actually one of the cool things was that we started getting the MMBC money, which helps us out, and right now we started at about $134,000, and now we're about $145,000 is what we received from Recycle BC. We knew in 2019 that we had to start moving away from the single bag, and we had to go to the containers, the blue bag bins that we now are, the cans that we have. And we also increased the bag tag in 2020 from 150 to 175, and we also increased the flat rate in 2020 from 35 to 75 to fund the purchase of the new recycling cans. So when we hit 2020, we had 6 months of the new blue can versus the blue bag, and we were in a bit of a holding pattern because council just decided that they were interested in moving in a soil amendment way of doing compost for organics, and we were trying to figure out how that would work. So we had decided, council had decided in 2021 to no increases to the tag fees, but the money that we had collected, so the $35 extra, or the 35, yes, that we had additionally added in 2020, we would keep on, even though we'd already purchased the recycling cans, to put that towards our organics diversion. Now we know that we've kind of had a few challenges. We haven't got some of the grants we applied for. We'll talk a bit more about that today, but this is where it kind of gets us to what do things look like for 2021 and what's the program for recycling and waste recovery in 2022. So based on where we're seeing the forecast and what the budget is for 2021, we're noticing that the revenue is pretty close, and that's a good news story. The collection, although we are seeing a spike, you'll see it under the collection side, and that has to do with equipment, and it has to do with people. And one of the things that we are seeing is that when I did the numbers and compared 6 months, so January to June of 2020 versus January to June in 2021, which would have given me a clean, how much recycling did we pick up by tonnage when we were collecting it in blue bags, as compared to how much tonnage were we picking up when we went to the blue bins. And it's been staggering. It's actually a 41% increase in tonnage. And I think that there's a number of reasons for that. One is that if you decide now that you want to go down to one of the transfer station, whether it's at Lakeside or out at Groman, is that you now have to separate it all out. If you put it in your blue bin with the city, you can still commingle everything. And I think that that's one of the reasons that allowed for. Also the fact that we open up the opportunity for people to put their cardboard boxes, as long as they're tied up, that we would also pick that up. So it's a staggering amount, 41% increase in tonnage, especially when I think of the difference of weight in what I say a garbage bag would hold versus a recycling bin. And so that's one thing. But because we're collecting so much recycling, we're now having to go out to Roman to dump the truck more often, so then that's taking more time. And the fact is, before, when the sanitation team would be able to pick your garbage and your recycling up, and it was both in bags, they just picked the bags up, threw them in the truck, and they kept going. Now when you've got a blue bin, they need to take the blue bin, take it to the truck, dump it in the truck, then go replace it, upside down, because people do get very upset if the can was thrown and, not tilted over and stuff like that. You'd be surprised how many phone calls we get. So the good news story overall is that we are picking up way more recycling, so that's good for I think our environment and our community. The challenging part is that we need to think about how we do this. We're looking at route selection and timing, and that's a kind of an ongoing process. At the same time, we had kind of budgeted about almost $100,000 for being able to go into the organics diversion fund, or our recycling fund is where we have it. You'll see that right now, based on what we're expecting for 2021, is that we'll put about $76,000 into that reserve. One of the questions I had is that, what are you talking about with our waste recovery is $93? Basically, what I've done there is just taken the estimated forecast for collection and tipping and divided it by the number of homes that we collect from. And so that kind of gives us a sense of what it costs per household, understanding that that is an average. Someone else have more, someone else may have less, but that's just a straight math kind of calculation there. I don't know if anybody has any questions on this particular slide.
Colin, what, if our bag tags were $2, what much more money would that give us? I was trying to find my calculator here, but I see we get 100. Go ahead.
When we get to the organics, because you should have gotten a very large spreadsheet, I hope.
Yeah.
Yes, so we will discuss that, because I think we've got some other from the next team, I'm hoping, are also in the gallery that will help us with some of the questions you may have on that. But we'll be able to do some quick math there if you were looking at, because I think it's the top row, it talks about here's what we're getting for our collection of our garbage tags, and what would happen. You could just basically see how many tags we sold, and then we would just be able to, add 25 cents to it or $1 to it. It would give you a sense of how much money you would get. But let me get there first.
Okay, another question, if you don't mind.
Yep.
So I'll just take our house as an example. There's 2 people in our house, and we easily fill the blue bin. Now, I don't know if that's the norm or not, but, I don't.
We've got.
He uses 2.
I don't
He
know
has
how
mine.
I don't know how we do it.
No, I
we have 2.
Yeah.
But I'm just want to go somewhere here. So,
But how much garbage are you putting out?
my own house is an example, right? And if our goal is, so what about the person that has, say, 4 people in their home, as an example? Where is their volume going that's not going in the blue bin? Is that going into a black bag? And
They can't afford to consume as much.
well, no, I'm just saying, I know there's no return. Like, we're better off with less recycling than we are with more. But if our goal is to recycle more, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't.
We do allow more if there's legitimate. If you're legitimately are
Let me
not,
pick up both of yours.
can't fit them. I think we allow you to. Don't we allow you to
Have 2 bins?
have your own and?
Yeah, you can have
mark it that way?
I thought we could have as many bins as we want,
Yeah.
as long as it's marked that it's recycling.
Yeah, and that's true. We don't stop people from putting their stuff out. And again, one of the challenges is that people decide that they bought a fridge, a stove, a freezer, and they don't necessarily cut it up. It makes it very difficult for staff when you have this huge cardboard collection that's not in a good fashion. But we're there. I think it's a good service that we provide to be able to take that stuff.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
I don't think we've heard that people are saying,
We don't have enough capacity.
yeah, so I'm putting it in the garbage. I think we're addressing those if someone needs another bin or they want to mark their other bin as a recycling bin.
Yeah.
And our volumes seem to speak to that we're collecting a lot more. I'd say the other factor is, with the significant rise in, that minimum fee to go out to the, the transfer station. It used to be $5 for a pickup truck. Now it's $12.50. I bet you less people are
Going out there.
going out there.
Cheap.
Still so cheap.
Oh, I think it's cheap, but I think it's
Still so
also made
cheap.
a difference.
Expensive.
Because now you look at your $2 versus.
Nicole,
Had a question.
Go ahead, Nicole.
When we're talking about the volume that we're collecting, we haven't referenced COVID and the impact that that's had on the amount that we're at home and therefore just consuming more things at home. And what would those numbers look like in a,
John?
right? So I feel like if, making decisions based on these 2 years is a bit tricky. And if we're talking about volume and making long-term decisions on volume.
Yeah, no, fair statement. But I will say that as soon as we switched, there was an increase. So that's the one thing. I'm not disagreeing with you, and we'll see what happens there. But I guess I'm a real believer in man's ability to be lazy. And when I say that, you got to cart all your stuff now, and you can't just drop it off because they got someone sitting in a booth going, "Hey, wait a second, you're not just leaving that here. You can't do that." I mean, that you need to take it, sort it, put it between your cardboard, your plastics, your different things. If you can just put it all in that blue bin,
Totally. Yeah.
that's where I think that we go, "Oh, hey, now you've just saved me, whatever time. I don't have to do it. Just put it in the blue bin. They'll take it."
Yep.
Exactly. Thank you, Colin.
I think it's an and or not an or, right?
Fair enough. Yes. And then so this slide here is sort of what we're looking at for 2022, and we'll flesh this out a bit more with the organics. We are looking at an increase in the build amount, and that's basically mostly to do, is to cover. One thing is that we need to cover the additional costs we're seeing for picking up recycling and garbage, but also what we're planning to do towards getting us onto this soil amendment product for organics. So we have kind of increased, you see the increase in collection going up. The hope is that tipping fees will go down as part of our process of going through having some organics diversion, even starting in 2022. That might be a bit optimistic, but I mean, again, we're not a huge change there, as you can see. And again here you're seeing an amount here for organics diversion of 46,000, and that's basically a net number of grants we expect to have and some of the staffing that we're going to be able to use for education, for encouragement, for figuring out how we're going to deliver this product, how we're going to pick it up. So that's something that we'll be dealing with 2022. So that's where this operating funding is here. And then you'll notice that based on what we're collecting and what our operating expenses are, we have sort of a surplus, and that surplus is to go into fund our capital portion of the organics. And again, Councillor Morrison, hoping that you can confirm with me that that the RDCK is maintaining their tipping fees at 125. We're not having an increase in 2022 at this stage.
Yeah, no, I sent that both to you and to Chris Jury while you're away, that there's no changes except for that, like, we're at 125, and now East Resource Recovery is at 125 as well. So everybody's at the same tipping rate, and there was no changes to the costs for people that are driving their individual bags of garbage to landfill sites. So that's the only change. That bylaw has been had third and final reading a week ago.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morrison. So this is just kind of a snapshot that includes sort of our go-to component right now, and then I'm going to turn this off, and then I'm going to ask the group to pull up their spreadsheet that they have for the organics.
We're all looking at the which one are we pulling?
Yep,
environmental health, got it. It's because it's called environmental health. I think that's a misnomer, but anyway. I know. I know.
That's the name that the province gives it, environmental health sciences. So don't worry. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So Okay, up top here, a couple of things. You can see the numbers here for where we're at for column D and where we're at for column E and F. You start to see, okay, so Mayor, you were talking about how many tags we would sell, and you can see at $1.75, we're at 75,000. You can see what that creates in revenue. In 2024, there's a suggestion that we would go to 250. Again, part of that is that if we're rolling out this organics product, that the idea here is that if you're using it, we should really lower the amount of garbage that you have. If you've got recycling and you're doing organics, your garbage should really be significantly lower. So if you want to keep putting your garbage out and not changing your habits, we're gonna penalize you by increasing that bag rate. Again, you can see the math. If you were to add on some of these numbers at 60,000, you're adding 25 cents to it, Mayor. You're looking at about 15 grand. So it's not huge, but that hopefully answers your question on if 2024 is what we were looking at, what our bag tag revenue would be. So again, when you look under column D, you'll see under row 10, you'll see that our current fee is $75. In 2022, our suggestion is going to be that it continues to be $75, and this would basically be a portion covering your increased cost for collecting of waste and recycling. And then the next part down would be, the next line down in 11 is $25 contributing in an addition to our rate. The rate for 2022 would be $100, which is a $25 increase from 2021. And that money is going to be used to help out with the capital cost of the soil amendment product that we are going to purchase. You'll notice in 2023 and then 2024, we go up in increments of $25 until we hit in the year of 2024, we're at $150. And then outwards, we've kind of added an inflationary factor that would be more in place here to kind of keep up with collective agreements, inflation, etc. The idea being that as we go down a bit further, and again, you start to see where we're starting to mingle this, where you're going, okay, row 23 and 24, we've got here's what our collection costs are going to be. You saw that on the previous slide. Here's our tipping costs. Here's within education. You start to see in 2023, when we start getting more of these soil amendment products out there, that we're going to start needing to collect it. And by 2024, where we're hoping to have everybody have one, you see the cost increasing because it's going to take a week of going down while you're through our community 8 times a year to pick up this amendment product. When we go down a bit further, you can see under, again, in 22 and 23, we've got hopefully 1,000 units to be able to purchased, delivered, rolled out to people in our community. And where that cost is at, you see the breakdown of what we expect the cost of the unit to be. We also know that we have curbside bins to be able to put your amendment product in so we can pick it up. And then we're also expecting a fee to actually distribute it to your home. You'll see that as we roll this out, that by the time we get to 2024, not only have we gotten the bulk of, or we've got everyone in a residential home, but we're also looking at the multi-family units where, again, our belief is that we don't need a one home, one unit, but we may need less than that to be able to satisfy the amount of organics that they may be providing us. Then as you see going out, you'll notice that we've got a few numbers there, whether we've got new residents or replacement of machines that don't work quite well. And so this is called a row 37. And then you start seeing in 2028 where there is the likelihood that we're starting to have to replace units, and that starts to be an ongoing kind of relationship there. When we go down into row 41, you can see, and again, we talked about this in the previous presentation on 2022, we've got a lift up to $552,000 for our revenues. Those are operating expenses that we got the 132. We know that the RDCK got some bin money, so that would come to us for your soil amendment bin. Then we're hoping, and we're still working on our FCM grant and our CBT grant. And then you'll notice that we're subtracting off here 550,000, which would be our phase 1 of 1,000 units of these soil amendment machines going to homes. And so then that means when you look at those revenue sources, we've got a surplus of $495,000 if we get the grants and because of the timing of the purchase of the units. And that would go directly into our reserve. So we're, again, if you now look at row 51, you'll see our opening balance for the recycling reserve at 103. We expect to put in almost 76,000 in 2021. Gives us an opening balance of 180. Now you add that transfer, if we get the grant and everything works out correctly, we'd have about $678,000. When you roll into 2023, we start buying and hopefully putting into the homes another 2,000 units. You can see that then creates a need for some internal borrowing. And when we talk about internal borrowing, we do have quite a few funds, whether it's in our reserve or in our unappropriated surplus, that we would be able to put towards this while we collect income into the future to pay that down. And you'll kind of see that under row 53, where between 2023 and 2024, we've got some needs for some additional funding from the city. And then we would pay that back as people pay into the system over time. Now, I know it's a lot, and I hope that we had gotten, you've maybe had some time to digest that. I can't see who's in the gallery, and I'm hoping if Cecilia or and they want to be able to speak to this. I know that CEO Cormac is also there, and so I might pass over if there's some discussion on that you might have on some of these questions here.
So did either one of you want to come up?
Can I just,
We've got everyone, Colin.
yeah,
That you
can I just
Okay, thank you.
add before there's questions? I think the important thing to note, this creates that program being sustainable. So we are building reserves so that we can replace them when they come up. That's really what's driving the fee increase, is that we need to be able to replace them after 7 years, and this is sustainable. The other thing, Colin, and I is like right now, the Recycle BC funding is actually going into general revenues instead of resource recovery, and that would be another thing that council could look at as an option, is really to kind of bring that all together in resource recovery here, as opposed to we have some revenues over in general, and if that 140,000 or whatever came in here, that also significantly reduces that, but you're going to have taxation pressure on the other side.
John?
Yep.
But then Jesse was waiting to.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is, once this program is rolling and it's kind of, I guess basically a couple of years where it's like it's fully rolling, and we have a good bulk of the town's houses on this machine, do we get to then count that against our citywide GHG production?
Yeah, it's certainly part of one of the key things
so.
on the.
Because I'm like, I hope so, because it's like a huge effort we're going to here,
Yeah.
and I really hope that we can actually check that box and say, yeah, we actually reduced our total output of GHG as a city.
Yeah, that's the key thing on the waste recovery side of it. Yes.
Go ahead.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the purpose of the program is to reduce emissions and divert waste from landfill. So I don't have the emissions reductions in front of me right now, but I can tell you that they will help us reach the Nelson Next target from that particular sector. So that's targeting a 75% reduction, of course, and we know that this program over its lifespan will get us there. So yeah, the GHG emissions are significant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Keith?
It's a great question, Councilor Weber, because it's one of the frustrating things that I know from the CAO in our previous application to the province. When their desire to really, push down GHG, that's the mandate. RDCK pushed down the mandate, and then it's going back to an old way of doing things, which doesn't cut our GHG. And I really believe that it's going to take, let's not kid ourselves, this is not going to be easy. It's daunting to roll this out and to get a buy-in, but I believe, and I know that many of you are users of the product, so there's also, that for me is a big key. If I heard from a number of you at the council table, like, it doesn't work or whatever, but to a person that has used it in that room, I've heard nothing but, this has been very successful in me cutting down what I'm doing or the waste that I'm putting into my garbage. So that really tells me, when I think of the cross section of our community that is involved in council and many of you using this product, I really believe that there will be buy-in, and that in 2 or 3 years we'll be having people say, how do we do this? But again, we tend to be on the front end of this, and that's where, again, certainly hoping the granting is going to come, and maybe there'll be more grants into the future if we're successful. But this is a leadership piece. I do see that.
Yeah, and I'd love to add something there about the emissions reduction. So when we looked at, how much we can potentially save here, we weren't just factoring in how much waste we can divert from landfill. We're also considering the life cycle costing of these machines. We're considering the transportation. So obviously you guys have heard already, but for those who are listening, like the transportation savings are a huge component of the savings of this program. And so, I mean, as this thing rolls out and it does scale up across the community, obviously we'll have about 8 collections per year, but we're also looking at how we'll divert that waste locally here. And so it can be used in regenerative agriculture settings, for example. So it could be that down the line, we're actually not shipping those things all the way out to the landfill or the transfer station, which is 101 kilometers here and back. That would actually stay locally. So even within the first few years, we can actually see greater emissions savings by cutting out that transportation piece as well.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Page.
Sounds all very good. I have a question here I've got 2 questions here. So one, John and Kevin, you had a meeting with Minister Osborne and MLA Anderson. How did that go? I don't think we've gotten it up.
It didn't go very good because within minutes of our conversation starting, the bell rang in the legislature and they had to go in for a vote. So, but however, they were well prepped on our questions and they had 3 members of their staff there to answer those questions. Had they been able to stay, maybe the conversation would be different. I don't know, but it's doubtful. So anyway, they had to leave and go take a vote. It was a
So
surprise
will
to
there
them.
be follow-up on that grant? Because that's in pursuit of getting the grant reevaluated, right?
Right, so they had that question ahead of time, and the staff answered that. Kevin, if you want to fill in some of those blanks, you're welcome.
Yeah, what we ultimately asked for is, it didn't look like they were going to, at any point through staff or the minister, to reevaluate it. So we did ask if other programs didn't move forward in a timely manner, that they look at funding our program, free up that money that way. We know the rural areas have to go out and see if the citizens are willing to pay for curbside, and if they don't, then can they move that money over to our program, of one that's actually going out and doing it, or some other community out there in the province. So that's our was our sort of default position. They've already awarded to those communities, so our hope is that these programs go ahead everywhere. But if they don't, then can they? They'll have the money. Can they?
Does that satisfy? Does that? I appreciate the tactic. I certainly wouldn't have thought of it, so I do appreciate the tactic, and that's why you're in those seats. Did we successfully address their primary concern on why that was rejected in the first place, based on the accounting methodologies of what they prescribed for uptake? Like, because there was a fundamental in our application that the ministry was not convinced was going to happen, and therefore that's why we were rejected. Like, they gave us a reason. Did we address that reason?
Yeah, we've addressed it with staff.
Like, do we have buy-in there?
We addressed it with them. We sent all that information out to them ahead of time. They didn't really delve into the particulars of why our application was turned down.
Okay.
Other than it's oversubscribed. I'm sorry you missed this piece. And we could continue to push that envelope if we wish. They're aware of our concerns. They're aware of how the application met the criteria from our perspective anyway. But we have to continue working with these folks in the future, so we left it in their hands to do what they can to see if there's a way that we would rise to the surface
another round, should another round of funding come out in the near future.
Sorry, that's the recollection, right? That there was, you had something specific, and I don't have it at the tip of my tongue, but there's something they had, sorry.
Yeah,
Not the least of which was our main issue at the end of the day was we have a program that we can implement. They give money to a program that there's no commitment to.
But but there was something about our application that wasn't strong enough to convince them that that was an application to go forward. I wanted to know if we addressed your original concern going into that meeting, that we hadn't been costed fairly.
yeah, we went through a number of rounds with staff. There was probably some conflicting information in our application. We
Okay.
said it one way in one place, and differently in another place. Our point was we were required to do their GHG calculator, which said how much we would divert, which we did.
Okay.
And that was, they didn't use that number. They chose to make some assumptions without using the number that they actually asked us to produce in their application. We felt that was
it, yeah.
Wasn't evaluated properly, but they went back and said, well, you said it this way here, so we just use that number. And
Okay.
kind of ran into a
Thank you.
roadblock with that.
That particular thing is interesting because the ironic thing about that is if, when you look at the applications for organic diversion, our number would look like it's out of whack because it is a huge reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And they probably looked at that and thought, this can't be right. It's just, this is just not workable. And, but, even in spite of the fact that we could show them from our studies that we've done, I mean, we didn't pull this out of the air. Ginger did the studies and we monitor our program as it went forward. Clearly, the greenhouse gas reductions are beyond anything they even imagined with any other format of organics diversion.
But Ginger's not Rory.
Pardon?
So the rigor around that study would need to be, anyway, thank you for the answer to that question. I have a second question.
You're welcome. Okay, go ahead.
Picking out the numbers that you've provided for us, Colin, on the organics capital cost out to 2028 on column K for everybody. We've got a rough cost of just under $400,000 for replacement cost, and looking at the operating expenses for collection, up on line 23, we roughly have about a $300,000 collection cost, and I'm assuming that collection is for all waste. And I like my little food cycler too, but I find myself asking the question when we're talking about, saving GHGs and saving money and the value of this program versus not using the RDCK's diversion program, are we really accomplishing that, or is it only a short-term cost savings at the front when we see costs of this high for replacement?
No, the collection for the RDCK would be double. We'd be picking up 52 weeks of the year.
Yeah.
So this is, by far the most cost effective.
Well, I know, but you would be taking the number in the capital and putting it over in collections.
Yeah, when you put the collections and the capital together, it's.
But there would be no cap. What would be the capital at that point? The bins?
We'd have bins, we'd have a truck, we'd have all those things, right?
Manpower.
So
Lady
it's
power,
the,
whatever you
it's
want.
going, it's the operating cost, going 52 weeks a year.
We pick up, we went through a lot of heartache to be picking up 2 times a month. But we're not going to leave organics sitting in somebody's carport for 2 weeks. So
No,
we're
and
not-
I do appreciate, that's why I
we're
know we
looking
would
at
be
it.
doing extra pickup. But you feel it'd be more than double,
Okay.
plus a
I
truck,
forget what we
plus a
did
truck.
at the end.
That's the
So,
question.
if you have that Number, call. Oh,
Sorry. Yeah, when we did the FCM application, we did look at that again, and it is still, even with the replacement cost, even with the replacement cost of these units, it's still cost effective. And you have to actually look at what your diversion rate is. like we're going to at least double the diversion rate. So you really want to look at what's the cost per GHG you're saving, not, not just the cost of the program. So that's the big difference. I forget what the numbers were. They were
So before
3 or 4 times higher or less on a per GHG saving.
So is it okay to ask that before we get into the ongoing rounds of the budgetary process as we go forward, that we maybe get a scenario costing with a GHG per dollar cost associated with it? Because I don't want to crack the whole thing open again, but I find these replacement costs are higher than I expected on an ongoing maintained basis at this 2028 number going forward.
We have that, right?
Yeah, we do have that. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I know that the cost per GHG was less than $1 per ton with this program, which is incredibly inexpensive comparatively to what other options are. So, and we have the comparison between this program and a traditional curbside program, and we've moved these numbers around a few different times, and every time we look at them, it comes out that this is still the most cost-effective way to do it. So we're happy to share those numbers out if they're useful. But yeah, this is still based on the information that we pulled together. This is still the cheapest way to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'd like to see before, just so we can see it side by side.
The question I would have is that going to put us into another meeting to do this, or?
We can send that out to you.
Send that out, yeah.
Council, unless you want to reconsider your decision, council's made this decision at the additional work that Emily and Cecilia have done, proves out what, the analysis done in the first instance. And in fact, I think you've been more conservative than we were from our actual pilot results, right?
Yeah, that's right. So these are all based off of a 35% diversion rate of organic material, and we expect that we're going to have much higher than that. So, I mean, our pilot projects were about 3 times that number. So I think for this particular program, other municipalities look anywhere between 25 and 45%, and so these are all really, really conservative estimations. Yeah, and those they include things like the cost of the bin, the replacement cost, and the transportation. And so, I mean, other municipalities don't include the bin in their cost as well. So,
Thank you.
From what we've seen,
if council feels like that's something that would be useful, if we're going to go roll this out, talk to residents, talk about what they're doing, what we're doing, I think I would find it useful to be armed with a cost per GHG of the various scenarios. And if that's plays out, of course, on a sheet of paper, a one pager that I can say, you know what, well, it was actually $2.57 this way, and it was less than $1 this way. And so we went this way, and all this aside, it's costed out properly, but it's going to hit the town, and that is going to be a lot of discussion in 2022. So I'd feel better if I had, some numbers put for my small mind to pull out and remember.
Yeah, no, Cecilia's just done that.
That's reasonable.
And the application went. The other thing I just want to add, though, is I think this is very conservative, because I don't think if we, get the diversion we need, I don't think we need, for example, those extra collection days, because we'll just not collect garbage 8 times a week or 8 times a year. Right? Because we'll have plenty of, capacity if have diverted those organics away that, if you don't have any organics in your garbage, it's not smelly or stinky or volumes, right? So I think we're pretty conservative in these numbers. I think we'll see better savings on that operating side.
I want our numbers.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I was going, CAO Cormac, was what I see here is that the increase in where we're going for collection is because we are doing garbage and we're doing recycling. We're seeing the recycling go up, and because of the recycling going up, we're going and having to dump the truck, our split bin truck. Now, I see a day in 2025, for example, maybe, where now we're only picking up the recycling every 2 weeks, and that's all the truck does recycling, so we don't need extra staff. We don't have to do extra runs because the truck can hold all of the recycling each day in the truck. Then maybe we go to 12 times a year that you're picking up garbage. Kevin's maybe, thinking less than that, but I was thinking, if you did that, then you maybe again using the split truck where one portion's picking up your garbage for once a month and the other portion's getting your soil amendment. And, depending on where things go, we've talked about if we're successful, can we, if we're doing a soil amendment, could we pick up, leaves or pick up, branches and those sorts of things as well as part of our composting component. So there's options here, but those are some of the things. And if we did that, then I think that you see a big drop or a large drop in your collection. And I also think you see a much bigger drop in our tipping fees. That's my opinion, and we got to get there first. My big concern is that you do that, but then because of the old program that RDCK is putting out, they're not going to get enough money, so then they increase the tipping fees for the annex. So.
One thing I like about this program, and I think we should lean into more when we're going after grants, is that it's innovative. It's something new. And I think, say, the new Vancouver Zero Emissions Innovation Center, which just got endowed with a big chunk of money from the feds, this is the kind of program that they would be looking to, especially if we can lean into the numbers, Councillor Page, you're talking about. Like if it's $1 per ton of on GHG emissions, and that's the most cost-effective way in waste. Well, that's worth investing in to really play that out. And probably most interestingly, I think, is the social innovation side. Because when I hear you guys talk about using the food cycler and how much you like it, well, that's something we could build on. We're not just talking about getting people engaged in what is happening with their waste, but maybe if we do roll out, here's your 7 steps to becoming zero emission household, and that's number 1. It's a nice, easy, engaging first step. It does potentially lead to the second step and the third step. So tying it into the broader social innovation component could be very attractive to funders as well.
Yeah, and that's something, so right now we're pursuing a grant funding through the Columbia Basin Trust, which is on your sheet here, and that's essentially how we framed the program in that grant application. And this morning we were invited to move to the final round of assessment. Right. So I think you're absolutely right in that the innovation piece is what people are looking for, and I know that in spring of 22, with the new Clean BC funding opportunities, that a lot of that is going to be linked to climate innovation as well. And so our team has all of our eyes and ears open for when those funding opportunities are coming. And that's a huge piece of our work here, is figuring out how we're going to make these climate action programs as cost effective and as innovative so others can replicate them as possible. So it's absolutely,
I think, and this is like on a broader scale, like Councillor Lockenberg, like that's really where we want to be going. And I'm not just talking about this program here, but we have a group of people working for us now that are exploring all these other options. Like it's not just about the food sector. It's going to be about, are we going to be leaders in other areas of how we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions or tackle climate change mitigation, or as an example, the previous presentation into a water consumption and how we use it and disperse. It's that's the direction our communities and this council is headed and directed our staff. And now we have great people working for us seeking out these opportunities. And this won't be the first one to come to this table. And it definitely won't be the last, we hope.
I fully appreciate everything that's said there, and I agree. But one of the rigors I want to make sure that we're following is that we are bringing in technical expertise around those innovation pilot pieces to validate us on numbers, just like we would bring an accountant in to give us, that has professional backing, has an association tied to that certification that says these are the numbers we've looked at, so that when we're running pilots, and I'm not saying anything out of school, but as we've gone through and done this pilot, I think that we just heard a little bit of where the granting fell down, is not having the rigor around those numbers on the GHG side and having it tied to a technical expertise that is in that domain. Then we run into problems, because are we truly costing out the GHG savings in a way that is an accepted standard, or are we getting people who aren't trained in that system to give us good numbers, and they're smart people, but it's not the rigor that we want to base innovation, because that is the risk of being new. When you are on the hook for all of the caveats and all of the unknowns that you are in for exploring. So we just We just need to have that academic rigor brought to it
I
when
would-
we're doing that
I would
program.
say-
And I know you guys
Yeah.
carry some of those tickets.
Cecilia has a master's in.
Yeah, I have a master's in
Exactly.
sustainability science, so I do okay. I'll say that, like,
Sorry about that, but I'm sitting here listening to you, Councillor Page. We got good people out here working for us.
Yeah.
Doing good work. As a matter of fact, I wish somebody would walk through that door right now and go to Ginger, because we have those greenhouse gas numbers, reductions.
yeah,
And,
that's right. Yeah.
Bring them in here, because we've all seen them. And, you know, if that's all people need in their wallet to prove that the project is going to be successful, we can furnish those. Personally, I think we have good people putting these programs, all of our programs together. And yes, do we need sometimes external help? No question about it. Do we have good help here? You bet we have.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is, like, the city has done a really good job of capturing the community level emissions, and that's what these estimations are all built from. And that's pulled together from the Community Energy Association, which specializes in emissions accounting. And so we capture those every 2 years. And so we're able to actually do very regular checkbacks and say, okay, were we right in our estimations? Like the community solar garden, for example, everything that was predicted to happen through that program is how that panned out in the end. And because those were built on reliable emissions data, we're able to look and say, okay, here's how we think the program's going to go. Here's the indicators that we're going to pull in to make that assessment, and then we can check back fairly easily. So with really complex projects, it does absolutely sometimes make sense to pull in a consultant for a lot of the grant applications. I think it is something that we can do in-house and feel confident about. Yeah.
And sometimes, and I think this is a good program that highlights that, you know, you can get people that, and consultants that work in those fields that just have a mindset of, you know, this is the way you do it. And sometimes you don't get the innovation that you want.
I'm not saying we need to always bring in an external person. I am saying we always need to tie it to a ticket from a person that is in that domain, which we haven't always done, and now we have in-house resources to do it. I'm excited. But on the innovation piece, that is all my point is.
And again,
And
I
I hear it's been received, so.
we have
Thank you.
we have internal engineers in all our departments. I think we have probably one of the more skilled staff out there, and I'd put our staff up to against any of
We
those
have the only
consultants
staff
any
doing this.
any
We have
day.
the only staff doing, which not about, we have the skill, but we have the only people doing this. This is a leading project in the country. And personally, as the mayor, I wouldn't hang my hat on something if I didn't think it was going to work. And my history dictates that. We've seen it all day to day in our water, sewer, master plans and this whole 9 yards. So
I know the way I kind of frame it in my mind is that, you know, a lot of people are looking for ways that they can take a direct action towards reducing their greenhouse gases or their waste stream. And like, so what's happening? People are buying electric cars, they're retrofitting their houses, they're getting involved in the food cycler program, they're trying to buy used when they can. I mean, there's like a whole bunch of ways that people are trying to do this. And I think the way I see this is it's just another avenue to help people towards that. And yes, it is a machine, but then again, we have dishwashers and toasters and microwaves. Like, we have machines in our house that do all kinds of things.
That we're having trouble maintaining and disposing of because it's
Yes.
just another thing where.
That is true, but the whole like life cycle methodology is being integrated into that. So, and same with electric cars, the whole the lifestyle methodology of what are we going to do with the batteries and that kind of stuff. And that, I feel like that's an evolutionary process. It doesn't just immediately happen. It does grow as there's more adoption for these. But I do think this is a kind of an important move for a small town like us to do, because people are really looking for something. They're desperate to, a lot of people are desperate to do something. They want to help. And so I think this is a real avenue. I know that, you know, we've had the cycler in our house for 2 years, and I every day I'm grateful to have it. And it reduces our waste by a huge amount. And then we just go and put it in our garden and we grow great food. So anyways.
I just tell a quick story. I was at the chamber meeting on Wednesday night, and after the meeting, Bob Hall, who probably most of us around the table know, came up to me, and he was very excited to tell me that him and his wife are buying each other a food cycler for Christmas this year.
We're gonna have two going.
No, because he's not waiting for the one from the city. He's going online and buying the one for $500. But he was super excited to be part of that. And, you know, he said, I questioned you, Cal, I questioned other people, I did all the research. He said, and that's our part. That's one of the things that we can do. And he's just really excited about it. So you just look at that and go, okay, and I mean, several people have been to my place and I know that several have gone and said, hey, Cal, can you get me one at that price? Nah, you don't live out here. You don't live in the city, so you can't get one. And they go online and they pay more.
Yep.
And they love it. They just love it. So
It's great.
It's a great program.
product for your kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have two of them, and one I just gave to my neighbor because the bears came and wrecked their compost in their backyard, and I said, here, you can take this for the rest of the year until you rebuild in the spring if you wish.
Yeah.
And they just love it.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic myself.
And if we can do it well,
Pardon?
if we can do it well and with rigor and with the data,
Exactly.
all other small towns are going to be like, well, if Nelson did it, we can do it. I mean, somebody has to lead out. Somebody has to push out a little bit, and it's going to be a little uncomfortable, and there's going to be, you know, you got to figure it out. But
Well, you know, I'm comfortable with uncomfortable.
Yeah, and we haven't even touched on the commercial side yet either, so
Yeah,
that's a big
that's
piece.
right.
That's
Yeah.
so-
And the other thing that I think is really important to mention as well is like with the bear, like problematic wildlife encounters here, like Castlegar right now is going out for what's called the Lamborghini of bear safe bins. And this is going to be something that costs a little bit more comparable to a pre-treatment appliance, right? And so we also know that what works with that is education or like a source-based solution, which is what this is. It makes it so it doesn't become an issue down the line. We have to do less education, spend more money on getting the community up to speed on how to be bear aware and all these things. So I think when you consider what different options are and how they can be so expensive, right? And so in the case of Castlegar, for one bin for a household, upwards of $500 versus, and then you're still probably going to having problems with bear encounters even with those bins.
Interesting.
This is a source-based solution. So I think it's just, figuring out what the benefit is for the money that we are going to be spending on the program.
And I think reminder, we are working with the college and MyTax to actually, have that research component go along with this program. So we are definitely looking at, it's obviously in everyone's interest to have this successful, and we're very cognizant of that. And so we are taking all those steps.
Well,
Okay,
the other thing too
excellent.
is
I'm satisfied.
We tend to lean on the, for the lack, with all due respects to, that we all live in this large piece of land that we can actually do composting and so forth. But when you look at what's happening in our community currently around residential development, condominium development, many people in our community don't have that option.
yeah, that's true too.
And, with laneway houses, small houses, or houses on small lots, condominiums, there's less and less land base for us to compost and even use compost in
That's exactly
our
right.
own community as well. So we have to have options available to people. It doesn't mean that people will stop backyard composting. I'm sure, Janice, you'll continue to do yours maybe, but people that are doing that can continue to do that. It doesn't take that away from them. But if you lived in Amber Bay right now, where's your waste going? Into that black bag and
The bin, not even the black bag, the big waste management big
waste
bin down
management
there.
bin, and it's going wherever.
And just reminder, this does include multifamily as well. So those original ones didn't have multifamily. That's why your costs are a bit more.
Excellent.
Any other questions? No? Anything you'd like to add?
I think not at this time. Yeah, I'm happy to share any information all the time, yeah.
Thank you very much, and thanks. And I'm so glad to see you here today, like for the day, because it's good, to you get a feel for the council and the staff and the other pieces of the puzzle around what we're doing on water and wastewater and so forth as well. And Colin's work around snow plowing, which again is another thing we didn't bring up in that conversation, was the greenhouse gas emissions just from snow plowing. Like even a more efficient operation there, helps reduce those emissions as well. So there's all of those pieces of the puzzle that we can continue to work on going forward
Yeah.
collectively with the big package.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there? I just had a thought, John, on that. Is there any opportunity? Maybe Kevin, you know this, to get them to shift some of their operations to Nelson? Like, if we're such a leader, maybe they should use Nelson as a base for their Western operations.
Yeah. So
You guys ever talk about that?
we're going out to RFP right now.
Yeah.
And so we talked about that during our previous council presentation. And so it's to be seen who the successful bidder will be. I can tell you that Food Cycler has expressed that if they are the successful proponent, that they want to have a staff person here in Nelson to help make sure that there is a seamless rollout in the community. And so we are having sort of preliminary discussions with the Nelson Innovation Center to see, like, could that be a little bit of a hub where people could come down, talk to somebody, ask questions, see an appliance there, touch and feel the soil, like have an engaging experience. And, you know,
Have those MyTechs
my
person working out
have
of
a
there, yeah.
researcher who's looking specifically at the end uses for the soil amendment, and then creating a little bit of a broader climate hub where we're you know, providing a place where people can go to learn about how to energy retrofit their home, or how to access an e-bike loan, and all the kind of climate action programs that can kind of be linked into the communications around that. So it's to be seen. Those are big ideas right now, but we're definitely having those conversations of how do we leverage this opportunity to make sure that it is as impactful as it can be in Nelson. So
Excellent. Really
Yeah.
good. Awesome.
Yeah, the company that gets this bid, this could be a windfall for them.
yeah, they'll
You know, if it
It works
become-
here.
yeah, if it works out the way we envision it, we won't be the only people wanting to do this.
They can work in Nelson, they can work anywhere.
that's exactly right. Yeah, and we.
Paul?
Continue.
Oh, just a quick question. Vitamix has purchased Food Cycler, is that true?
Vitamix is affiliated with Food Cycler, and so is
They're-
Breville.
They're
So-
the retail. They're their retailer.
Yeah,
They didn't, yeah, they retail them, they didn't
They didn't buy
buy.
them.
They're a
Food
distributor,
Cycle.
they're
essentially, is what you're
yeah,
saying.
essentially
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you wanna buy one, you go to
Yeah.
Vitamix online and.
Yeah.
Right, that's
Yeah.
why I
Well,
was
you can buy it
confused.
actually at,
At the hardware
I
store.
believe you can buy one at Cottonwood Kitchens, not that I should.
Yeah, I think
promote
maybe
a
But it's-
particular business here in,
Oh,
Home hardware, I think.
and I think there's other probably
Home
places.
hardware as well?
They are
Yeah, they're talking about bringing
more
them in.
expensive
Yeah.
there than online, and they call it a 50 versus a 30. It's the exact same machine. It's a different color. It's black versus the green ones that we don't have.
Yeah. So they just
they're white labeled.
And then
branded
it's got
it. They're
Vitamix
their
on the label.
distributor.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So you can't buy a Food Cycler retail under Food Cycler anymore.
No.
Vitamix and
Yeah, I'm looking
what's the
at
one
it.
in Australia?
Breville is the
Breville.
other one. Yeah.
And the one in Kelowna is in the
Different
mix.
company, right?
They're still more startup, I think, than.
Yeah, they don't have a product to market yet, as far as I know. There's a few of them that haven't. They're almost at a place where they're catching up to what is on the market now. So, yeah, we're very curious to see who comes forward when we do open the RFP. But yeah, stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor, hopefully got my last slide up for environmental health services. And hoping to, much in the same way, I don't necessarily know if I need a resolution, but based on the resolution the council did previously about water and sewer, about the 2%, 1% and 1.5% increase, if council is okay with us moving forward with a 25 increase to our annual fee for waste or for environmental, so going from 75 to 100, it would be good to know that, because my hope is that we would come back in our first week in January's regular meeting with the rates all in the bylaws, ready for first three readings then, so that we can have adoption later in January, and then we would be able to print and mail out the invoices, hopefully with some toilet tab, dye tabs as well, to all of our residents and businesses for 2022. The silence is deafening.
So, Colin, I don't know if you picked up, because did you see, we don't have the revenue from Recycle BC in this cost center, right?
We do not, and again, in doing that, the only, I guess, risk I see is that now all of a sudden we've got a 1.5% tax increase versus a $25 increase in your tipping fee.
Yeah.
Or your organics diversion program.
So I don't, and because part of our cost drivers are actually recycling costs are going up, and we actually get that revenue back through Recycle BC. We've just, for whatever reason, it never quite got into this cost center. So anyway, that's something we can let you know what the impact on taxation, because it's in general revenue right now, versus kind of what it looks like if you brought it in, and maybe you bring it in over time as an option as well, because this isn't actually the true cost of running recycling, organics, and waste. There's another 140,000 in revenue that's not reflected in here.
Yeah. That's the money
True.
we got back. That's a really good point, Kevin, because directing that money towards these programs here is the right place to put it.
It
That's
should
what
be
it's
there.
intended for in the first place,
Yeah.
right? Maybe if
I guess the
maybe
one
a
way,
phased-in approach.
the one way I would look at it is you could maybe think about it as maybe the repayment portion when we get to when they need to borrow in 2023, that we could direct that revenue
That's a good idea.
that we have there to pay off the internal lending. That might be a way of dealing with it, CAO Cormac.
That's a good idea, Colin, yeah.
For the units proper? Is that what he means?
No, when
Yeah.
line 53, I think he's referring to.
Yeah, as he's,
When you start borrowing with 250,
Oh, yeah, okay.
so
Thanks.
just globally within the budget as
Yep.
opposed to specifically to a line item,
Got it.
is what he's referring to.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should look at
even
moving
if
that
we,
across and putting it where it belongs.
yeah.
And it helps support the program and the department and.
You know, it's the right thing. So,
Pardon?
agreed. It's
Yeah.
the right place to put it.
Yeah.
The tactic to get it there
Yeah.
Yeah,
is up for staff.
yeah, exactly.
Bring back later.
Okay.
Okay, Colin?
Okay, so again, just on this kind of the summary sheet here was that we were proposing no tag increase for 2022. We are talking about increasing the overall fee of $25. Part of that's again to help with the organics program. It sounds like some great news about different grants, and that CEWA is already looking at 2022 grant, which is fantastic. Plus the hearing that we're already moving to the next stage with CBT is awesome. Here, we are also indicating that we've got no increase to the RDCK tipping fees that Councilor Morrison spoke of, so it's staying at $125 a ton, and it's good to hear that everyone else is now paying the same fee as Nelson, which is great. Took a few years, but we got there. We are looking at the increase to wages, and that's based on previous actual and the 2% wage increase that QP had earned, and also just taking the inflationary increases on expenses. Again, new for 22, some inclusion of administration and educational expenses related to this organics diversion program. And any surplus that we have is going to be transferred to the recycling reserve to help fund capital for pre-treatment devices.
And we'll maybe just broaden the title of that reserve, because it really isn't a recycling reserve anymore. It's a reserve for this program.
Agreed. Agreed. Okay. So, moving on from there, we will get things prepared so that in our first meeting in January, we'll be able to get first readings of our new rates for utilities and resource recovery.
Do you need a vote on anything here, Colin? No.
Again, too, more of it was, there's some good questions there. I just don't need a surprise on that date of like, well, I don't know if it should be $30 or $8, no dollars and stuff like that, because that would throw off what we're trying to do is all.
We'd never do that, Colin.
Oh,
Yeah, they might. I make zero promises, Colin.
Yeah, I don't have the experience of the others, so you never know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Power.
You've had enough surprises.
Power
for
of
1 year,
ignorance.
Colin, right?
Powerful.
To say you've had enough surprises for 1 year.
When do you get back, Colin?
Well, I am to fly into Calgary on Sunday night, gets a couple hours sleep, and then drive back on Monday. So I'm hoping that whatever storm we get kind of is flowed through and cleaned up by Monday-ish.
Oh, he's still
There'll be
hopeful.
snow
That's a
day.
good
Hope
sign.
You can find your car.
Yeah.
Hope you can find your car when you get there, Colin.
Yeah, well, it's at my cousin's place, so yeah.
All right, good.
Thanks, Colin.
Anything else of Colin before we let him go back to bed here?
Yeah.
No, there's one more. One more, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. All right, Colin, you're up. The little one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this
Okay.
little white, black and white sheet, the most important one of all.
One with all a bunch of question marks.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I see
are
that.
we filling those in?
Yeah, throw in a number, we'll go around the table.
Sounds good.
Okay. Just closing out a few things. Sorry, bear with me, please.
The hockey game's already on?
Yeah.
No, not till tomorrow. It sounds like we got more COVID cases and may not even play. So. Okay.
Professional sports.
The hockey is, there's a couple hockey teams that have just
Basketball.
got tons of COVID.
Football.
They're still packing those stadiums with 80,000 people.
Yeah.
Did you hear? Was it the UK, 88,000 cases?
At a soccer game?
No.
Or just
Just
new
general.
cases?
In 1 day.
And doubling? Did I hear that?
Yeah, it's doubling it every day, yeah.
Yeah, daily doubling.
So
Okay, so I have an assumption that that Gabe was kind enough to kindly pass out my sheet.
Yes,
We
we
got
have
it.
it.
Yep, got it right here.
got it. City of Nelson 2022 operating budget starting point discussion.
Yes, and again, this is not as refined as I would like. Just from being away, hasn't been as easy, and but I think it's hits on a few things, and it's also for me a real opportunity because we'll be coming back in about 3.5 weeks to talk with council about things, and so if there's things that are important or areas that you want me to do, again, hey, we need to, what about this, Colin, or I'm going to add something to talk about, because we usually have that, the one pager that kind of says, here's our bread and butter of all of our operating expenses and all our operating revenues, and then we start kind of going, okay, now we got to figure out what we're going to do with some of the asks, whether they're one time or whether they're going to be ongoing, and so this is sort of the starting place for me anyway, that it kind of stores that conversation. It's not the end of the conversation, but it does help me if you're like, hey, I don't see this, and I would like to know more about it, or I want to see something on it. So I'm going to share it on my side so that we're talking about the same thing here, as long as it shows up. Okay. Okay, so obviously one of the exciting things that, for me anyway, is kind of finding out what our new construction revenue will be. And again, just a reminder for those that are listening or attending, there is that the new construction has nothing to do with assessed values, which we already know are basically an average increase in Nelson is going to be 25%, which is shocking considering what's happened last year was a bit low, but if you think about based on the assessed value increase, I think in 4 years we're up as an average over 50%. So again, not surprising for you that if seeing what's happening or talking to people buying homes, but that is again for me not sustainable, but also shocking. But it does not mean, and it's important always, and many of you on council understand this, that it does not mean that the city has a windfall of money. Whenever the assessed value goes up that high, we then change the mill rate to reflect that increase, and then we balance it out, and then whatever increase we move forward from at a normalized assessed value. But when we have new construction, and I think we've all been seeing all of the construction going on in our community, that I kind of expected it to be a bit higher. Now, again, because of certain builds being at where they're at and where BC Assessment is able to make a call on what the value is, which, again, remembering that our BC Assessment is looking at the value of your property or your new construction has a combined effect of July, because that's when the midpoint, but then they do try to have a checkup on any houses that might be close to being finished in, say, September, October, so that they can then get the rates in for the current year. So we are looking at 71,000 in new construction. So that's a new house being built, a lot being taken up with a new house. So that's, again, helpful for us because it does try to offset the cost pressures that the city faces. And on the other side, this new construction also puts demand on our services. So we know that there's sort of a double-edged sword there. But to start off the bat, we've got an additional $71,000. We know that for the hydro dividend plan that we've got an additional $50,500 coming in from that dividend increase that we get from the hydro. We've got a couple of smaller increases for boundary expansion revenue and the grant in lieu. That also may increase depending on values, but that's what I've got currently over the previous year. We've had a few of these that have been on here, and again, we talk about them, and time does go by, and we have been dealing with a lot of issues. But we are seeing a few movements on a couple of things. One is that the potential on the second floor to have it all city rentals, which would be very helpful for us on some of the pressure we're feeling with staffing, but also I think would allow us to move forward on a couple of movements that we were looking at in the future. But part of that is, again, age-old question, fifth floor, does someone want to rent it out? More revenue being generated for this. Is there a way first and second floor to be more effective? So those are, again, all those questions. Another one here that we've been waiting on, and there's certainly a hope. Now, again, part of the work that we found out with the COSA is that not only do we have a question about return on rural rates for the residential, but there's also understanding that we've got some work to do on our commercial rates, and that some of the COSA will involve us having to adjust those rates lower. The idea here is that in theory we should have a bit of an increase if we get a proper return that would be the result of the COSA. I thought it was quite interesting that my understanding with General Manager Spencer is that he felt that some of the responses, in particular I think from the seniors group, that they did understand and almost basically said, we agree with your cost of service review. So that's maybe helpful in our application to the BCUC. One thing here is, and this is sort of the opportunity side of this equation, is that we do still have a good bit of funding that we had made available from the provincial COVID grant we received last year, and there will be a few things that we may likely apply it to this year, but there's still funds enough, and I think that that's important because I certainly hoped that I wouldn't be in quarantine right now, and I wasn't expecting an Omicron a outbreak, and what does that mean? And new regulations even coming out today from our PHO about sizes of gatherings. I know that's going to be difficult for our restaurant business potentially. So this hasn't gone away as fast as we would have liked, and likely some iterations. But the good news is that we do have some funding available that can help us support our community and our own operations. Now, again, some more exciting news, and I never thought it would be, in this way, but there's still more future large developments going to happen in Nelson. And these more on the private side, so would not be able to come and ask council for a permissive tax exemption or whatnot, but that there is going to be some new development happening that should bring in taxation, permitting fees, and utility revenue in the future, which I think is great. We also have the potential, I believe, here to engage some business improvement initiatives. I mean, I know that we've been pretty flat out. I know that that development services department must go, like, when does this stop? And, but in the same way, you gotta be careful. You know that it's not all just going to arrive, in, a nice, neat package each month, and there's going to be ebbs and flows, but, there's still some really good news and good opportunities in our city for growth and some of the revenue that brings. So we're going to answer some of the challenges. We've got.
Sorry,
So-
CFO McClure, I just had a question. Sorry, I don't understand what business improvement means. Still, I know you just
Yeah.
said some stuff, but it's not clear to me what that would be.
Yeah. Well, I think that it's, again, we had done some collection of some funds back when COVID first hit. So we talked about being able to, whether it's through the actual use of a revitalization type of, I guess, a tax exemption. So again, if you went out and did some work, and that increased the value of your property on Baker Street, then we would, and then you got an increase in your assessed value. So we kind of go like, yeah, hey, great, go ahead, do this great improvement. And oh, by the way, not only did you pay us for fees and invest in that, but now we're going to increase your taxes because it's worth more.
Yeah.
Then we would say, hey, let's not let you, let's bring that in over time, or you don't have to pay for that. So you get a bit of a recoup of the investment that you made. So those are some of the things that we've talked about. That's one route. There's other ways of being able to provide funding to help out with awnings or different projects that we've been trying to think about.
I appreciate it.
And or give, there's one way of even providing the chamber potentially for some money and having them be the one that works with places on Baker Street, whether or not it's improving different parts of the downtown. Okay. So some of the challenges we face, and I think it's important, some of them you do have some control over, and some you do not. We've got collective agreements. They've been bargained in good faith, and so we need to honor those. Now, we do know that we've got a few questions here from the police chief and from the chief librarian, and there's some cost pressures there. One I do believe we committed to on the deputy chief. Now, in the same boat, doesn't mean that you have to accept all of that. It's not like, oh yeah, they asked for it, you have to give them that money. Just so council is aware, for these groups that come and ask, whether or not it's the library or the police, you could say, yeah, we'll give you some of that. Maybe we give you 75% of that, but you need to find the remaining amount within your budget, or you need to find maybe you need to be more spaced out in what your asks are for new staff. Again, too, I know that we've committed to the deputy chief, and that is a significant cost, but there was also a way for them to work with them looking at their structure for sergeants as well. So, I just want council to be aware that this is not just a slam dunk because someone come and ask for money that you say, oh, there you go. Because there's going to be, obviously, when you look at the difference between some of the new revenues we have and some of the costs we have, we've got some pressure this year. And now some of them may be one time that we might say, well, look, we've had a good year, and I know that on certain things, especially travel this year, again, even for, you look at the council, we did not travel. So those are some funds that we budgeted that will go to the bottom line. And that might be a place you say, hey, we could use some of that for this one-time project. It doesn't work for trying to cover for staff, because once you pay for it in 1 year, then you got to pay for it the next year. So that's a place where you're like, well, we got to, our lever usually is taxation, and then that taxation kind of grows as you add on to it. But that's sort of the lever. So then, just again, to reminding on the police ask and the library ask, yes, there's certainly commitments there, but you don't have to eat. You don't have to do all of that. We need to maybe have a question about, like, well, how else do we find a way to reduce it slightly or bridge it? One thing that I am seeing is retention and attraction of employees. I would be surprised, and again, as I did my work down at the my office at the Public Works, when I was driving by and seeing a sign every day out front of the school district saying we are hiring for custodian, bus driver jobs, And then I go into my own department there, Public Works, and we got people retiring and us trying to, well, of course, who doesn't want to work for the city? Well, we're seeing a lot of competition. We're seeing competition even between North Mountain Construction and say MR West, where someone's taking employees from good employees from one place to another, offering them a few dollars more an hour. And we're seeing with the demand in construction and that type of work that the city is not always the employer of choice. Now, again, it's hard to press upon a young mind that at 25 to 30 that paying $600 a month or $400 a month into a pension, it's like, well, wait a second, I work for so-and-so in the private, I don't, that goes directly into my pocket. And again, those are the sorts of things we need to make sure that these young staff that we can get in to say, what, a pension is valuable. We don't have many of them around anymore, and with the government, and so those are things we need to do. But we are having a hard time, and we're not just seeing people leave. We are seeing some of that, but we are having retirements. People, again, this is not just us. This is the great retirement. I was fascinated with some of the numbers that they were talking about, saying that the decrease in I think it was the states, 3 million unanticipated retirements that people, have taken care. And that's why, even though we are saying that our rate for our jobs is still, where it was at pre-pandemic levels, but we still have empty positions because it's much higher because people have retired. And so when we say, hey, we've got a job for you, it's a great place to come work, City of Nelson, and they think, City of Nelson, small town, surely the housing has got to be reasonable. And then they get here and they go, okay, so I can't even rent a windowless suite, and I'm not coming, or I can't come, or I can't stay. So we've seen that in a few places. So that's, I think, going to be a real challenge, and we've got competition. So just kind of putting that out there. One other kind of challenge, and I don't necessarily, challenge is where I'm fitting it, because maybe it's because it's a cost I asked for money, but we did make a commitment there. We haven't calculated out what it will be because we don't know all the numbers yet, but the 2022 PTE decision was to, we were not up to our max amount available, but we did decide that, as a council did decide that they were looking at putting some funds into to fund, like I want to say a reserve, but is it an initiatives fund? There was, wasn't locked into a certain category, but we still need to calculate out what that number is, and also have a discussion with council as to how they what parameters you would want to put about being able to use it. One kind of cool thing.
Nelson next.
Wasn't that going to be the
Nelson next?
Nelson next, or I thought it was housing?
No, it was housing, I think.
It was
Well, no, again, there was a lot of parameters on there. There was a concern about
wasn't housing.
Well, we made it.
Because I thought we were just actually investigating this.
Yeah.
It was about
Yes.
it was about cost of living, like affordability in general. I think.
Yeah,
It was an idea.
idea. I thought
could
we were
be-
just
it could be
investigating it.
transit
I
if
didn't
we
think
thought
we were
that was-
So that
budgeting
just
for it
proves
this
the
year.
point that it hasn't been.
No decision was made. Yes,
Here,
that's
just
clear.
600
Anyway, we're gonna bring that forward. That was council asked us to do that. So Colin, just to clarify though, you have the revenue in new construction? Because that's, we're,
Yeah,
I think when we
don't
looked
think
at
so.
this, because when we looked at this, we said, we could just do a PTE, that money would go to, save whatever organization that money. Instead of doing that, if we taxed them and brought that money in, then council would have the choice to decide where the best bang for the buck is. That was the concept of it. So I'm just not
That is the
clear
concept.
if
Yeah,
you've
so what the
already
part
accounted
haven't
for
done
that.
yet is, right, well, the problem is that I don't think that because of where BC assessment was and where they're moving things around, because they got the PTEs and PTEs coming off and that sort of thing, I actually think that the new construction does not actually include that yet. So that's what, again, I need to go through, because we get what the new construction properties are and find out if it is in there. But my understanding from Chris is that we hadn't seen some of the adjustments made yet from us providing the PTE and the change. So this is, again, a newer number that would have been kind of in that November time. We're expecting a more updated number here in early January. So those are all works. Again, it's just, again, a reminder, I didn't want to lose it, because if we lose it, then someone says, hey, what did we do? So I just want to put it up here.
Thanks.
Okay, sounds like we're comfortable. Okay. One thing that was has been quite interesting to me in some of my working with public works is this whole CKIS RAP proposal. I was working with them in the past year here, and they've come forward. They've done a bunch of work of mapping, and again, they're going. I want them to come and present to council. I did ask them, saying, "Hey, you know what? We've had a pretty light year. And there's a potential here of having some funds, especially a 1-year blitz to deal with a bunch of the invasive weeds that are on city property." Because I think the mayor's always right. It's like it's pretty hard for me to say, "Hey, you need to take care of the weeds on your boulevard, your property," and they go, "Well, wait a second. What about the city property over there? What are you doing?" So they've mapped out not only city and private combined and private property. And so they've come back with a proposal, which we will share with council, and I'm hoping that they will present to council of a blitz for 2022, and then sort of a plan. I think that they really believe that we can tackle some of the real invasive weed problems that we have at the city. So I'm excited to see that, but I'm just giving you a price tag of what their proposal was for the blitz in 2022. One thing that I didn't get as far along with is that was investigating a geese call and / addling of eggs. That has not been as easy, again, as one can imagine. No one wants to be the community that's killing geese, but we've got a problem. And there has been some solution. Parksville, Parksville has had a successful call, and I've been trying to get hold of them or work with them on how their program worked. And I would hope that by the time we get into early January, maybe there's a plan or a funding model that we may need there. The other one too is trying to follow up with WildSafe with the rat problem, the rat issues. And I know that one of the things that they had talked to us about, which I wanted to get more information on, was they had a corn-based cellulose product that was a rat food that would be raptor. It's not. It doesn't kill the bird, other animals. So again, hoping that might be a solution for us to be able to try to tackle.
So, Colin,
including education. Yes.
On that one, on the geese one specifically, we may want to look at how we can be part of something at the RDCK, because I know some of our colleagues up in Caslow around the golf course there, and also in Balfour, are having similar geese issues, and I'm wondering if we shouldn't be part of an addling program along the lake, as opposed to an addling like we can certainly do our own thing, and I think we should do whatever we can do to start chipping away at that birth rate. But I think there's some opportunities to do one program for Kootenay Lake that municipalities can participate in if we can find some efficiencies there and some buy-in. I think there is at least some colleague buy-in up in Caslow, up around Balfour, and out in Creston. We're all having similar issues. We just need to have an approach and know where these nests are.
I appreciate that. I've not marked it down as something to follow up with, because I would be interested in having a area-wide sort of program. Okay, the Housing Authority Initiative investigation. I guess this came out of a meeting that I had missed in November when I was still on my cruise, and so I've got that. I don't know all that entails, but it's something that we're going to investigate and come back with.
I will jump in on this one too, and I've talked to our regional counterparts at the NAADP, and I've said this at that table as well, is at least one of our partners would be willing to chip in to have that kind of investigation done, because we've talked about having that kind of led at the NAADP table. It's a strategic priority that's been identified at the NAADP table as well. So at our most recent housing committee, the committee's also prepared to bring a recommendation for some funds out of what's left of the housing reserve for that. And our other area director is a little bit on the fence as things get a little bit closer. So I think we'll put more detail around that at the NADP table on what that should look like, as well as I think Sebastian is looking at some numbers. But I just want you to also know that there's other monies that can come to the table to execute that study.
Yeah, and I think when Sebastian comes and presents his priorities, he'll talk about this one as well, because there's a lot on their plate, and so anyway, can have a full discussion, but it's great to know that there's might be other funding sources. I think this one might be more of a pressure point for, you're gonna have to make some decisions around where you want development services to spend their time, because they're.
But this would be a consultant, right? Like,
Pardon?
Development services would do this work as staff time.
Well, you still
aside
need,
from interfacing with the consultant, which of course is still staff time,
Yeah.
but we wouldn't be doing this work in-house.
No, we wouldn't do it in-house, no. But any project we take on, it does take their
Fully
time.
appreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not being able to have my usual good conversations with Council Morrison, the next three there, I don't know what she's been stick handling down at RDCK.
So,
One that we did.
Yeah, I'll do the first two, and then Keith can talk about line 64. So, the parks, the regional parks meeting was canceled this week, or at the beginning of the month, and put off till January. So there won't be any numbers on that. I mean, the thing that's still sitting out there is whether or not the Park Service unwinds. There's been little discussion at the table that's been put off at almost each one of our meetings due to the other issues around recreation and COVID, because it's overlapping staff that are involved with both parks and recreation throughout the regional districts. So it could be that we're at a point where, perhaps it'll just roll over again, and it will be left to discussion of new participants, if there are any new participants at the table come October the 15th. As far as line 62 goes, currently our first round of the Central Waste draft, which I think I might not have sent to you, Colin, but I probably sent to Chris, is that somehow the number of 20%, which was going to be the increase, I believe, for 2022, has wheedled its way down to 7. So we're working on a budget increase of 7%. Currently, we will be having our second go-around at looking at the Central Waste budget again next month. So hopefully 7, but if you're trying to pencil in numbers, maybe you use 10, because it's just such a nice, easy number.
No, I appreciate that. And that's interesting, Councillor Morrison, in particular, because of what they talked about, the significant increase with trying to deal with who's handling the work out at the HB mine.
Yeah. So we haven't gotten into the nitty gritty, but I thought that there was movement. Finally, it doesn't really answer the question of our ongoing ask, but they're bumping up against it, and that's the fact that we actually saw three budgets. I don't want to call them 3 budgets really, because it seemed to be that was very confusing to the everybody sitting around the table when they saw it. But they have the S187 budget, and then they actually have done the exercise of apportionment. And so they've run it on a spreadsheet, so it looks like a budget, but boy, did that ever confuse the politicians around the table. So they've broken out recycling, and they're breaking out the organics program. And so I think it's a good start, because you get to start to see some more of the numbers, and then you can clearly start to see more of that residual of the HB mines and costs there, because that's sort of staying wholly in S187. So I actually sort of applaud that they've tried to look at this apportionment. It's taken a number of years, but we finally got a first start at looking at what the true costs, or the estimated costs, of at least recycling standing on its own, and the potential for organics. And I think it's important that we keep pushing that organics stays separate, because we haven't started it yet. So I think that's a key factor, is that not to let that start getting all messed up in the other budgetary complexities going forward.
So Janice, on that, they are looking at the piece that they will reduce our recycling contribution, that's part of this year's budget discussion?
Well, that again is that we're still pushing on, and I actually have the mayor of Caslow is also pushing for that because, of course, they have recycling. It's hard when you've got a recycling program and the others don't. They don't see it as interesting, and two of us aren't enough votes to, if we're not doing a weighted vote, to swing how we vote on pushing that forward. But that is still there, and I do appreciate Mayor Hewitt has become much more vocal in regards to pushing that forward to look at what the true costs of recycling are. So it's not lost on them. It was asked again, for matter of fact, the question was asked by Amy Watson at the last meeting. So it's always good to hear somebody who doesn't have recycling ask the question.
Okay, yeah, because I think they've already made a commitment on it, right, based on council's advocacy in the past, so I just need to figure out the numbers.
So that's where we are. So 7%, Colin, if you're working on numbers, and maybe have that flexibility of going as high as 10, because there might be something that they missed or they need to reallocate, but it's considerably less than the estimated number, and the go forward is actually at 3%, where I think our 5-year go forwards were like, I want to say like 15, 10, 10, and 5, I think, going forward. So interesting new numbers now that they've gone through this apportionment has caused them to look harder at the numbers.
So Colin,
Good news story.
Colin, you should take that strategy. Let's come to council, say 20%, 50%,
Yeah, exactly.
and you come back and say, oh, it's only 10%.
Sold.
It's not a new one, that's for sure.
And so
Well, I guess I kind of have it at the bottom of this one right now, but accounts for Page, if you've got do you have any updated or,
3,137,000.
staff,
did you not say
Pardon me?
2%?
That's 2%.
Yeah, we're trying to do 2%, I think.
Yeah,
is-
we're, so 2%. So that puts your requisition number you can jot in at about 3,137,000, roughly. And then we mostly we've had a very general discussion about the direction of the budget and to keep to that inflationary increases because of what damage it's done to the reserves in previous decades by not going that direction. I think you were still around the table when we were having those discussions. So we're keeping with that, and we will have a more fulsome budgetary discussion come January 26th, because our meeting was also canceled due to just staff constraints and some questions out there. I will say, because you've got it further down here on 106, curling improvements, one of the questions coming back from RDCK staff is from their HVAC, from their cooling technicians, as we plan for chiller replacements in 2024, 2025 and out, whether or not there is capacity in the ice plant to add in an additional client. So I know we've done renewal there recently, but we are asking the question that is that plant big enough to have a client added onto it for future efficiencies?
well, that's great that you're able to raise that and it wasn't just shot down. That's fantastic.
Like, they're not taking over.
Okay, well, those are, these,
That was
I don't know.
It wasn't there, wasn't it, Councillor Page?
No, we've won them over. We've warmed their hearts.
Well, I am noticing these lower numbers, but I'm also been in the business maybe long enough to be not too jaded, but it is an election year.
Yep.
Okay.
What a downer.
So again, would expect here that there may be some asks that come through. We don't know what those would be yet for the usual groups that we give the large grants to. We'll be talking to them in January, and that's coming fast. And then some of the other things we talked about, increased service demand with the current impending growth. Again, I have to keep thinking that, especially with some of these private ones going, that there is a future of some additional revenues coming to help us with our cost pressures. And then, what does, challenges are new lockdown restrictions from the COVID variants, just like we're seeing Omicron and what's next kind of thing. So nothing that this council's not aware of. And so right now, just on the face of it, and again, these are just some numbers, and I guess I would look at a few of them might be able to get some funding, might get some funding through one time, whether or not that's the invasive plants or just the Nelson Next administration for the next little while. But we're still looking at, right off the bat, right here, like, a 5% tax increase alone. And we still haven't gone through some of, the other numbers as far as what's happening with the operating budget.
John.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Colin, I just want to add a bit of context to some of these line items like Nelson Next administration and so on.
Yeah.
So I know I've been meaning to do this presentation or provide a presentation about some of the national commitments we've made on at COP and beyond. But for a quick context, the global stock take is coming in 2023. So our NDC contribution, so whatever as a country we're committing to do on emissions reductions, is growing every year, and we have to reevaluate, come back. And these are international agreements by law. We're supposed to meet these agreements. And to meet them, the rough back of the envelope number is 1 to 2% of GDP. So for the city of Nelson, we're talking about somewhere between $8 to $15, $16 million per year is what is expected to be invested in the city just on climate action. So 7 to 15 million per year. So now that's a scary.
I knew the minute they legalized marijuana, this stuff was going to happen.
This is going to happen. So that's a scary number, but it should be from a different perspective. It's actually quite exciting because that's $7 to $15 million in new economic activity that would be invested into the economy if we play our cards right. And for that, a lot of that money is going to be coming from the federal government, from the provincial government to fund action. But what I think it's going to take is for us to do, I think it's pretty clear, they've even said this, it's going to take is for these municipalities to lead, to show they have the capacity to absorb these kinds of investments. And what that means is get really good at and we've proven that we're good at it, our grant writing, our, developing and identifying projects like the food cycler and other things. So I just want to say, in context, 107,000 for Nelson and Next administration is really small relative to the opportunity we have to multiply that and generate a lot of economic activity for. Bye, Janice.
Bye. I have to go. I have that fallout from my torn retina in my eye. So I'll see everybody. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Sorry,
Merry
I had to
Merry Christmas.
go,
Okay.
but I couldn't pass up this 3:15 appointment for my follow-up.
Hi, Jen. So I just want to say that, Colin, for you and maybe for council, that we just take a look at some of these numbers and see that not only they're, in my mind, really small relative to where they could be, and it's not necessarily a scary thing. It should be seen as an opportunity. And maybe we don't invest in sort of so much in our own operations, and which I think we should, but also look outside to our innovation center and others as opportunities to invest in the capacity building to then attract a lot of that capital to the city over the next couple of years. So just for context, to me, that seems like quite a small number overall.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Great point. Like I said, if that's what the number is, and then we're doing an investment here and we're ahead of people, could pay back, plentyfold over.
Yeah, I was going to say having the Nelson Next document ready to go and having the experience and expertise that we do have and all the work we've done over the last decade should put us in a really good position to get funding. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like Nelson's well
We're in a
positioned.
much better position than, we were building our team.
Yeah.
And some of this was coming together. So.
Get all the grants.
But this is just to maintain the team we've got, really. That's what that
Yeah.
item is. There's nothing there for building capacity of the team.
Well, if we need to,
Or we
we
just-
do that as we go, because that's how we got to where we are now. You
Yeah.
know, we just work as we
And
go,
so
so.
Emily's position was grant funded, and,
Yep.
you know,
Kate's
we're on
possession.
this.
We're on this.
Yeah. And is it okay if I make a comment about that? So
Yeah, and like I said, this is just that starting point. And
Well, yes,
I appreciate people sharing, and we'll be, you know, a lot sharper when we come with the page, because we'll go through the current budgets and things where we see pluses and minuses and adjustments, and you know, we'll have a better look. I'm just letting you know that right off the bat, you know, we got some pressure, and so, but again, you've got some flexibility too, because you don't always have to accept some of these. So just that's that part. My last kind of
Colin, just,
you know,
just hold on a sec.
Hang on there, Colin.
And just before Cecilia, the other piece you need to know is, you know, there's some money in, you know, the resource recovery plan. That's some of their salaries. There's money in Nelson Hydro's budget, so it's not 107,000 for that whole department. It's substantially more than that, but we, you know, got grants, and you know, we're you know, trying to create that as much value as we can provide.
yeah, and that's exactly what I wanted to speak to actually, is that, you know, our team is spending a lot of time pursuing grant funding. It's probably one of the biggest projects that we've had since I joined. Part of that Nelson Next budget is looking at, can we bring in some support specifically to help us identify and write really strong grant applications. And so because there is so much funding coming out right now all the time, it is like I have a spreadsheet on my desk right now that has probably 70 line items on it that are sustainability funding opportunities. And so it's more a question of what are the ones that are giving us what we need, because there's also commitments, right? When you write a grant application, you also have to report out on that grant application, and you have to do a feasibility study and a climate lens assessment and a greenhouse gas component, and you need to really show all those things. So it's not just a question of, oh, there's a grant, we'll run out and get that one. We want to be strategic about the ones that we're pursuing. And so that is something that's in the budget, is looking at, okay, what's the best way for us to handle the grant component? Because it is, you know, even just within specifically Nelson Next things, like we're citywide. And so, you know, we've partnered or paired already development services with 3 different opportunities. We have another one coming through the fire department for some technology for a fire truck. And so it's not just even specifically our team, it's directing all of the city teams towards those grant opportunities. And so all of our eyes, the 3 of us, are on that all the time, but it is a huge part of the time that we spend here is pursuing that grant funding. So I just wanted to leave you with that comment for a little bit of context on what that means.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cecilia.
Now, when we get those grants, we have to be able to back them up.
Yes.
That's why you need all that work.
Okay, let's, before Colin, you get going on the next line item, and we leave this section, I did want to pick up on a few things that have been said around the table and make room with council's blessing for another line item on here. And so this one is,
Yep.
this is the Hendricks Neighborhood Garden, Community Garden. The reason I'm bringing it up is, and it doesn't have to be very expensive, I know the youth center has, in our discussions with staff, the youth center had an idea of expanding the scope of what those neighbors are asking for. We should all be familiar with the conversation that was had there, but that community, that neighborhood has come together with a very robust plan of how they would have vegetables and invasive species done. The barrier, they've got corporate sponsorship.
We're gonna plant invasive species? We're gonna get rid of those things.
Yeah, sorry. Native pollinators.
The corporate sponsor isn't a cannabis group, though, is it?
It is.
Might be.
Moving on. It's one of yes, one of the corporate sponsors is one of the more successful cannabis operators. Anyway, the barrier that exists in the city's bureaucratic setup, which is totally appropriate, is getting insurance. So they've shopped around to try and find an organization that would hold insurance so they could come forward again. They can't find an organization. So the youth center had preliminary discussions with the Nelson Next team about how that could maybe fit inside the city stuff, but the scope of what what would be interesting for the youth center got a little big. So fair enough, not room in the budget to do that kind of thing. However, from council's perspective, I honestly think there's a very simple, minimally viable product of providing that insurance or finding the very minimalist amount of programming that we can do to justify providing that insurance and allowing them to move forward so that they can have their veggie boxes and they can have their native pollinators in 2022 and plant something come spring. But it needs permission from here.
Did you
And-
talk to Colin? Did you talk to Colin? Because MIA, if it's a city sanctioned event and they're volunteers, you know, they're covered under
Yeah,
MIA.
we might be able to add them. Yep.
So,
So yeah, just maybe send Colin a note on that. if
So do you
it's an
think-
insurance?
okay, Colin?
I see it. It's exactly what I thought when I heard it. Is that there's a potential maybe that MA under volunteer coverage. Again, I don't know if cannabis growing is also going to be part of it.
They're not going to grow
but that would
weed.
be- Okay.
They're just,
Okay.
the weed is just,
Weeds, they're just not that weed.
well, here's
Or
the thing.
plants.
Okay,
You're
here's
not
the thing.
supplying the weed to smoke while you're working on the plants.
Because all of the soil amendment from the manufacturing and processing of weed growing has to be thrown out, you can't reprocess that material. It has to move out of the system as per Health Canada regulations. That's one of the places where they would bring in some of that enriched soil medium for growing. And then that company would also, want a sponsorship sign of some sort, and it's willing to step up to pay for whatever costs are associated with actually setting up the garden.
So do you want some kind of line item
fascinating.
here to have this discussion?
Well, no, actually, because I anticipated there would be some sort of city costs. I just think what it's morphed into on the staff side might be a lot bigger than what is actually needed for 2022 and for what they're asking for. Like, we might be thinking 50, 60,000 in sheds and water lines and all sorts of things, but really maybe 5 or 10,000 in them just being allowed to do what they need to do, and they have half of it. So there might need to be a $5,000 or $10,000 line item here, but
So
there
what-
might be zero.
And what staff member is this with at this stage?
It's with Sarah and Jordan, and they don't
They'll
have
bring it?
room in their work plan, so it has to come from council. And this is again where I'm saying we need to probably think minimally viable product, not how is this an interesting program for the youth center to be doing. But that sounds
Okay, well, if you can just send what information you have to Colin and help him sort of come up with a sort of a number that you guys can consider.
okay. And MIA community
And I would-
volunteer insurance.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, one thing, it may not be hard to get the MA coverage, but, there's also one sort of screams out to me is coming to our SIP grant, right? Having them prepared for SIP. Like getting the insurance is one of the challenges. We may be able to facilitate that, but, SIP kind of screams out to me.
Thank you.
Okay. And,
So,
yeah,
hang on, Colin, just a minute. I just want to get my
Yeah.
head around this because I'm not sure how to say this, but like I've got a list that long of pet projects that I'd love to have on this sheet here. Like, are we just going to keep throwing stuff at the budget? Because the last guy we met on the street is a project I want to do?
I think that's
I mean,
why.
we have a lot going on here. And we have a $603,000 deficit. Like, we're gonna have to get our heads around how we're gonna manage this financially. And time and resources, like we're trying to build, as an example, a whole new department here with these folks here. And if we have an extra 20 grand or 2 hours of staff time, let's put it into something we wanna get some meat on the bones with. If you want new projects, I'll give you a list of ones that I'd love to see done. We all have projects. We go around this table here and have projects. Like, I thought we dealt with the garden thing. Like, that was on our table and we said, sorry, it's not happening. Like, how does it keep coming back? Why does it keep coming back? And nobody's phoned me about it. Has anybody phoned you? Colin?
sorry.
Like, I want to see our resources going to where they need to be. To back up what we're doing and what we have the capacity to do. Like, when I look at this here, Colin said a rough number is 5% tax increase on this page here.
Are you ready for that? Is everybody ready for that?
If I may,
6, I'm gonna make it 7.
the whole point of Nelson Next is to activate the community
They
to
have enough
be-
on their plate.
I appreciate that, and this is us getting out of the way of the community wanting to do a project in their own neighborhood.
No, this is us getting in the way because it's at this table here. We're having this is taking.
We're
time
in the
just
way
to
from
have
that. Otherwise they would just do this on public land.
this. They came here and they were turned down. The project came before us and it was turned down. Council said no. Why
Because
is
they
it
do-
back?
This is a different group though, is it not?
It's the same. The group is now the whole neighborhood. This council said no because there were people in the neighborhood who were not included in that ask, and those people are now included.
But we
And now
don't
they have
know-
a comprehensive plan.
We know that today, because I know with all due respect, Councillor Page, you bring that to us today. We don't know that. Like, we're gonna put a line item in here on something with that maybe you have done some homework on, or maybe somebody in the community has. The rest of us don't know that. Like, you could walk in here and say, I know a project, stick it on this sheet here. Like, we take a lot of pride in doing all the work we've done today in looking into these projects, backing them up with some clear direction and resources and getting them done in a reasonable manner. And, you know, I personally don't like stuff being thrown at the last minute onto a budget sheet that's already, in my opinion, at least 4 or 5% over what I'd like to see happen.
Mayor, if I could, I'm hearing you, but it sounds like maybe part of this is just a case of if we can help out facilitate some insurance coverage, they may come to a SIP grant, and then council would have an opportunity to make a decision there. So I hope maybe we can leave it with me and Keith and some information and see if I can even just do a quick answer on whether or not we can even provide them with insurance coverage.
Yep, that sounds reasonable.
Okay?
Okay, did you have any more, Councilor Page?
Well, next year.
We have a few more
Fair
budget
enough.
meetings.
I always have new ideas.
I do want to emphasize, because Cecilia and Emily and Carmen will attest, I'm pretty clear that they need to stay really focused on the big things, and if we're going to make those movements, we need to focus on the big things. And I also get we don't want to stifle the community doing things, but we can't get distracted from that either. So we have to find that balance somewhere in all our departments. And I think she talked about the work they're doing directly and mentioned working with other departments. That team is much bigger than these folks. It's Peter Sinstead, doing all the energy retrofits on our own buildings. It's Jody Cayley looking at our fleet. It's Len McCharles looking at fuel mitigation. It's Cullen Innes looking at the water side.
Hydro.
All that is hydro doing that piece. So I think, when you say that's a small number, the number of our staff that are committed to this is much larger than that. And I think it's good, smart work that we do anyway. And, we just have this other lens on it, and, accelerating some of those things, making sure we're looking for those grant opportunities. But there's a pretty significant focus on this, and
it's not siloed.
And it's not siloed. And that, was the reason I felt that it was important that that team came under me, so that I could make sure that, we weren't siloing this, and it wasn't just, we have this department and they're going to do climate change and we're all done, right? No, it's an organizational approach has to be taken here.
And if I may, very quickly, one of my thinking on this has been that, as a city, we've done such good work, and I'm very proud of the work, and I really think as a city we're doing great. I also think that a lot of the work that needs to be done is in the community, so anytime that we can step out of the way of the community, if they've got an idea or project, or even facilitate, it might cost us a little bit, but it gets some community momentum going, and sort of you get some early wins that may not have a big impact, but it starts to create a culture of like, hey, we're all in this together. So I think at the beginning we may see some investments in the community that don't have a direct payback in terms of emissions, but do create sort of a culture of innovation. That's all I would say. Otherwise, great work.
Yeah.
Love what the city's doing.
Well, and, you know, even stuff we're taking on directly, like the food cycler, like when they meet with the Rotary, part of their presentation is a call to action of those folks. How do you get behind this? How do you make this successful in our community? And so I think you can, you know, do both. And, you know, how do we support, how does the community support us on, you know, those things that we know are going to make a difference? You know, we need people to, you know, retrofit their houses.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And if we can get that community behind what smart, creative ideas that will, you know, get me to insulate my house, that's a win.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or fire smart their properties, or use their water smartly, or get rid of their invasive weeds, or we got a list.
Or have 9 roommates.
The community have to do.
Yeah.
Now we know it's going to make a difference, right?
Yeah.
But
No, I
we
think
still want
that's
to-
right, to create the culture, innovation, unlock the potential of the community. I think small things can have a big impact when it's carried by our residents. So thank you. Moving on.
Okay, I only have a few comments here on both opportunities and challenges for the general capital. One is because we've done a lot of things, but there's a few just ones that I'm going to tap on here right now. Is that now with the new planner, his name is escaping. I want to say Alex, but I don't think it is Alex. Matt, thank you, thank you. Matt, who replaced Alex, who was sort of taking the lead on the parking strategy. I know that that's been now kind of fired up, and that Sebastian's working with Matt to try to get him up to speed. But I think there's an opportunity here for a few different things with it on. It's the pay by phone. I think there's some increased meter spots. We did not get the work done, you know, putting in the sidewalk and meters on Lake Street there because the people that had, you know, purchased that property like Glendale Tire. So we'll, you know, those are the sorts of things that I really believe that we've got to, you know, some opportunities to increase our parking meter revenue, looking at spots. And again, I think that also will include the potential for, and I don't know when that'll be, but in the future, maybe an increase in the rate as well. We just put in here because we're aware, we don't know, we're still, you know, probably a couple months away from finding out, but, you know, our potential new transit exchange with 80% grant funded is out there. We do see, interesting to find out from Cecilia that she's got that many grant, you know, potentials. We've been trying to find what's the best one. So those definitely seem to be there. So that's good news. And the other piece is that when council gets their decisions to say we are going to do something that is generationally changing or valuable, you know, there's never been a better time to borrow if you're needing something for 20 or 30 years, if you're going to go big. The borrowing rates are very low. Now, the other side of it, and I know that this won't be news to anybody here, is that the inflation costs, supply chain delays, and competition for trades is increasing the costs and budgets of projects far greater than anything we would have ever expected or seen. Now, again, when I tell you that assessed values of our homes have gone up 25%. Well, what do we expect? We want to build something new, right? But that's certainly something. It's like, well, great that we got this you know, grant from 2 years ago for $1 million, but now people are coming back and saying the project's going to be $2.5 million to build it. And you're like, okay, well, grants don't usually go up that same factor. So we really are in an interesting time for sure. Same thing here is that we're seeing some increasing costs, or even the availability, even having the availability of proposed public works equipment and fire trucks. I know that Jody has booked in a few that will be built but won't show up till 2023. Certainly anything electric, like forget it. You know, they don't even know on some of our vehicles when they're going to actually, that we've already agreed to and RFP'd, when they're actually going to get in the assembly line. Chip shortage being one of the factors. We do know that we've got some increased funding to required to support facility upgrades, repair, maintenance, and that goes for our curling club, the Civic Place, 310 Ward, the Fire Hall. And Mary talked a bit about this, and I think you as well, Councillor Page, is that stormwater, you know, are we going to have its own separate type of a service, and do we need a different funding source? What does that look like? But that and the sidewalk replacement, they both have a bit of a funding deficit, although we've done a much better job on the sidewalks actually, and we're seeing some benefit to that. But that's something we also need to, I think, regroup and look at. And the other portion that's a bit challenging is that the low interest environment is not giving us a very good return on the money that we have sitting in our reserves. That's been a number of years it's been on there, not much has changed. In the same way that the borrowing rates are low, the low interest environment for making money on reserves is also not helping us. So those are a couple of comments. Those are sort of what I'm looking at. I appreciate your feedback today. I know it's been a long day, a lot to take in. And I appreciate some of these feedbacks on some of these items, whether or not it's partnering with Castle and Balfour and Geese, or what we can maybe do in this housing authority. Glad to hear that maybe not as much pressure on some of our RDCK requisitions for our community. That's great news. So I don't know if I've missed anything or people saying I didn't see this on there, Colin, but that would be a time to kind of talk to me about it so that as I prepare in January that I don't miss don't miss it.
Any further questions for Colin? No? Are you done now, Colin?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I see your mom shut off the lights.
Oh, he's pissed. Oh, and then he left.
It's true. It's true. It's true. And she's worried about me. She thinks, though, you've worked too late, and you're ready for dinner. So
Let's let him go to dinner. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Colin.
okay.
All right, thanks very much.
Okay. To everyone, I just really want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I will not be back in time to, unfortunately, have the luncheon on Monday, so I just want to say what a pleasure it's been working with and for you guys, and look forward to seeing you guys in the new year.
Right back at you, Colin.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Take care.
That's it. We're at the
See
end
ya.
of the agenda here.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, we got a few minutes. We have to get Joanne in. Emily and Cecilia, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you coming down and helping us out today. We look forward to working with you.
Great.
Yeah, terrific. Thanks very much for your good work.
So we're going to go into an